Just getting final GDP numbers for Q1 in the U.S. Just out, negative 1.6 versus negative 1.5 there on that number again. Final Q1 GDP number just out there, negative 1.6 versus negative 1.5. Futures did have a nice rally back to the upside after data showed inflation in Germany fell for the first time since mid-2020 this morning. We'll see how this affects the overall market. Bit of a tick back to the downside. This was the biggest economic number that we were expecting out this week. That ahead of Fed Chair Powell coming up this morning at 9 a.m. Eastern. He's going to be speaking at the ECB Central Bank Forum. A number of central bank heads making speeches this morning, including Fed Chair Powell. He will wrap things up. He's the headliner this morning, coming up at 9 a.m. We'll see how that plays out for the overall markets. Stocks coming off. Remember, another down day yesterday. All three U.S. indexes to the downside. When all was said and done, it was pretty ugly. 1.5% for the S&P, 2 and 3% for the Dow and the NASDAQ, respectively. Number of individual names moving around here in the pre-market. Bed Bath & Beyond out with a pretty terrible report. BBBY down big time. We'll talk about Pinterest, Shopify as well. If you haven't looked at a chart, 34, 35 this morning after that 10-for-1 split finally comes through. It's Wednesday, June 29th, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Bit of a downtick, as we mentioned, for futures there, coming off that GDP number. We did get up to about 38.40 almost on the S&P, back to the downside. We're basically break even on the session. If you miss it again, that Q1 final GDP number a little bit higher than expected, negative 1.6 versus negative 1.5. So futures coming back to the downside. We reversed that early weakness that we saw to get back into positive territory. We'll have to refresh this. We are just about to go negative once again for the S&P there. 1.4% at the bottom of the screen for crude oil, having another nice move so far this morning. Yeah, you can see more negativity for cryptocurrencies as well. Bitcoin did break that 20,000 level overnight once again. We're back above it now, but just holding on very, very briefly. But yeah, here we go. Back to the downside again, guys. Good morning. After what we saw yesterday, all three markets red at the end of the day in a big way, reversing strength yesterday. But all eyes now, I guess, on Fed Chair Powell coming up at 9.
Well, all eyes good morning, and it's not a good start to the morning for the markets, obviously, after that GDP number. There's a wealth of things to get to. I mean, Powell, we'll see, but GDP not coming the right way, obviously, and you have just a ton of things that tick to the downside. I don't know which story you want to go with. You had the downgrades of CCL. You had Bed Bath & Beyond, which is down 13%. The NEO short sale report, almost, it's like, that's not even the thing. When I sat down this morning, I'm like, okay, the NEO is going to be the biggest story. But no, the CCL going to zero. That was a comment that got made, actually got said. Bed Bath & Beyond down 13% after their earnings were a colossal miss. And Upstart, which is, last I checked, one of the, on a downgrade, down like 10% or even more than that as well. So there's a lot to get to this morning. Yesterday's sell-off in the afternoon was impressive, to say the least. Just the weakness on the overall market there. Not much of a bid going into this GDP number. We'll see if it can catch back up. It might be just like yesterday, where the only longs that work out are the small cap ones. That's the only thing I'm long right now, and I can't see much else that I like. Oil, maybe. We'll see.
I like that yield and die there. Blood Bath & Beyond. That's a good one there.
That's a great one.
But yeah, we're already three short, man. We're already short AMD, NEO, and Upstart. So I'm already in three positions, as you can see there. So, and there goes Upstart. I mean, Upstart right now also cranking lower, man. We're short at 32.12 here, and it's printing 31.70. So already 50 cents in the money on this trade. Probably, I mean, I was thinking about getting some out, but I don't know. I mean, some of these names just continue to get cranked yesterday. Like we had Amazon, and there's so many names not even on my list. I mean, today we have NEO, AMD, Upstart, Coin. They're all on here. I didn't even have CCL or any of these other names. There's so many things going on yesterday. I mean, look at this Amazon short that we had yesterday, 115, guys. Our best out, 112. obviously we had to leave, but 107 we went all the way down to. $8 worth of a short there. So let's see, maybe holding on to some of these shorts are going to be a good thing. AMD also went below. I didn't even realize it went below. And then so the minute it did, I punched short already. So we're about 25 cents off here on AMD. Well, we're out by 7 cents, but we should be short 80 instead of 75. I just wanted to take a little tester position here. So 3 shorts. Obviously, if you guys know the way I trade, they're not going to be big positions here in the pre-market, but you get the idea where I think this market's going. It was queued up to have a monster rally the last, it just should have rallied 7, 8, 9% here, this market, and it's not doing that. So with that being said, let's just hold on to some of these shorts. We're short NEO, Upstart, AMD, all in the money and all cranking lower right now. So, hey, GDP be damned. It doesn't even matter anymore. We'll see what Fed Chair Powell has to say. I don't know. It's going to be 75 basis points pretty much guaranteed in July, so that's going to be coming through. And then we'll see what, in July, and then we'll see what happens in September, probably another 50 points. But hey, earnings are starting to crank up again. We saw Nike shoot the bed yesterday, so that wasn't great there. Although I can't believe we lost on that short. That's unbelievable. Earnings season is the next pin to drop. I think we've already seen peak inflation and peak hawkishness on the Fed, meaning I don't know if it's going to get much worse from that side of things, but now we have to deal with earnings. And I don't even think we've had it guide down or anything like that. Let's just wait to see what comes through. We have Micron coming later this week. That should give us a good indication. There goes AMD breaking right now through 70. I just wish we would have averaged. We tried to average in there in the 90s, didn't get anything. As now everything is starting to go lower, 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 man.
Almost
we might just be good here even before this market starts, and it's already. We still have an hour to go here before the imbalances, before the market opens. A quick check on the imbalances, obviously. NEO on that short report, we're in the money on that one, 30 cents right now as well. So that's a big short. Oxy's a buy. Oil's really strong. I still think oil touches 130 at some point. So we'll see about that. That's down here at 113 today. Oil was just at 114. A little bit of a pullback there, but as you can see, a pretty mixed board. So let's see where we go, man. This could be a rebound day a little bit. Yesterday, NASDAQ got reeling down 3%. That was pretty crazy. I wish I was here for most of that, but I know Tony the Tiger took over the afternoon show, so I hope that was really fun times, guys. Let us know in the chat if you enjoyed Neil and Tony yesterday. I know everyone always enjoys it when he's on. So, and then I guess we'll have Arun coming up soon with the futures as well.
Yeah, another downtick there this morning on the futures, guys. On this note, I was just reading through this report. Let's jump right into things here. This number kind of interesting as well. If you take out autos, motor vehicle sales, still 1.5 versus 1.4 on the previous one. So that number typically kind of offsets an otherwise negative report. But I mean, we were talking a little bit yesterday, guys, about the whole idea of maybe negative news is now positive news if the market's getting to a point where, enough is enough. Overall, I mean, we're just now negative on the S&P, 0.04. So it's not like it's a huge, monstrous move here. But we did get that move, if you missed it, to the upside this morning after data showed Germany came out and said their inflation fell for the first time since mid-2020.
I mean, it's been like half a year that people have been talking about the possibility of recession. So the GDP numbers, they matter, but they don't matter as much as, anything we might hear from Powell that would change can be a big deal. And anything inflation related is going to be a much bigger deal necessarily than this GDP number. But you can see, like, essentially we just gave back everything that got gained on that German report. But part of the reason why you're probably not having a gigantic flush, I'm just demonstrating what happened yesterday. Like, in advance of this GDP number, where you had lots of people saying, hey, we're already in a recession, probably not going to have a good print, we had a huge tank. You had a failed breakout at the open, which trapped some longs, I'll tell you, and that made it probably a little bit uglier than it ended up than it otherwise would have been. And all you really done is just come right back to where we were at yesterday's close. So overall, that's why you're going to see us as being flat, but we have given up some gains here. I just think, we have to listen to Powell, obviously. There's enough individual names in here that you can definitely find relative strength and weakness, which I think is going to be the bigger thing here for today. It's worth keeping in mind on the SPY. We are sort of on that previous, like this 3,800 has been a pretty solid level. Like, we haven't broken too far away from it. at least so far, yesterday we managed to hold that. This morning it ticked below, but it hasn't broken below that. But that was a pretty big support level that got a lot of support in a big run up last time we were here. So if we give this one up, there's a lot of room to the downside in the ES if you have a quick look at that daily chart, and that's what's at stake today. It should be a pretty big day here today, but even whether we're up or down, like there's a few things I like. Oxy was strong yesterday. I like that one. Disney was relatively strong. If it holds support, I can get into some Disney. The small caps have been fantastic for the long today. AGRX was great. Endo looks like it's going to be good so far today. This CanF in front of $1, I'll make some plays there. But when it comes to NEO, your CCLs, maybe not Tesla. I'm going to have a quick look-see at that at some point. Upstart. There's just a host of names that are extremely weak, and I didn't even say Bed Bath & Beyond, that we can lean into. And speaking of Bed Bath & Beyond, always watch out for something with a 30% short interest. I think neither one of us are short that one right now. At the open, you can see some shenanigans happen when it's a high short, regardless of how bad their earnings were.
Look, we just took a piece out of NIO here for 25 cents. We'll hold a little bit more, but yeah, look, I was just saying there that I really feel that this is going to be a pretty weak day. NEO short, AMD short, Upstart short, Coinbase short. So this is what we're talking about here on the sticky note today. Thanks for everybody that's liked it so far. 19 retweets. That means a lot, man. But so 4 short ideas, and I don't even have on here CCL, or some of those other plays that I think deserve to be on here as well. So we'll wait to see where we go. But yeah, needless to say, I'm pretty jacked up about the short. Go over to my page there and you'll be able to see some of the plays and what I'm thinking. But at the same time, I mean, the NASDAQ was positive there and it's just pulled back on some of those numbers. So we'll have to see. Like I said, I feel like the next CPI print's either going to be as expected or even more in the favor of the bulls. I think we'll get a better print there. But, it's we've extended a little bit too much. I mean, even a stock like NEO, forget about some of the short seller report. I mean, that's why I'm short, so we're not going to forget about it. But at the same time, this is a big move, man. From the middle of May, it was $12, $13. It actually touched down to $12. So like 12 to 24, that's a double in a week, in a bad, I mean, this week, I mean, horrible environment right now. You doubled up there. So I just wonder if, sometimes some of these reports come out and they're realistic and they actually are short seller reports. Sometimes it's people just looking to dump these stocks back in where they can get a better price. Some people understand that, hey, look, we just got to 24, 25. That's been a top even when times were okay. Back here in January, like when we started this name was 27, 28 bucks. So it almost got all the way back and now NEO's starting to fall back again. So it wouldn't surprise me if we went into $18, $19. I don't think today, but that would be a realistic level for that. And then you come out and you get other high flyers like Upstart today coming out. That's on the NASDAQ. And again, the same type of thing where you were down to 26 bucks and you made it back to 40. Hell, you made it back to $55 there off of some of those bottoms before getting hit again. And now they come out with a sort of a price target cut here on Upstart. So I think Morgan, a little bit late to this party, but hey, still a nice move to the downside here. Let's see if Upstart can hold some of that. They slapped an $11 price target over here on a UPSD. This was a name that everyone loved at one point, man. Upstart was like the darling of these new kind of fintechs and new businesses. Look at this, $400, guys. You would say, it must have 10-to-1 split. I wish. I don't own this stock, but yeah, $400 Upstart was in October, guys. No splits, nothing. We have a 32 offer right now on this stock. So, I mean, just to think about some of the destruction that's happened, I know there are some traders that are trying to pick up some of these names on these lows, and that's what's called a bull trap. So we'll see what happens here. If people want to pick up more Upstart today, down 10. And the other thing, too, is what you were saying there about Bed Bath & Beyond. And then, again, I got to give credit to one of our viewers, Blood Bath & Beyond. I thought that was great. I don't know why something that me and you should have thought of that before as well.
I'm not that sharp when it comes to those good puns.
No, normally I am, so I should have came up with that. But that's a great one. Pretty consistently here, 35% or so, 32, 33, 35% here on the short for Upstart, as you can see. So that, to me, is the reason why we have to be very, very cautious of taking early positions and early shorts and into a bigger position right now. These names could get blown out back up to the upside for sure. People come in, they're like, oh, I'm short this name. Yeah, okay, so boom, I come in and I'm in the money 10%. So 33% of these shares are held short. When people see this kind of profit, maybe they do take it, right? So that's why I targeted up here $35. There's no way the shorts scream this thing up that high on a downgrade. It shouldn't go back to positive, I don't think. So we're going to be very careful with where we average in on some of these trades. And we still have 45 minutes before this market even opens and before we get real volume in. So, please be careful. We've already taken some profit on NEO. We just got more short here on AMD at $80. So this is another name that's cranking below. We're going to get to all these names, so I don't want to sort of ruin everything. But if you get an opportunity right now, we do have quite a few people watching early on here today. 3,500. Hit the like button, man. We only have 382 likes. If you can hit the like button, that would be absolutely fantastic. Get that watch list, watchlist.tradertv.live. Hit us all up on Instagram, on Twitter, everything. And I missed the meeting yesterday, but now these guys are going to be focusing on TikTok more. So here we go. Follow us also on TikTok. Brendan will be doing some dances over there.
Nope. But maybe, I don't know. We'll talk about it. How about that? A number of significant analyst moves today, guys. You mentioned a few there. CCL, one of those. Upstart, one of those. Here's another one. JP Morgan on Meta, cutting their price target on Meta to 225 from 275. Bit of a cautious note from JPM on Meta today. Also, Shopify, if you haven't looked, as I kick things off with, yeah, it's 34.80 or so in the pre-market here, 34.88 on the split. 10 for 1 gets finally put into place today. I mean, we saw all kinds of opportunity when Amazon had their split come through. Is there a trade here similar to that in Shopify?
I don't think it'll be anything like Amazon. Amazon was doing, right at this point on Amazon split, we were involved in trades. I think we're probably already sitting in some longs and taking breaks and scalping, and there was tons of volume. There's just none of that happening in Shopify. But I want to point out there, you mentioned Meta. Meta's one of the stronger stocks this morning. It's up 1%. It's actually at its current highs right now, despite that the downgrade there and the price target cut, I suppose, being down to 225, but it's looking actually pretty strong. Shopify, it's just a case of not a lot of volume. There's some significant levels out there once you factor in the 10 to 1. 300 was huge, so 30 is probably big. I like 37.50 because that was a good resistance point previously. I don't know if I want to be diddling in the middle. Maybe something happens and we get a big volume spike and we can dig into this 35 level at the open, but not when there's so much to look at today. You're not going to come in and combine 8 positions out of, or however many it is, maybe it's 6 or 7, combined between myself and Sean at 847. So Shopify, it feels like a nothing burger, but look, if it gets to $30, if it gets to $37.50, those are the prices I'm more concerned with.
And I just want to short. I want to short everything, but Shopify would be just another one of those names. It's so juicy that it came in and it's at $35. I was like, oh my God, $35, this thing is going to get spanked. Okay, so remember what the purpose of the split is, right? It's to bring more liquidity into the name. And so if there's traders out there that were thinking about shorting Shopify, about a year ago it was at $2,000 and now it's at $32, right? So you got to think about what that does to the options market and things like that. So if Shopify continues to get beat down here, it wouldn't surprise me. Because now it's a lot cheaper to say, hey, look, I believe this stock's going to 30. Well, it's only $2 there, a difference, right? Before, there would have been that, let's just say 10 to 1, so $2, so it would have been $20 of a difference because it would have been at $320 as opposed to just 32. I don't need to tell this basic math to you guys, but that's what it does. It just creates more exciting opportunities for options and just gives it that easier retail access, because although people say, oh, there's, you could trade something on part shares or fractional shares or this or that, but that's not enough to move a stock. So that's why that doesn't matter. But here's one that people are trading fractionally with. Look, 1 share, 4 shares, 10 shares, 6 shares, so on and so forth. These guys are going to be doing the exact same thing for a little bit different reasons, probably to get into the Dow and to create some more liquidity as well. I mean, Google's never split, so they're going to go for their split coming up 10 to, I believe it's 10 to, is it 10 to 1? Is it 10 to 1? Okay, so 10 to 1 on Google as well. I was about to Google that up. up what that was. But I do know the date is July 15th. So someone in the chat said, why is Google not moving up? I mean, the market's not moving up. So you're not going to get Google just moving up because we are now 2.5 weeks away from a bump here into that. But I think if you looked at Amazon, what they did heading into their split, the market kind of rallied a bit into that split, so it was a little different. But here it is right here. You had one. So Amazon touches the very bottoms of $100, and then it goes, so it touches it here, back up to 116, and then it touches down here 104. This is all pre-split, so these prices are like 3,000 or 2,000, 2,200. Okay, and then it comes down to this 100, and then the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days heading into the split, it ripped up 25%. Obviously, that's a lot more than the market moved. As here we go, Upstart, NEO, things starting to work out a little bit better here. And then it touches that 130. We actually had a short on the show live at 129.15 or something like that, right there, which was close to the high of 129.15 is the high? Yeah, I mean, maybe we had the exact high there. And then it fell all the way back in there. Just a couple days after the split, it gave everything back. So I don't think Google does that exact same move. I think there's more interest in Google just for investment purposes. Amazon, was moving around. Like I said, you're not going to see Google move 25% heading into the split. But there are these nice bottoms here of 21. So I see Neil's excited.
I'm just like, can't it though? No.
It's my largest holding. So, I mean, if it wants to move up 25%.
Oh, I'd love it.
I still wouldn't even sell it. But the point is that, even if it does
25.
move up. No, I wouldn't sell. I didn't sell anything up here at 3,000. I was buying more. So let's just see where we go up here. I don't sell anything. So I'm long only, and I should be selling, but I don't. And there it is up here, 2,100. Well, we sold a few things. 2,100, I think that's a great bottom there. But just want to talk about Google because that's the next big name to split. So we had Shopify today. And then Shopify is going to look bad on our system because I'm going to say Shopify is a New York name. Yes. All right, so on our name, we're not going to have any splits here because the price is going to show all the way down here, down 90%. Obviously, that's not real, but even if we zoom in here over the last couple of days, you don't really get a bump up in Shopify heading into the split. So every stock is a little bit different. We know that Shopify is a completely different beast than Google and Amazon, right? I mean, this thing was, like I just said, this is down 78% or so year to date from its highs. So Shopify continues to get crushed. I didn't expect it to get bumped up very much either. So we'll see what happens today. But Shopify on the split, man, $35. We like it and much better price to trade.
We're talking a little bit about Bitcoin there. To kick things off this morning, a couple of notes on that. MSTR out this morning with this note. Picking up 480 additional Bitcoins for 10 million or so in cash. So MSTR continues to buy the dip in Bitcoin. Also, Tesla had a pretty ugly day yesterday. Just sold off all day long. If you look at the intraday chart, gets back below 700 at the end of the day. And hey, it was Elon's 51st birthday. They also announced they were going to shut down some offices, some minor news there for Tesla guys. But back below 700 as of the end of the day yesterday. We gapped down even further today. So happy birthday, Elon, yesterday.
Happy belated birthday, apparently. I didn't realize it was Elon Musk's birthday. But the 10 million for MicroStrategy, when they own $10 million worth, when they got like 3 billion or whatever it's worth now of Bitcoin, that's kind of a drop in the bucket for them, which tells you that they are the unofficial Bitcoin ETF. Just a couple of things in there, and I do have two longs, and this is not necessarily a bet that the market is going up. This is just small caps being good, and CanF today essentially can't fight. I don't know, whatever.
Can't fight the feeling.
Can't fight that feeling. Well, it can't fight the feeling of being over $1. And I've been sort of highlighting that price level for anything that's gapping up in the last little bit. And what I love about this, you already had a tight consolidation, 80 cents here, and then a little bit higher, like a higher low supported at about 90, and you're breaking out. And it's just as simple. Whenever I see this and then you have $1 previous high, I want to support that on the way back down. Because unless you get the short here at 125, 130, and you're already sitting in the money early pre-market on the pullback, And I wasn't really looking at this when I sat down, unfortunately. You could have maybe had that short. And a lot of times that's what I'd look for. But I've found lately in this market the last couple of months, just kind of defending the buy at that dollar level. And I had bids down 3s and 2s in case it tested 1. I'll play it back to where there was resistance. I was putting in the chat like I sold at 114. I'm not saying it's going from 114 to $1 here. All I'm saying is this is where there was a bunch of price consolidation at 115 to 118, so I want to get some out in front of it. It's pretty much as simple as that. And Endo is exactly the same thing. The difference between Endo is Endo Pharmaceuticals. This is a day 2 rally on Endo, and we love these day 2 rallies. It had a good jump off from 50. It's got itself a double top. So in that particular case, again, if you're not sitting in the short off the double top, the only thing I'm going to think about is where can you actually buy it. And it's quite simple. It supported 65 cents yesterday. End of story. Buy in front of 65. Again, the first consolidation was at 74, 75. That's where I want to be trimming in front of. So it's more about the pattern and what you're looking for. And a lot of times I'd be sitting in these pre-market short. But this market, especially after AGRX yesterday, I want to be able to play the long side. In either case, if 65 goes, I'm out. If $1 goes or maybe 99 cents goes on CanF, I'll be out of that as well. The big caps, I think, is where we want to look for those shorts. But there's certainly small cap runners out there. You just want to make sure you're taking your profit. If this number gets through the high today, well, it could easily flush through 65 and be back at 50 cents in a heartbeat. I've seen that happen a million times. But for now, just going to go where the buying has been on the weekdays, which has been in the small caps.
Yeah, we just start with that day with Tesla there. I mean, I could just go to NIO. We're already short some of these electric vehicles here, and it is happy birthday to Elon Musk there. So I don't really care too much about that. Obviously, we could check out his newest baby here, Twitter. $38, actually holding out pretty good on that one. So we'll see. There's been a lot of names that are obviously near 52-week lows and well below 50 periods. Twitter's been holding out okay because we have that buy out there. So we'll have to watch on that one. But all these stocks starting to print out for us again here. We're not getting out at all, but Upstart's starting to go back down to the bottom here. 31.50, we just touched 31.80. We're only short 32.12. So, they're not huge positions, but we did average into AMD, which has now come back in a little bit for us here. So a nice average at that 80 spot. To me, that's a no-brainer because of what AMD looks like at 80. I mean, it's right down here. We actually broke this. Our charts are missing. It went to 79.30 or something. Yeah, it's right here. I guess that is right. Yeah, there it is, 79 there. Okay, so it's not missing it. I just forgot that we're below 80 right now, so that's why I was like, the chart's showing it right there. So we are below that 80 mark here on AMD, and now all 3 positions, man, starting to have a little bit of a move here. So let's see. We won't claim home run yet, but we'll put the frown into an evil face there because now we're short. Yeah, Vladimir Guerrero with a walk-off single yesterday, which was nice. Nice to beat Boston there. Boston's on absolute fire. But a nice move down here for NIO here today and for AMD and for Upstart. So we've got all these 3 shorts, man. And right now they're all printing. And you can also see we did buy some more. I talked about that XLE level. The only thing I recently bought was Energy. You see Energy today up another 1.9%, taking out 114 is trying to take out right now. So a nice move up here for crude, a nice move for XLE. We'll see what that means to Oxy, probably upside there. As money's going to flow back into some of these energy names that have been so beat down, Oxy, CVX, and XOM all been down like 20% or so from their June 8th highs. So let's go over to the board. Oh, I see one on the top. Oh, you know what's funny? Last night I was putting my kid to bed, obviously, like I do every single night. And I overheard my 10-year-old talking to my wife, and he said something about blah, 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 played the Uno reverse card. And I was like, you know where I hear that from? Prad, every single day. And I said to him, is that like a Discord thing or is it a social media thing? So I got to shout out to Prad that my 10-year-old using some lines that he uses as well.
Uno's still a thing, man. My daughter.
We have 2 or 3 Uno sets because there's different ones. You've never even played Uno reverse, have you? Where you flip the card over and it's a different game on the other side.
That's okay. Now you blow my mind. I'm gonna need some card games when we go camping because apparently
go get that one.
Apparently it's supposed to rain one of the days we're there, so we're gonna need that.
One of the days? The thing about it was, I'm pissed off about weather actually because the thing is all weekend, man, I don't know what your grass is looking like, but I did a nice little, by the way, I did a nice little tweet yesterday. Brendan can stand up there. Standing's good for you. We did a tweet yesterday there, and as you can see here, here's the lettuce. I talked about this yesterday. We cutting some lettuce, throwing it in there, and then we had here move it over. This is our little raised garden here. Watch this. There's some tomatoes there. These are called cucamelons over there, and then in here we got these are like the little snacking ones, little cucumber right there. So yeah, we had that and a few other ones being built there. But anyways, rant almost over. But the point is that it was supposed to be 80% rain on the weekend. Like Sunday was supposed to rain all day. I was close to like canceling practice, but obviously didn't, thank God. And it didn't rain at all. And then now it hasn't rained the last couple days. We were at like 40 degrees Celsius, man. I mean, some of this grass looks like hay out there. So I'm hoping that it rains a little bit today, Brendan.
It's supposed to later on, I think, 4 o'clock-ish. Here we go. Downgrades today. There they are. Affirm and Upstart, really the only two that will be significant today. Yeah, Upstart, very negative, obviously. Affirm, UBS to the downside as well. Trip.com, very strong over the past couple of days on this China positivity surrounding COVID. So back to the upside for Citigroup, McDonald's on here. And this is that XAIR is the ticker, XAIR, getting an FDA ruling this morning, guys.
The reason why I went off about Pratt, I didn't go off about Pratt, but mentioned Pratt about that Uno reverse because of Affirm. I mean,
so yesterday, Affirm was, and look, there was a lot of good shorts. I'm not going to sit there and pretend that you couldn't have just shorted anything at the open. It's certainly true. It's more along the lines of if there's something that's in your wheelhouse or a stock that you like to trade or whatever it might be and has your setup, then you should be on it. And I wasn't looking at Affirm, unfortunately. Today, yes, got the downgrade. It's back below $20. I mean, I look at this thing and I'm saying if we don't break 20 today, the market is weak. How is this thing going to be good? I was even mentioning that there's going to be a bunch more competition, actually in the business-to-business side of it, which is more lucrative. A couple of UK firms are going to get involved there. But this has been rejecting that 50 period. So you're another one of these downturns. And each time it's actually rejected the 50, it's been significant pullbacks. Right? Like it has not pulled back a tiny amount. So I'm kind of expecting the same thing to happen, and we should. Unless barring something crazy with this market, I think we should be heading towards $15 at some point on Affirm. Not saying that today, but below 20 is definitely the jam. I might have to wait till the open because that's been the time to catch Affirm, is getting it at the open. And if it doesn't take out the pre-market high at 9:30, that's the fill that you usually want.
All right, we did get a super chat here, so shout out to Sean Waller. Good name there, buddy. How do you determine a pullback versus continuation? I mean, I don't know. Me and Neil and I were like talking about this, and it's just one of those things where I think you got a pullback versus continuation. So like, how do we know if it's pulling back or continuing to go down? I mean, I don't know if you're asking about this for AMD or not. Like it's one of those names where, or it's, in this kind of a market, it's tough to judge it because like all of these pullbacks really haven't been bought up. So it's kind of like, I would always like to think that there has to be some sort of a catalyst behind anything that you think is going to continue its move down, right? And so for me here, like on AMD, it's coming back into 80, right? And so if you see here, we've had 80 a couple times. So, oh no, yeah, that's right. We have that bad wick up there. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna be able to show you, but we've pulled back to 80 before. So the thing is, like when you pull back here, this is definitely a drawdown, a pullback down in, but then it didn't continue. So right now, here's the pullback, but what I think you can sort of look at when you're looking at these things, and again, thank you for the super chat a lot, is that, here you pull back into a level and then bounce back up, starting to make a couple different highs here, pulling back, bouncing back, pulling, and then these are all sort of, lower highs, higher lows here, as you can see, as we keep going back up to the high side. But then in here, you're kind of stuck now on AMD. Like if you were buying some of these pullbacks right now you're breaking lower. And then what I'm going to get at here, to answer your question a little bit better maybe, is that tomorrow's Micron. So Thursday, what day is today? Wednesday, yeah. So, you're going to get earnings in the space here. So if this is going to continue down, you'd really like to not see it take out that past high, like the levels that it just dropped out from. So, I mean, whether or not this takes out 86 or 87, to me, that would determine if this was a continuation move down or just a pullback. Like, you could go long here at 80 for sure. But if you don't start to tick up back up here to 84, 85, you have to have some outs somewhere. So I would say you try to look at like an average daily move here for AMD. If that's going to be 3 or 4% over the last little while, if this ticks down another 3% today, then I would say, yeah, you probably have a continuation move. But if it hangs around this price, like goes to 79, doesn't break, hangs out a little bit, then you could maybe say, hey, maybe it's just a pullback and we do get that bounce back. But for me, it's very tough to buy these bottoms because I'd almost rather play, and that's why we have the 50 period here. I'd almost rather wait for AMD to break back up. But someone also said, is this a good time to average into some positions? And I think yes. If you do have any capital left, some of these prices are just so low now that if you like the name and you like the story there, then I don't think there's anything wrong with dollar cost averaging. And I mean, that's my strategy. Like I said, I'm down a lot over the last year or so from not selling some of those tops. But at the same time, I feel like there is some good opportunities here to buy. And if you do have a 5 or 10 year outlook, which obviously I do, even more than that, I'm talking about long-term accounts, then I feel like some of these prices are half decent. But I mean, I just said the next shoe to drop is earnings, right? Like AMD right now is still what we looked at it yesterday. Wasn't it still 25 or something?
It's not that
on the
it's
PE.
Not that
oh no,
cheap.
okay, no, that's actually 16. Okay, there was something we looked at yesterday that I was like amazed at what its PE was. Forget about P's there. You can look at forward PE when companies guide that actually make money. So I think that's 16. I wonder if there's a website that any of you guys know, and maybe FinViz is that. Maybe it was AMD or NVIDIA. NVIDIA is still 25, so maybe that's what we looked at. Where you could see the historical PEs of these companies. If there is one, tweet it at me or put it in the chat, because I really feel like some of these names, especially like what happened yesterday to Nike, and again, I don't work for FinViz, we're not affiliated with it, so I don't know how often they upgrade these things, but like even 23, I think it was Nike yesterday too that we talked about when they got killed yesterday, that they still had a relatively high PE, but historically, this is pretty low for Nike. Yeah. So that's...
You know the trouble with historical PE? Is like in some ways you almost want to adjust it for like the cycle that you're in. So when you look at let's just say like 15 is a bottom on Nike.
Right.
Like when it was at 15, like what kind of cycle were you in for the Fed? Like what were interest rates at that time? Like what was their balance sheet looking like? Because that can be a pretty big thing. Because we're in a very vastly different in market where they're starting to peel back, but still an elevated balance sheet and still relatively cheap money out there. So it can be a little bit deceiving when you're looking at those, because especially when if the bulk of that that support at like 15 or whatever it might be was just back in like the mid 80s or something, which is an extreme period. So it makes it tricky to adjust for, but it's certainly. There's got to be a set out there somewhere. I'm confident that you guys are going to be able to tell us and find those nice little pretty charts there, Brendo.
All right, Fed Chair Powell on the stage currently, so we're just monitoring what is happening on this ECB forum. In the meantime, let's get Arun in here and get a check of the overall market. Brought to you by the Small Exchange. Once again, guys, make sure you sign up today at thesmallexchange.com. What do we need to know today, Arun?
Well, I mean, we're coming to the end of the quarter, the end of the month. That's tomorrow. So the activity should pick up. I mean, we got some activity. We got a lot of activity yesterday, and it took out the one support level that we were watching, which was 38.70, right? So we got that taken out. That opens up the door now for this market to actually play with wider ranges, which allows for more volatility. So the upper end now is going to be that same support level that was there yesterday. We're going to use that as a resistance level. It's going to be a wide range. So if this market were to rally, we're going to look at some fades there. Up north of, I'm looking north of 38.85, going on up all the way up to 39.25. So that's a wide range. It's about 40 points. I'm willing to open that up to maybe 50 points if necessary. So that's going to be the top end range, right? We're going to use that previous support as a resistance on a fade if we get that move all the way up from where we are right now. If we were to continue to the downside, I'm looking to see what we've got below the low. The low seems to be around 38. 12, maybe 13 overnight. So if we can actually just get a little bit closer to that 10 mark and just show me what we've got below. We did the same thing yesterday with the 50s. I want to see what's got just above 50. We never got there. Today, if we can just get just below 38.10 and show me see what we've got in terms of stops, in terms of action. If we fail to break the low, I'm going to look for some longs here with a stop of 37.70. So it's going to be another wide stop depending on whether we actually get a failed move below 38.10. If we get a move below 38.10 and we actually stay well and we trade well with some more sell side action, I think you back off the idea of a long and you just wait for this market to play into the range, play into the support levels and areas, 3,800's right there, and let it base out, and then you can catch a bid. So we've got that bottom end support, we've got that top end support all the way up. That's about 50 points away from where we are right now. So wide ranges, and it shouldn't be surprising given that we are going to the quarter end, we are going to the month end, we're going into a long weekend in a couple of days. So it's going to be a lot of activity in the next couple of days here. So it should be a fun one to trade there, Brennan.
Right, thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Just listening to, anyways, in my ear, this ECB Central Bank Forum ongoing right now. So all of these central bank heads are on stage together. So it's not necessarily, it looks like anyways, it's not necessarily Fed Chair Powell that's just going to be the main speaker here. They're all kind of speaking together. So I'll let you know if anything significant comes along. But let's jump into everything else you need to know this morning. Make sure you grab the watch list, guys, so you can follow along from 9 to 9:30. We go through everything you need to know every single day before the market opens. Absolutely free for you every single day. NIO, Grizzly Research. Mentioned this, I think it was just after the open or shortly after the open yesterday. This came out. This short report, it's all over the internet if you want to have a read through it. Very easy to find. Grizzly Research on NIO. Not good things to say about their battery arrangement.
No, not at all. And look, if you're interested in reading it, it's pretty easy to find it if you'd like to. Essentially involves the company that they sell the batteries to, so that that company then can license, lease them out, and then essentially alleging that they're inflating profits by pulling forward those sales. They own a piece of that company. Why would you spin it off, that part of the business, if you could just sell the subscriptions yourself? And the other part of that is they're also claiming that company is over-ordering. So therefore, they're meeting earnings expectations or exceeding earnings expectations because that company is just buying a bunch of inventory they don't need to support the demand for the subscriptions. We don't know if any of that's true. And anybody can determine your own and just sort of look at it on the surface without looking in the books. And I forget the name of the company. It's Wuhan something. But as far as I'm concerned, I just care about trading the price action. We have an obvious level. I don't want to say an obvious level, but we have this gap that got filled to the upside at about 21 or so. And then you gap right down with that same level of resistance. So I kind of look at this and say to myself, that's a good line in the sand or area of concern for resistance. You get above that, we've seen this before, the day of a short seller report or the day after, a lot of times you can catch a bid. We've been there. Usually you're short before you put this report out. So my guess is these guys are already in the money when they release this. And then if you get past that 21 with any gusto, I think you got to look back to 22.5, which means I wouldn't want to be holding this all the way for that dollar. I think I give it to the quarters. I didn't get a fill. It was trading above 21 a bit, and I wanted to see if it would get to those quarters. But I think you give it to quarters and then try and re-engage at 22 to 22.5. If you're invested in the stock, then I suggest reading the report and then make your own judgment on what you actually think of the veracity of it. But it's kind of one of those things that's hard to prove one way or the other. But it's a relatively simple concept that they were talking about.
Look, we've talked about NIO here. I didn't read the report. 21 short right there. Pretty easy play there. We got some out at 77 or 78, I think it was 78, down there for NIO. I saw the headlines of the report, didn't read it. And I just think when there's smoke, there's fire. So let's just see where NIO goes. It could be wrong on that report, so we'll see what it does around $22. I don't want to be short everything into a market that may rip. I just want to show everybody, now we're above the 50 period here, which is not good. I'm holding 3 shorts. I don't like to do that. They're all in the money, so it's fine. But the market is starting to go back to the upside right now. So that is something to be a little bit concerned with there as we drop down to 2078. We just took some out there. So we'll wait to see where we go. We are waiting on the bid for Upstart. That's still 30 cents in the money and not really doing anything. The funny thing about Upstart is I don't know if it's coiling up to make a nasty move here, but this has just been really strange. It's really not moving at all here in the pre-market. So that 31.60, I do have a bid there. If it comes down, which I think it will off the open, it should spike down a little bit there, I would think. And if it does do that, then we're there to pick some up just at that bottom. So we'll take about 60 cents on the first load there, and then we'll wait to see after that. But Upstart's bottom 25 and maybe even 30 and lower than that as we go. So 31. We're right there right now. So just watch out to see where Upstart goes. And then AMD with Fed Chair Powell speaking, I guess. I don't know if he's off. It's not on CNBC right now. Brennan will keep us in touch with that, but that's dancing around as well. That just went to 79.70 on that one. So like I said, see, there it is, now back down to 73. So liquidity is kind of tight here on the pre-market as we only have 15 minutes to go. I am bidding AMD down at 79.50. If we can catch that trade, we'll do that. We'll catch another upstart trade, hopefully, and then we'll still be in NEO as well. So I'm 3 short, if you can tell which way I think the market's going to be going here. But remember, all these names that I'm short do have the ability to pop up. Upstart, obviously, on a short squeeze. NEO's been so strong lately, and also could be a false. I don't know. We'll see. They've come out and defended some of those claims, like Neil was mentioning there. And then AMD's at a key level of $80. So all these names could tip one way or the other. The name I like long is Meta down there at 160. So we'll see about that. And then obviously we'll look at Shopify as well off the split.
Chipmakers next on the list there. Let's talk about this group because it was among the leaders to the downside yesterday. If you look at these daily candles, pretty ugly. Huge reversals, in fact, from 88.90 all the way back down to bottom end of the range here for all of these on a daily time frame. So Micron coming up on Thursday as well after the close with earnings. Not good if you are trying to be long tech here.
No, not good at all. And obviously, look, AMD, we've been talking about these shelves, and when they break, they're just events that you want to be involved in a bear market, right? So AMD below 80, that's a level we were looking at for a while now, so you got to have that trade. And sometimes it runs the risk of running you over, because if that level gets supported and traps a bunch of shorts down there, right? That's a lot of people that might have to cover at the open. That's the downside risk. Now, Micron hasn't reported yet, and they're not near their lows. But remember when Micron had the same kind of break? Well, maybe you guys don't, but if you're new to the show, Micron did the same thing that AMD's doing already back at 65, and then gapped below 60. So those are fantastic short opportunities. That may make it a little bit different today going into those earnings, but I would lean into this saying, okay, that previous 60 level, in the event that the market rallies, like AMD short here, fine. But in the event that we do get that bounce, and Arun talking about the support on the ES there, 3,800 down to 37.7, if that level holds, and Micron, I see Micron at $60, I look at the rejection yesterday on that breakout, double top rejection of a 60 break on Micron. Earnings, risk as well with the inflation talk. Micron's a very cyclical company relative to the other chip names. So I think that it does, it can look pretty bad if we actually are in a recession, obviously. But then you look at the gap and what's happened since it broke that level at 65. It's huge resistance on Micron. So I could be out and have lost on a short of AMD. And if I see Micron at $60, I'll probably jump into that thing. It's not going to happen here. That's in the event that the market does get a bit of a rally at the open. But yeah, AMD through 80. Micron as well. If you're looking at NVIDIA, which is another popular name here, it didn't set up quite nearly, it didn't set up quite nearly as nicely as AMD, where you're breaking that floor. And NVIDIA is essentially still in front of that 150 level, which makes it really difficult to short this one. If we get to 150, that's $8 down from here. If anything, that's one heck of a bad day for that to happen. If anything, I'm probably going to be on the bid of NVIDIA if it got to that 150 level. So it's not breaking down on the daily just yet. It still has some support left.
Just listening to Fed Chair Powell speaking currently, just saying everything that we've already heard before. Trying to control some of the supply-demand offset right now by raising rates, hoping the overall effect will stay positive. Shopify, we mentioned briefly earlier, if you haven't looked yet, is under $35. Yeah, $35 this morning after the 10-for-1 split comes into effect. But not terribly exciting here for Shop so far.
Yeah, the volume's still pretty weak on Shopify. The only thing I'll point out is that now that 35 level now, which is obviously $350 if you're looking at some old charts that aren't split adjusted. Kind of easy to do the math when it's 10 to 1. That looks more interesting now than it did before because you're essentially on zero volume. I see stacked offers every 10 cents. There's like 5,000 share orders just sitting there. 70s, there's an NYB. In front of 80s, there's about 15, 20,000 shares there. In front of 90s, about another 20,000. So and then stacked up to about that 35 level. So that could be something to watch at the open. I like 37.50 better because, and I'll do the whole not split adjusted thing by just pulling the chart over. I just look at what happened yesterday. Like if I know what price at which, I know what price at which I would be an obvious, I think we turn around. And that's if it got anywhere near that 37.50. Light level there at probably $36 to $36.50, which could come into play a little bit sooner if we get an update in the market. I just sort of feel like that's going to be low-hanging fruit, but no volume right now. Pretty boring relative to what we saw on Amazon, which on Amazon split day, you were basically trading nothing else for the first hour. From when we came on to about 10 o'clock, Amazon was the only thing that you wanted to trade. That's not going to be the case here with Shopify.
A piece out there on Upstart. We talked about getting out there and that it would flush a little bit off open, and so that's exactly what happened. Remember I was talking about there that we had this range. It was kind of barcoding there. There's the breakdown. So there's my out. That's enough for me. We'll hold the rest, man. That's 46 cents right there for the victory. So we'll go, yeah, buddy, on that one. And we'll get going on that. So 31.60, 46 cents already taken out for Upstart. So that's that trade now. AMD, we could have taken the profit in NEO the same way. I'm gonna wait for Shopify to do something. I don't really. For me, it's not really a big thing here to trade that today. The split, it is what it is. I'll look at it. I'll see how it trades. We saw Amazon. We talked about that off the split as well, how that traded. And we'll see if it continues to fall down there for Shopify. But here's a firm again, down to $19. Like you want to talk about some names that, continuation versus, like here you have 50 period, 50 period, 50 period, 50 period again at $25. And now you're starting to make new lows one more time here. Possibly new lows. I don't know if we're going to hit that. That's $15. I mean, you're still a ways away from there, but a firm down today, 3.36%. Reminding me of look at PayPal. That's same kind of thing here on a daily chart for PayPal and for Square and for all of these names where you get a little bit of a bounce back up, 50 period there and again there, and then it tried to go, and now you're right back. Oh, God. 70 break could be bad for PayPal. And then Square. The only reason I'm just looking at this because I'm in Upstart. I'm in PayPal's at those bottoms, and the same thing here for Square as well. As actually, Square's actually nicely upside there from its bottoms, but that very bottom was, wow, $56, unbelievable. Once it broke that 80 shelf, there was a little bit of a problem. Touchdown to 66, made its way back to 72. We'll see about Square today. That actually looks a little bit better than most at $65, not really near its bottoms, but PayPal, Upstart, definitely struggling today. Did we just get out of more NEO? No, we did not, although NEO, it's not at 2050, it's downside. Quick check on the imbalances. I don't have CCL short, but that's the number one name there. Well, I mean, I'm in NEO, so CCL is the one I don't have. I know NEO's in it. Nike there with a little bit of a buyback today. We'll see if that, not a share buyback, but maybe they're buying the stock back a little bit, as that's positive here today off a nasty day yesterday for Nike. We talked about that 107 or 106 break, and that happened, and you closed at 102 yesterday. So Nike obviously on a way back in. This is a name that, yesterday was pretty, I can't believe we were short and then got taken out and actually went long and then had to deal with it and tried to go long again as it just collapsed all day. And we had the short on this name and it just got taken out. For some strange reason, Nike blew up there. And that's what can happen on earnings. So I'm very, very careful when plays come out for earnings, because we were dead right on Nike shorting. How are we wrong when we're shorting 111? I mean, it rips to 114 and then closes the day at 102. That's a 13% move from 9, in Nike, a 13% move from 9:30 to 4 o'clock there yesterday. So no surprise why this name may be getting bought up. If you were looking to short this, I think you can get it at this 104 and then watch out for this 105.50 area for Nike. Okay, now AMD's finally starting to go down. I do have more shares on this name because I've averaged into it there. So let's see. Here comes AMD right back at that bottom. Maybe we do take a piece out. Where am I bidding again? I'm bidding 50s. So here it comes in, man. With only a few minutes left. Let's see where AMD goes. These imbalances are going to come out at 350, at 925 for the NASDAQ. So let's just hold AMD a little bit tight here. It's down to 66, putting us 20 cents in the money. Let's see if we can get a little lower. I'm bidding 79.50, but we are at the bottom of the range here.
The language that Powell is using is continuing to kind of go in the direction of more and more challenging, guys. On a soft landing, he's now saying it is possible, but will be quite challenging. So a bit of a downtick there on the market on that. But overall, still positive on the day. Let's talk about BBBY, lowest level since May of 2020 here in the pre-market for Bed Bath & Beyond. I mean, the report was terrible. The numbers were terrible. Forecast, not good. CEO resigns. Not much else you could possibly do on the downside, I think.
Not really. I mean, Cohen came in and was like, is an activist there and trying to shake things up. And now you finally actually see some major changes at the executive level. But I mean, look, this thing is now gapping down a monster level at $6. So you can go back to 2020. I mean, I'm not going to bother zooming back that far. It's been pretty ugly. But $6 gap down. It's now SSR, so if it does go further, like if you see $5 on the bid, you're going to need an uptick to hit that bid to go short. If we get back up to 6, the thing that concerns me here, because usually you just say short this in front of $6. But the reason why I would not get stubborn if this pops is you've already made on the release pre-market low of 540. It is not retaken that low. Every single time I've seen a high shorted name down more than 10% on earnings, and this is a 30% short interest, when it doesn't, if it doesn't break the low at the open, it squeezes. And it squeezes pretty heavily because people that have been sitting in the short that are not that deep in the money, like 560 down to 540, all of a sudden it gets to $6 where resistance is, and they're dug in. So even though you might have a good price on a pop, there's just so many people getting stopped out that you have to let it settle down. That's my concern with that. And quickly, only because the CCL didn't make our watch list, it was Morgan Stanley that essentially was saying that demand concerns could have this stock ending up at 0. Which is good for NCLH, obviously. But yeah, so CCL didn't quite make our watch list. I have been sitting in this one essentially when it consolidated around here, just below 950. I like this back to 965 here, just sort of looking at a nice little pivot point and where it had support a couple of days ago. If it breaks that, I don't want to be involved in it again until $10. $10 is a level I like much better. Down here, I want to give this short about 25 points. I think we could see $9 if we get a market flush on Carnival.
Okay, so another alert there. We did take a piece out at 65 there for 20 cents on AMD. So you'll see me in the money on that trade, obviously, as things are starting to crank lower. There goes Upstart breaking through now at the 50s. NEO breaking lower as well into the 70s. The NASDAQ imbalances just came out, so we'll have a quick look at that. Again, look at Robinhood, man. I had that little rant on Robinhood, and I actually tweeted it out yesterday, and I said Robinhood's going lower. That was when it was like at 920, 930. So, Robinhood is going lower right there, and that was off yesterday. We talked about this, shorting it right here, 925. Yeah, that's what it was, 925. So a nice little move down to 850 there on a sell imbalance for Robinhood. So yeah, these stocks continue to be hit hard here. Robinhood gonna have to pay for shorts. Bye AMD. Now you're at that 79.50 level. So yes, sir, there it is, man. Hitting slap shot. Shout out to the Colorado Avalanche. That's been a good one, but we're dancing it off already here in this day. So let's go. Nice little moves today. Downside for us. We are short AMD. We talked about that through 80. It's Sticky Note Nation, man. I mean, everything is on here. If you go to @TraderTV Sean, you'll see the garden, and then you'll see right here NEO. I gave you all these prices. We're in all these prices. Take short in pre-market right here, NEO. Take the 80 break on AMD. That's exactly what we have. 50 cents in the money. Take the Upstart. We're short in the pre-market. We talked about that. And the one name that we didn't really look at yet here was Coinbase. So we can just look at that. That's bouncing around $50 now. If the BTC takes it out, which it's looking like it might want to here on a 1-minute chart, only 2 minutes left here for Bitcoin. It did breach temporarily last night, 19,850, but right now you are just dollars away from taking 20 again. I don't even know if 20 is that key. It looks like this 19,950 for some reason. He's bounced off there a couple times. I mean, we just broke it again right now, so I don't know. This 20,000 doesn't seem to matter that much. We'll wait to see if it takes down these day lows of 19.8 here on BTC, and there goes one more time, man. I guess it's not actually moving. It's just the bid and the ask is moving around a bit here for AMD with a spread of 40 cents here for AMD. We got to be careful. So let's watch out, man. Only 2 minutes to go. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day, man. By the way, cranked it to the downside. There goes Upstart, man. Yeah, buddy. Let's see where this one goes. But right now, 80 cents in the money on Upstart, 40 cents in the money on AMD, and 40 cents in the money on NEO. I like Bear, Sean. What about you, Brendan?
Always. Minute here, guys. Tony on standby for the bell. Here we go. TRVI, positive data on one of their trials out this morning. $2.75, $3 on the daily chart. Really all you need to know. This is already broken, in my opinion. Any uptick will be worth a visit on the short side for TRVI, guys.
Yeah, and just to go back to a couple of small cap names, so I did get a reload on CanF, played it from 105 up to 115. I'm reloading at 105. It gets through $1. I am out of this. They got positive top line on a phase 3 drug I'm not going to be able to pronounce, unfortunately, for you guys. With about a minute to go here, don't want to lose sight of Affirm. It's back up toward that $20 level. If this doesn't take out the high at the open, I want to be shorting off that pre-market top there, guys. So one name that I do not want to forget about today, we mentioned CCL already, but AGRX, one from yesterday, I just want to have a quick look at it. It did support $2. That was the big level we were watching in yesterday's action. It was a great long. My trades aren't showing up there, but $2 was a great support level, especially in the midday. If it can hold this 195 throughout the first 15, 20 minutes at the open, this could be another runner here. Just watch out. That 280 was an absolute wall. It couldn't get through that price. I think you want to be a seller in front of that. Tony did a fantastic job filling in yesterday, doing a great job in the afternoon show. It was a heck of a lot of fun. He's on the bell here on Hump Day after we got that not so great GDP number, and we're here to ring that bell. Let's see if we can have a turnaround. Feels like the market wants to go the other way, though.
Someone just gifted 20 memberships. So thank you so much to True Trading Group. Just gifted 20 memberships. Thank you so much for that, and everyone's taking those right there. Yeah, let's go. Ring that bell, buddy. All right. Market open and AMD tanking. We just got 79.30 on that one. Thank you so much for that gift, man. That was very, very nice of you to do that. There goes AMD down to 79, man. Yes, sir. Good trade for me, man. Maybe we'll take $1 if we can. We still have shares on. So AMD with the move downside here.
Yeah, we're loving it. And look, the market actually coming a little bit to the upside, trying to retest. The first thing I look at is where is my Affirm going to be going? Well, it's not my Affirm. Where is Affirm going to be going? So it's still below that 20. Going to pop on the offer there, see if we can't pick some up. I think we mentioned, well, you might have mentioned Coinbase. Yep. It's right at that 50 level. Got to 50 just now, but no break of 50 on Coinbase. So for now, Coinbase seems like it's trying to bounce off of that level. But that's, I don't know, if this market goes down, I mean, at some point it's going to take it.
All right. Yeah, look at, Upstart right now is starting to go back up. So I heard people in the background talking about this. We kind of knew this was going to happen. So we did predict this. I don't know where my offer is now. Oh, 33.50. So it actually missed us at 33. So that one's there. Look at AMD. Yeah, buddy, man. All the way down to 79. It's Hot Dog Nation time again today as these winners are just pumping through here. Nice little move to the downside there. But yeah, Upstart, let's reload this a little bit here at 33. There's another 20 memberships. What is going on here? You are just gifting everything today. This is like
Mike did it earlier, and I was like, wow,
this is like cool. 60 memberships this guy did already. So thank you so much for True Trading Group. What's up, man? I don't even know what that means. Maybe we have to investigate what that's all about.
No, Mike Cream was actually mentioning that you can pay for someone's membership.
Yes, I know, but why is he doing that?
Because our community is amazing. I think that's
thank you so much. That's amazing.
I just found out, by the way, that we don't have locates on Coinbase. We have to pay for locates on Coinbase today. So I didn't get that break of 50. Hopefully somebody got it because it did just flush. Bed Bath & Beyond gone. I mean, we're now looking at 79 even on AMD. You've got to hold these to the downside. Bed Bath & Beyond bounced off $5. That's getting absolutely crushed. I mean, the market just dying here. Hold on to your shorts. Low day break on Affirm just now, so I didn't even get the 20s. Low day break on Affirm.
Yeah, Bart Simpson, hold on to your shorts right now, guys. AMD is $1.25 in the money right now. So we can, whatever. It is part of my contract, so I'm going to do it here again for you because we just got to spin this. It is just a downside move. Absolutely cranking lower here. AMD, the only thing that's not going, guys, is end of the I to the O right here. NEO going back to the upside. They're saying no to that short seller report. So maybe more work has to be done here on NEO, but it is starting to go back down into the up to the upside here. NIO. Let's reload this if we get closer to 22, guys.
I mean, look, the other thing you should be doing, remember, we're still in that first 5 minutes of the open. Taking profits makes sense. If you want to stack some cash, you got to pay yourself a little bit. There was a pop, and I missed a pop in fade on CCL as I was trying to get Coinbase and Affirm shorts. I got Affirm, but it just got pre-market lows on CCL. I'm going to start taking profit all the way down to 9 even. The only longs you'll see on the board are small caps. Remember, these are a different ball game. They don't care what the market, hopefully they don't care what the market is doing. But CanF just bounced once again up toward that 115 area. So buying in front of 1, 5s and 6s, selling in front of 115. Everything else is dying here.
Yeah, dying of slow death, it seems like right
Well,
now,
not that
this
slow.
market, man. Like, wow. Yeah, some big time moves happening here today. So AMD, let's just capture some of this again. I mean, we are to the downside here. We'll put a bid at 61 and see if we, there we go. I mean, that was easy. See if we got that. So there it is right there. Look at this move on AMD, man. A big name on the sticky note today was AMD. We're going to have to look at NIO, though, because for some reason this name continues to pop upside as the market is getting cranked lower. So I don't know. Maybe we'll just hold out. Yeah, maybe we'll just hold out on this one. I don't know.
It did what I kind of was cautious about with NIO was I wanted to see it trade above 21 because the short seller report, a lot of times the day after, it's just like they've dug in and it's how they want to cover. So that just happened, and then we just got through that quarter mark that I was concerned about. So at that 225, I failed 220. I got me into the short, and now it wants to hold above 225. Right. So I'm actually going to get out of this one. I was looking for a fail at that 2120 level, and then you could get that short. It seems like you're going to get some short covering, and then you got to zoom back out and say, where do I want to re-engage this? 22 is the level. So if I get shaken out and that's going to be one that looks bad, I don't mind it because I've seen that party before. AMD, just to go back over to this, I mean, I don't have any Micron. We said we wait on that. This gets down to about 77.50. And I got to start thinking about where I need to be taking this one. As weak as it is, these can't go down forever. And we just hit 3,800. Remember, we still have support on the ES below 3,800. And we saw that hold yesterday. Affirm, I had to chase the pre-market bottom. I've taken some out already. CCL, we've also taken some profit on, as I mentioned, on the bid again here at 925. Carnival's gone SSR, means it's short sell restricted. That simply means you need an uptick if you want to buy shares. If you want to sell shares off of that bid. So the uptick rule now going to be in effect for today and I guess tomorrow as well. What's that other one I'm long? It's Endo Pharmaceutical. Endo has bounced off this 65 level. I was distracted. That's why I didn't get any more shares. That's kind of stupid. So 65 was my support. We did take a bunch of profit out in front of 74, but I'm reloaded off that 65 level now. So I'm back into Endo, distracted by some of these shorts. The only two things we're going to go long are these small caps. If you see something that's strong, let me know because everything is. I mean, Tesla 680, that didn't take very long.
No, that didn't take very long.
In the afternoon show, one of the things someone asked us about Tesla puts, I was like, well, we didn't get to 680 as weak as it was. I think felt like we're just going to go there. I didn't think we'd be there at 936, but here we are.
Wow. Okay. We did reload. Yeah, we did. This is a yucky day, that's for sure. We did reload our NIO there, so we'll see where this wants to play through. But NIO right now is reloaded to that upside here. And if it takes, remember what I'm looking at here, guys. Like I'm trying to figure out where we're going on NIO. So up to 22. We are short now in the money now at 30. So here we go back into the downside. So far so good here on NIO on that reload short. I'm actually bidding 15s. Oh, it went to 18s there? That's pretty dirty, dude. All right, let's bid some 21s. It went down. We were 3 pennies away from getting a nice little take there on NIO, but we are short this name. It could rally back, so be very, very careful. Great move for AMD, man. That is now down to $77, man. I mean, as this one continues to make a move lower, we're sitting here and just watching this. Our best out was 78.60 so far, but we still do have a piece on board here for NIO, for AMD to watch out for that one. Upstart is cranking now as well as that one. We averaged into that trade here. Upstart, what are we short at? 33.28. So let's see, can we get some bids in the middle here? There it is. We just took an 80 out as we got some, and now we're trying to get a little bit lower here for Upstart. Yes, sir. Yes! What a great trade that was too on that reload of Upstart there at 33.50. So let's just keep this party going, man. We are monstrous one more time today, man. Thanks for all the love. Yeah, I know I wasn't here yesterday in the afternoon, but we're here now. And it's just crank city for us now. That sucks about AMD or about NIO because we were right there. I was bidding 15s. We should have took that profit because our short was 31. Now NIO is starting to go back up to the upside here.
Yeah, and Endo tanked through that 65. I'll quickly show you guys the stop out. Hard stop in that case at 65 even. Once it broke support, there's no chance I wanted to grab it. It did try to bounce off that twice, got me back into some shares at 67, but I'll take the 2-cent hit and run away whenever you break down. Now down 10%. I heard someone just say, I saw someone just say heard. AGRX. Yeah, apparently, I don't know if there was an offering on this, but this just absolutely tanked. No support at that $2 level. That just broke right through. I have no idea if an offering just came through. I wasn't really watching. NEO looks like it might be churning up toward that 22 level. So this is what I'm looking for. Can we actually get to 22? That can be a level for me to reload. BB, Bed Bath & Beyond, has bounced off $5. Not much of a relief rally, so this isn't squeezing at all. I might join the party on this one if it gets to like 540, back into 550, and look for that short. As I mentioned on Coinbase, we didn't have the locates on Coinbase. It's now back to $50. Looks like this could be an entry point. Did I process? Thank you very much, Brandon, for grabbing those shorts for me. I could have processed myself, but a little bit busy. So thanks, Brandon, there. But now back in at 50. But this is not on the breakdown. That was a free dollar it gave you. I'm taking this on the way back. Not always is good, but I wanted Coinbase 50. Brendan?
Little one, guys, moving right now, and nothing on AGRX, no news anyways. HTGM just popping up here. Significant volume through $1, significant volume up there at 120. No big time news on this. It did pop up yesterday as well, but 35% here. HTGM on the move.
Okay, HTGM. We took another piece out here on Upstart there. That is strange that we had to process those for Coinbase. Yeah, always a story there when we don't have the shortable shares. So be very, very careful with that. Some of these plays you can get a little carried away with because we don't have the shortable shares, right? And so that could be like an indication for sure that maybe something is up there with Coinbase if we can't short them and have to pay. It's been a long time for that one.
Ever.
Yeah. I mean, probably. Yeah, there probably was a day, but yeah, it hasn't been in a long time, that's for sure. Coinbase shortable shares. But Upstart right there, we did have to pay for these shares as well. So Upstart right now trying to make that move one more time as well for Upstart. But we have this short, man. I mean, we're now in the money 71 cents on this name. And we are in the money $2 on AMD as well.
CCL's at 9.
And CCL, yeah, you still have that one as well?
I still have CCL. I'm going to try and ring the register. We could just ring the register 49.50 on some Coinbase there, guys. So that's starting to pay off. CCL down at 9.10, and there was so many names that were under pressure today. You had to really pick your poison because everything looks so bloody weak. And I don't know if it's going to zero. That's just what Morgan Stanley was speculating about. I'll see if we can break $9 here today. Going to hang on to at least a piece of some of these. Oh, give me a break. I actually accidentally got in the long reversal there, but $9 on a break. You cannot hit that level because it's short sell restricted. But much like Coinbase, you got to at least try. Brendan?
Somebody knew something, guys. As I was saying on AGRX, wasn't anything until I finished saying that, and then this popped up. So there you go. 15.7 million shares of common stock for AGRX.
Yeah, okay. These, you're going to come out with an offering at that time of day?
Whatever, man.
Get that out of here, man.
These aren't even real stocks.
It's dirty as hell. We always say this. That's why you take profit in these and swing them. Everyone's always asked, do you swing this thing? I'm like, well, it looks like it could break out or have a day 2 move, but you always have the risk. Always check to make sure, whether these guys have a shelf or anything like that can come out there. Because obviously you're just gonna pull some obvious levels. And by the way, I remember when you were going over PayPal 70.
Yes.
PayPal on the daily chart. Remember that floor? $70. I totally forgot about it. Brand, I know he's hollering at it, caught that one. This is why you guys should be hitting the like on this show, because we were just going over our pre-market preparation, and PayPal had this huge level on the daily chart that we're all just watching, and there was a chance to catch that break. You're already seeing it happen with Coinbase at 50, with AMD at $80. These are the opportunities that are out there for you guys, and we're just here to show you guys what we're seeing, and it's all free. All we ask, hit the like, hit the subscribe. If you hate what happened in AGRX, hit the like as well, because I think it's kind of stupid.
I mean, yeah, if you're not hitting the like, first of all, thank you for all the nice comments about all the content that I'm giving for free every day, that we all are. NEO 22, we'll wait for that one, but AMD, we were short in the pre-market. Upstart, we're short in the pre-market. Coinbase, we don't have that trade on, but AMD is really the winner here today for us. As and again, thank you for all those gifted. What is going on here with these memberships? We need I guess I got to get Liz to look into this, but thank you so much. How many memberships is this guy gifted here today? Thank you so much for the True Trading Group. Wow, absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for that. We definitely need to look into that because that's amazing. Thank you so much. Let me know. Send me a message, True Trading Group, and I'm going to send you a hoodie for sure for that one. So send me a message on Twitter and or Instagram, or do Twitter. It's better. I'll be able to see you a little bit better on that one. So please, thank you so much. That's so kind of you to do that. that. Upstart is bouncing back upside a little bit here. NIO, we're still going to wait for 22. It looks like that's coming a little faster than we thought. But again, you know, we're down as much on NEO here. Actually, we're up much more now on Upstart than we are on NEO, just in the current position. And there goes AMD all the way to the downside as well. So let's go here for Upstart. Nice little downside move.
And another one that we're into the short side here, $19 on the bid of Affirm. So much like some of these others, I want to see if we can hold through. Now the futures is hitting that 3,800 mark, so I want to see if we can hold through this. And if it breaks 19, there's just so much downside. I threw out 15, and when I said that, just a clarification, when I said 15 on Affirm, I didn't mean today. I kind of felt like below this $20 level, you're on the route to $15. That could be weeks or it could be a week before we see it. But certainly $19, there's room to 18 on this puppy if it heads even further down. Coinbase heading toward its low of the day. So the 50 break gave you 49 the first time. It's trying to give you 49 the second time here. But again, catching a little bit of a bounce as the market is trying to check up. I'm looking for something which is relatively strong. Meta was.
Yeah, I like Meta.
And it was at the high. So if you're looking for something to defend that, unless you want to buy the futures at 3,800, if you're looking for something to defend, Meta is still green on the day and in front of a 160 bottom. I'm not saying you got to go long here, but it's about the only thing I see that looks relatively strong. Occidental, whoops, Oxy is a New York stock. Oxy, which, for all the world was super strong yesterday, forget about it. We just absolutely plunging into 61. I like a 60 level on Oxy. For a buy, I'd feel a little bit more confident at that price. But yeah, even Oxy turned red pretty quick.
Yeah, oil only up 1.3% here. You can't see oil, but it's on the bottom screen here. For me, if you don't have, yeah, there it is right there. So thanks, Lucas, for that one. I don't know if it's a good thing or not, but I'm channeling some little bit of holding here as AMD right now is $3 in the money on the downside. So, this trade seems to be printing out for me pretty good here. So we're just going to hold on to some of these shorts, man, and just love life as we go here. So, yeah, so far so good here today. Wow, what a monster day for me. And I hope it's just as good for you guys. We took another piece of Upstart out right there as well. So, yeah, man, we're really rocking here. What a great day. And I hope you're enjoying it. Thanks for all those memberships, man. That guy has really got me rattled right now, but thank you so much. No, I've never heard of a stock called PLTR, no, Henry. But we will look at that in a minute. But what's up, Brandon?
CEO was on the, yeah.
It was a new contract for them today as well, but wasn't doing much. Here, PayPal, however, is doing a lot. Day lows, guys, for PayPal, down almost 3%. Just saw a note suggesting that Gordon Haskett, activist investor, sniffing around PayPal.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, the other name in there, it's not CCL. NEO, CCL, by the way, got through $9. Was a big bid there. I mean, I'm out of it now. Probably should have held on to it, but that's like any short, man. You could easily just say hold on every short. NEO didn't get to 22, but it did get to 21.70. So it gets that in that last break. I covered that position when it stopped out through that 21.25 area, but now it looks like it wants to join the party, selling off with the rest of the market. I think that's a nice little wick off top. I'm going to like it around that 50 level if I can start working in here and start playing this one to the downside. But, it had to weather a little bit of that storm on NIO as it showed at least some signs of strength. I think a bit of a squeeze. Not a squeeze, a bit of a squeeze, but more like short sellers just taking their profits. Bed Bath & Beyond continues to hold $5, exactly $5, and it keeps bouncing off this level. The longer that happens, at some point, 32% short interest, an 0.1 long or an 0.2 long. I know it sounds crazy, but as a day trader, it's not that bad of an option when you're risking only 5 to 10 cents at worst to try and capture even like 20 or 30 on BBVY. It's getting really close to me liking that trade. Not quite there. You know what? I might just pop on the bid here and take a quick shot at it because the market continuously making lows. The worst stock of them all, fundamentally, is catching a bid.
Sharif loving that one. Bang right there. Look at Meta, man. This is what, how much better do we have to get here on Meta? This was the name that I was like, hey, if we have, even Neil mentioned it. I don't know if you're long there. I know you're doing other names, but yeah, down to 160. Thank you. Come again. We are $1 in the money now on Meta as there rips. Let's go. More than $1 now in the money on Meta as this name is just Rip City now to that north side. Yes, buddy. What kind of this is like, Oh man, like the long-term account is just getting absolutely cranked. But what we are doing here to make up for it on the day trading side of it has been absolutely insane. What another move here to the upside. This is why you got to sort of like have both in your repertoire, right? You want to be able to day trade and sort of hold your long-term account differently than your day trade. Although I wish I have maybe day traded my long-term account a little more successfully, because then I'd be out of a few things here instead of just sitting here waiting. But right now, there goes Meta, man, $1 and change in the money. I see you there. Thank you so much. Again, True Trading Group. Thank you there. I'm just going to keep pointing you out. Another $20. I will check you out after the show there on Twitter. That means a hell of a lot to me, man. So let's figure out what's going on there. But thank you so much for True Trading Group, man. That's again, a great benefit, again, for all the members. Thank you for sponsoring all those memberships. That means a lot to us there. So shout out to you, my friend. And then we come back in for NIO. Look, this has been a little bit of a roller coaster. I'm going to put a bid at 39. Actually, I have too many bids out there. Let's just cancel all my bids here. And just because I have too many bids out. When you do that, then it doesn't let you throw more out. So, all right, let's put out a bid there at 39-ish or so to see if we can't get some outs. Oh, man, I meant to get out there. Went back into the money for me. Neil's the only one that we're struggling with here today. Everything else has just been, I don't have to tell you about it. AMD up 78.20. If we take that out, maybe we can get out, but that's 77.20 looking real good. These futures are now below the 50 period, so I feel pretty confident in holding this.
Yeah, I just got into NIO, guys.
What?
So I talked about it making that curl, not at 22, but at least close enough there at that 21 area. So I'm into NIO to the south side. I'm going to give it to this high of the day, maybe even work into some more shares, just to see if this is actually the flush where it tries to participate. But I want to keep in mind, quickly going to go over, this is what's going on in the NASDAQ. We took out that low, and then you made a big wick bottom there on the NASDAQ. The ES now supporting 3,800. And I'm not saying the market's necessarily going up from here, but finding some pockets of support does make some sense. Taking some profit, if you haven't already done so, on some of your longs is going to make some sense there. And I mentioned Bed Bath & Beyond. Look, if it doesn't break the low, what's it going to do? Right? Like $5 wants to hold on this thing. So I grabbed the long. I actually was able to get 5.10s there, was bidding at 2s and 3s. It's already up to like 5.20. It's just a risk to reward proposition here. I have nothing good to say about the report or the company. It's just a matter of, well, if it doesn't break that low, there's only one thing, only one place for it to go. And at this point, it happens to be a little bit of a relief rally in Bed Bath & Beyond.
Yeah, Bed Bath & Beyond. Okay, yeah, let's just keep this train going here. Meta's $1 in the money right now, so that's going to be a good one for us for sure on Meta. So we're pretty happy with the way that one's looking. AMD. We have a small piece left, but it just sucks that we didn't take as much profit probably as we should have on that trade, right? And so that's kind of sucks for me, but we'll wait to see here on AMD. I wish we would have taken some of those 77s, but again, like beggars, as they say, can't be choosers, but I don't think I'm begging for too much here. Hopefully AMD can get me that trade, and then we'll just move on from that, but that's still one low there. But you know what's making me feel pretty good about this move is Meta. We have 20 times, 10 times the amount of shares that we do on Meta than we do on AMD. That's how light we are there on AMD and as opposed to Meta. So Meta came down to that key level, and we have to take profits at some point. But look where Meta is right now. Like we might have the trade of the day right now just on this name, bouncing off. There we go, taking the piece out. Did we get it? Bang! Yes, we did, man. These are big time trades for me, guys. So I know we don't share our share sizes or anything like that, but just stick with me when I tell you that these are good trades. So right now, Meta, big time movement to the upside, almost $3 in the money on this name. Let's go Meta, baby.
Yeah, it looks like everything that's coming back here is holding some resistance levels. So I'm watching quickly affirm here. That's right back towards that 1950, but still solidly in the money. So you want to see here, is we got to bounce on 3,800. The market found a bit of a bottom. What is still rejecting your entry prices? What is still looking relatively weak? Like what's holding in the money as opposed to coming back on you? Conversely, I go back over to Coinbase, which has come all the way back from 50 and is now retesting that pre-market high. Now, if we get through the pre-market high, there's no way I want to still be holding on to this. But if we can make a curl, it might be a decent place to be able to add to it. Just checking in on Tesla for you guys there. This is back above 680. I'm not saying you've got a wick bottom, but you've found a 670 bottom here. And as you retest that 680 level, which it's doing right now, this is going to be one of those key watershed points overall across the market. Like, can you start to hold above that previous support that just got broken?
Are you long
PayPal
Meta?
will be the same thing as well at that $70 level, guys. That's a big one. Let's see if that can hold up.
Sharif's happy here. He's long the futures, which is a great move. And I was like, you must be long
that
Meta.
3,800.
Yeah, 20. Look at Meta, guys. Meta right now is 270 in the money and doesn't even want to look around at anything different from itself. So a nice little move upside here. Let's just see where we go now on Meta. Hopefully more upside potential here for it, but that's starting to go now as well. So that's going to be a good one. Oh, update alert. We do have an update here on Upstart. It broke 34 and we got out. We're capturing profit on that name. It was a ripper today in this move, so we'll stay short it. Get out at 34, but again, that's a 50-cent hit on the last piece. So again, a good trade for me on UPST. Let's see where we can go from here on that one now. NIO, look at that, man. We did get that dip down in and got a little bit out. We'd like to always get more out than that, but it didn't continue its move down. It's coming back up. I'm going to try to short these 70s. That looks like a decent top. I mean, if we're going to short 70s, why not just short 64s? We'll punch in there. Should have probably waited for 65s, but there we go. Now we averaged into that trade, and we're going to try to give this a little bit of room up to 80, and then we're out at 22 if that doesn't want to go upside. So, or if it doesn't want to come back down. So watch out for 22 break there on NEO. Just like we got out of Upstart, you got to get out of trades at some point. So we are out of UPST now as that breaks above 34. But look at Meta, man. I mean, that 160, I wasn't here yesterday in the close, but like when you call this up and I hear Neil talking like 160, Meta's been strong. It was strong today. The market's weak. Meta's up. That's an absolutely no-brainer long there. If I lose on that trade, that's one where I just be like, okay, I lost. And look where my out was going to be. 45 cents out was my out. We're in the money 345 now. So you want to talk, where's my man there, Prad? You want to talk about risk to reward. How does that sound, man? We're $3.50 in the money off of a 45-cent risk. So far, so good here on Meta as it continues its march higher. And I ain't dumping this stock, man. Let's see how high we can get.
Yeah, I mean, like, it did basically the same kind of concept there on Bed Bath & Beyond off of $5. But look, at some point, I think this is going to turn. I'd be surprised if Bed Bath & Beyond goes to 570, 580. Crazier things can happen on a 32% short interest. And speaking of short squeezes and short interest, AMC I know we've been trading this last couple of days. Apologies for not getting into it today, but huge wick off bottom. This could go green in a matter of minutes here. Well, it just pulled back a little bit, but 1340, which was support previously, looks like it's about to get taken out on AMC. Pretty strong move, and I haven't checked in on GameStop. I think I'll highlight AMC here, but I'm not done with some of these shorts. I mean, Affirm I just reloaded in front of that $20 level, actually better than the $20 level. I just got some 1960s to get my price back into the 50 range. So I want to sit on this one for a while. Yesterday I missed out on Affirm. And when it tries to pop back up, sometimes you want to put that reload. It's a matter of picking what you think will be weak. NEO, we're still in this one after that second entry point. It has not taken out that high of the day yet. So we got out the first time when it broke 22.25. We re-engaged in the short, said we'd wait to see if it can take out that high. Has not done so yet. So back into NIO here. Carnival, which we got all out of in front of $9, has since broken 9, got about 5 cents, and come right back on the bid at 9 even. So Carnival looks like it found support at that even dollar level, but only temporarily because, yep, as I say that, it's already headed back down. So the shorts back into the money here, Affirm back in the money. I took out Coinbase, unfortunately. NEO just barely in the money here, but that's been kind of strong all morning long here. That's the one short. It just hasn't been working out that well. AMD, I'm still in this looking for, I have a trail on AMD here, but I kind of thought 77.50 would be that turn and then canceled my bid when it got down to that price. But if I see that again, I'm going to have to take it out. That 77.50 looked like it was a good target on AMD.
Look, good trade there by Neil holding on to some of those shorts or re-engaging in some of those because just believing in sometimes in your stock is what's going to get you that victory, right? So good call there, victory. Neil. Yeah, victory. But Upstart is not, look, Upstart's a very victorious name, first of all, for me here today, but we did get out of that name. So unfortunately, that does take that level, so I just wanted to say that. Good hold, not for me. But okay, right there though, as you can see, we are still very excited about our shorts, but AMD's took out that 78. Like that should have been a reload if we were paying a little more attention. We were a little too focused on NEO and Upstart and whatnot there. But let's just hold out hope that we can get another play here for AMD if we can get a short into that 78, 79 level. But look at the market though. We kind of are blowing up a little bit here. So I'm a little bit worried on some of these trades. But I mean, I'm not 99 problems. Meta ain't one right now. As you can see where this name continues to go higher, man. $4.50 now in the money. Where was Meta yesterday, I guess, is really the question that we need to be looking at here, because you're coming up, like, are there any key levels? I feel like we just want to let this one ride. So let's do that with Meta here. Let's let it ride a little bit. Who knows where it's going to go? I don't know what this market wants to do today. We always feel like when Fed Powell speaks, sometimes he rescues the market there. So I know that, and again, not to say that this market's rescued by any stretch of the imagination, but we could have a little bit of a bigger day there. I don't think we'll get to 12,000 or anything like that on the futures. That seems a bit crazy, but let's just wait to see how far we do go. We just bounced off 65 there on Meta, so maybe 450 in the money was the key, because that's where it just put us in. So nice trade there. AMD coming back in now, taking down that 78 one more time. So we're just holding on to these shorts, man. I just wish we had held on to Upstart as that name's coming back in. And then the reloaded on NIO seems to be working as well, as that's coming back in here, back into the 50s. We're short NEO though, 21.48. So almost back into the money on NIO here.
So I see this ALNA that everyone's talking about. I'm not really sure what the news is here with it, but we've seen this pattern before. If you have a huge capitulation, which I see at 50 cents, and the 50 period at 50 cents, then your resistance is at 50 cents. It's that simple for me. So from here would have to go another 25% before I would think about shorting. I think there'll be shorts up there as well. So watch out for that. It's up 200%, so it's clearly a big time mover. I just got out of AMD. I talked about that trail on it. 77.50 was a good enough target. I could have got 77s, unfortunately, did not do so. I just got on the bid here at VWAP on a firm. It's trying to catch, as I said that, it's trying to catch a bid at VWAP here, so I just took some out. Just want to see if we're going to continue to pay out on some of these shorts while we're trying to hold them. Bed Bath & Beyond, which I know it's going to seem weird to be long the stock, but it's just $5. It gets back down there. I'm going to look for the short again, the long again at $5, maybe one more time before giving up and just saying that bounce is no longer going to be good. It's just about the risk to reward at that particular price. Nothing more, nothing less. AMC still looking pretty strong. We're going to get to Brendan for happening now, but AMC about to break high of the day and also went green very briefly.
Really?
This is super strong here. I thought maybe you'd be buying dips at VWAP. It might just be a clean breakout style trade here for AMD, maybe a 1350 break, or 1325 entry actually makes some sense. Pre-market highs, 1325. I'll take a shot there, give it to about 13 even. But it is 10 o'clock. We got to get to Brennan to see what is happening now.
Hey guys, brought to you by Glownode. Once again, use a QR code on screen right now. Check them out. We thank Glownode for coming aboard for this week. Here we go. S&P back to flat. It's kind of back and forth we go as these comments can continue to come through from this ECB forum. Again, really nothing that we haven't heard yet or heard before. As you see, the market dead flat. As a result, the Dow trying to lead here, 0.4 to the upside after only 2 stocks on the Dow were positive yesterday at the end of the day. Nike, obviously, not one of those. Big move down yesterday. The Russell here under pressure once again today. The NASDAQ, back and forth we go as well. The composite red, the 100 guys back to the upside at this point. We'll see what happens from here. Back over to you.
Yeah, as long as this market holds above this 50 period, though, on the NASDAQ, I'm just, obviously eyes going everywhere here as we try to find some better plays here. But PayPal broke 70.50, made a new 52-week low there, and now is back to the upside. So PYPL, a name that we could look at here, of holding that 70 basically right there. So that was a low, held it. Now you bounce upside a little bit. So it depends, again, if you're looking for these shorts, if you're looking for the longs, what exactly are you looking for? Because there are plays here. I mean, Neil and I have gone sort of both ways on this. Like my biggest winner of the day, not net-wise, well, actually it is going to be net-wise because I have an unrealized $5 winner right now on Meta, but this name has been great for me on the long. I mean, look at that bottom pick there, long Meta, as here we go again, man.
Neil.
Beautiful upside now for Meta. You're saying Neo? Yeah,
Neo just took the top again.
Yeah, I'm waiting to get short on Neo here because, again, remember, 22 is where I'm concerned with. So we're not quite there yet. We did take some profit on Neo, but definitely not enough. So let's see where we go here on NIO, guys.
Yeah, and AMC charging toward that high. I might just take a scalp break if it gets to 1350. Why not? But I'm still sitting on the bid in front of 1325. I think that's the more prudent play. Just take these dip buys when you can get them on a trending stock. I'm going to go back and just go over. I did go over Endo already. So you guys saw that when it came out pre-market or right at the open. But we didn't hold that dollar level on CanF. So it's still a pretty good stock because you got it twice off that 115. But once we don't hold one, I'm out of it. However, it's right back at $1. So you do have a bit of a wick bottom. If it manages to hold throughout lunchtime, right above that dollar mark, there could be a re-entry point. So I just wanted to make sure I was able to see that. I'm not going to mention AMC without going over GameStop either. Load. There we go. GameStop, not nearly as usual, not nearly as strong as AMC. If AMC can't get through its that double top that high or fails its break, I think it's probably easy peasy to short GameStop in front of 125 even. But I'll be watching AMC. I don't want to do that if AMC is taking out the highs and continuing to run. I was in Bed Bath & Beyond. You guys would have seen that. The only long trade that we took. It got up to 540, so long in front of 5. It got up to 540 there. Again, nothing positive to say about the company, but a 32% short interest, and it held the bid at $5 like an absolute champion. So at that point, the only thing you can do is go long, I think, at that kind of a level.
All right, at Trader TV Live, and I'm just like posting this out right now because it's like as if Meta gave me that long down there. What a long for me on that Meta trade. So as if it gave us that 160. Like that is unbelievable. I was sitting there during the pre-market when we talked about that level and was like, there's no way we're getting this, but there it is right there. Beautiful long for us on Meta. I just want to hold this all day and frame this thing. It went back down to yesterday's bottom, and then the market ripped up. So wow, Meta, just a monster move here. What's up, Brendan?
I just saw Snapchat popping up to day highs here as well in decent volume. Snapchat Plus, according to CNBC anyway, is now available. $3.99 a month, guys, for Snapchat Plus. Bit of buying volume there.
$3.99 a month. Okay. The pricing doesn't really mean anything. I've never even used Snapchat, so I don't know much about it. But okay, congratulations to anybody that's on that Snapchat trade. Probably a good one. Let's just see where it goes for Snapchat. So far, so good there. Again, I don't know much about it, but let's just check out what it's doing. I'm obviously into Facebook here, so if Snapchat wants to go to the upside, hopefully Facebook drags with it. So that's what that is right now. But let's just see where we go. Snapchat on a 1-minute chart. Come on, Snapchat. It's not loading, but it will at one point, and then we can have a quick look at this.
14 looks juicy on Snapchat. I'll give it that much. This 14 level, you're going back to the afternoon highs. Yeah, it needs to get there, man. I don't know that I'm not going to call it as strong. I think there's better longs. That's what I'll try to say. One of them right now will ring the register. I don't have. Oh, that's at AM. We have a special graphic for AMC. I would have liked the dip by 1325, but by the time I decided I liked it, it had already gone from there. We mentioned we just simply sit there and take the break at 1350, so I did that. I'm going to scalp some out there. Always going to do that when taking a top. I always find that when you're buying those highs, pay yourself because what often happens on an obvious break is it's obvious and everyone else has it. So if too many people have it, you're going to see sellers every 10 cents, and then you might pull back in and then get those 25s. And if you're still holding all your 50s, you're not going to be able to load back in at 25, and I want to be able to do that if I can catch that. Super strong stock. We've seen how far it can go when it gets on one of these runs. I mean, I'm just going to pull up the higher time frame so you can see. It's back above the 50 period. I think you can get to that 1380 area. 1380 was a huge level in both directions 2 days ago for support and yesterday for resistance. So I'll take another couple legs out in front of 1380. Oh, but I'd be happy to see that break because you're off to the races. 1380 breaks, forget about 14. I'd be thinking 1450.
I almost put a stop order there to get out of Meta, and then I was like, am I crazy? This name just continues its march higher. Okay, NEO is going to be the one that gets stopped out here as it's approaching $22. Not stopped out yet, but could easily happen very, very soon. So we are watching out for NIO, just a little bit above this. And yeah, this will be a 40-cent hit on NEO. But again, it's like, I'm looking at it, but you know, I was not expecting sort of this move up. Short seller report be damned. I mean, honestly, like some of these guys there on these reports, I never know what to think about them. So yeah, next time we'll trade a little more cautiously and just wait for this key level. I mean, we wrote down on the sticky note 22. It ripped up to 22. So let's put some bids now. I mean, obviously we're wrong, but we don't have a huge position on this. You know, when stocks don't go your way, it is very easy to tap out of them. And, you know, we noticed pretty early that NEO never really gave. I mean, it gave a short right off the open. It tends to always do that. And it's so funny because we were at 50 waiting. It only went down to 59. So it'd be kind of cool if we had a bid out there, but we don't. So right now, NEO, you know, easy to see that was strong. That's why we don't have like these crazy averages in. And that's why we actually took a piece out right there. So sometimes you have to kind of watch those things. AMD, I'm still in this short, but again, that 77.50 looks like that's pretty good. The reason why I was holding this is because of the meta is just getting blown out to the long. Like it's just such a huge long that I'm thinking that if the market goes back up, we can ride meta. And then if it comes back down, hopefully meta is relatively strong and we know AMD is weak. So kind of trying to play a little bit there, kind of hedging ourselves with AMD and meta. It's not the greatest hedge. Like I said, I have a little bit more. I have 5 times the shares on meta that I do on AMD. So that's a little different. We did have 10 times, but we took a piece out there. So now we're going to have to watch what AMD is doing. But the market is firmly above now, right? Like we are way above the 50 period here. It doesn't seem like it, but we came back in, bounced, and then ripped. Like to me, that little move right there is pretty key. So
it's bullish.
Yeah, it's very, very bullish move. So and if we have the most craziest name on board here. So awesome for our Facebook trade, as that is now almost $6 in the money, taking out 166 as if you gave me that. What a great trade that was there. What's up, B?
I was pretty quiet in the pre-market here, but GIS, General Mills, another one that was on the earnings board late yesterday. We talked about day highs here. Nice look up 5% for GIS.
So 2 ones that I'm going to quickly go to here. Shopify, right back toward that 35. If you're looking for things that are still relatively weak, it's not down 90%, by the way. Shopify had a 10-for-1 split.
Yes.
So 3,500, now think about 35. And it is the market is super strong here. You got a wick off bottom, bouncing off that 3,800 once again. The NASDAQ doing pretty much a similar thing. I'm looking at, if you want to be short something, what is not taking out the highs? So I'm looking at Shopify here. That's why the only thing you'll see left on my board to the short side is a firm, which is a firm. And again, if it hasn't taken out a resistance level, and I'm talking about that 20, or even gotten back toward these highs, it's still relatively weak. Now you've had to get paid at about 1930 or 1925 each time, but at least it's been working out for you in that direction. Now to the upside, I already talked about AMC, about how I do think after you pay for that top, I was sitting there right in front of 1370 to get another fill. You see the wick off top there, so I was trying to get another leg out, all because I want to be reloading on this back at around 1325. I think I want to be buying the dips on AMC. If the market's going to charge, we've seen this thing squeeze before. Let's see it try to do it again. Bed Bath & Beyond, we did like that for the long. We got in, we got out. Looks like it wants to retest down toward 5 even. I'll jump on in front of that bid one more time before we have to give that one up. And then PayPal was the late news that we got from Brendan. That 70 bottom,
yes.
Whenever you have, and this is what it looks like on the daily, like it's just a monster level holding that 70 on the daily chart. And now what you have is essentially this tiny little wick below of 23 cents and a big time recovery on PayPal off of that level. So support before, I expect support again at that 70. I think it's just at this point a long in front of the low of the day on PayPal. Anything you can get close to it, unless the market is absolutely dying, I think you got to try to have that long.
I mean, alert, alert, alert to anybody that's long on Amazon here. That name continues to work, right? I mean, up to 112 here. 111 we just touched on Amazon. So for me, again, you know, although this is a nice rally, obviously everybody will take this 3% like hand over fist. But you got to remember something about Amazon. It still has that 15 level that we were somewhat concerned about, right? So 111, 115. So we still have a little bit of a bump up here to go on Amazon. But what a great move that was. Again, offset some of those bottoms. So yeah, this market looking pretty healthy right now to the long side, up 0.43, and not giving you too many pullbacks right now. This is just a 1 minute chart, so it's been pretty consistent here as we look to see what the next trade's going to be. What's up, Brendo?
Starbucks, guys, just popped up on some volume here, back to the upside through 77 there. 800 stores in Shanghai are reopening today for Starbucks.
Yeah, I saw that. I mean, COVID's zero now. I mean, a lot of these stores starting to reopen up there. Probably why, honestly, like NEO. Oh, yeah, by the way, we don't want to forget about everything. NEO, there it is, man. It broke through 22. We got out at 22.05 or something like that on the break. So there, we still have a piece short there. We'll have to get out of that one by accident. So we had too many shares because we got out. Remember, we got out there. So we did have a little bit too many shares there. So we'll get out here if it comes back down a little bit. But yeah, NEO, a lot of these Chinese names, I mean, I caution to say, what about BOBA today? Up to 116, 117. Yeah, so a nice little move upside for BOBA as well. Wow, 117 again, taking down those lows early, and then a nice bump up. So it's $3 straight to the upside for this name as well. Like Meta, their forward PE is 12.
What
so,
the?
That's another name there. Well, what happened now?
No. Li Auto. Thank you guys for pointing this one out here. And obviously, you see the market going up clearly, and NEO making some power moves, but Li Auto. Well, if NEO, let's just say the short seller report is true, is that a bad thing for Li Auto and for XPeng? Probably not. Should have put that two and two together. Yeah. Because that's the other way you can play this. That would have been, hindsight's 2020, that would have been an obvious hedge. Because Li Auto essentially held yesterday's low and then just broke out 36.50, which is a pre-market top. All you do is you take that long with a stop at the bottom, and you have yourself. It's not directly a hedge because the news on NEO was specifically bad against them, but it kind of gives you a bit of support there. Like you're just saying one should be relatively strong, one should be relatively weak, and then it essentially covers your butt in the other direction. But as it gets back to what is a huge level, 38.40, that's the one, yeah, 38.40. Only reason I know that because last time I tried the long in Li Auto, that was my stop. So 38.40, big resistance level for it. I did get short in Shopify just there. And the market's trying to take out pre-market highs here. And again, when we're short, you look to get out in front of support and maybe try to find some long. So Shopify, I did just grab that one at 34.70, then rejected 35 even. So I got some on the way down as well on Shopify. It looks like that one's headed back into the downside. It's not the Amazon move, because there's not nearly as much of interest there, but the volume did pick up. It's almost 10 million shares of volume right now. So, obviously it's starting to be a better trade. Pre-market, there was just nothing happening. Nobody seemed to care about that, seemed to care about the split. But, once it got and tested that 35, we said, come back at 10 o'clock or come back after the opening rush and then see if 35 is a good level. Looks like that ended up being true.
Okay. Yeah, Shopify. Damn it. We didn't look at that for some reason. And again,
there's no volume pre-market.
Yeah, there wasn't any volume. And then I didn't really, we talked about it. And I just didn't like the name pre-market. It wasn't giving us any sort of direction. But what about Meta now? So Meta's getting real spicy here. As it's just gone that $6. Now it's pulled back $1.50 on that. So I don't know. I don't want to. I'm debating getting out at 165 if this breaks, man. I mean, I think that's going to be something that probably will regret at one point, but still, I don't think so. So we'll wait to see 165. Here it goes right now. Let's get out on this break, and then we'll just call that trade a day. So I'm just putting the order out right now to get out 165. Look, it may be wrong, it may be right. I don't know. So we'll wait to see where it goes. A little bit of a break lower on this name, and we're going to get out. I'm just setting it a little bit on Meta. So 165, and the reason why, look, we've touched it out a couple times there and held. So if it wants to hold again, great. But for me right now, I just feel like this is going to be a good spot for us here on Meta. So let's see if it holds, great. I wish, maybe that 166 just needs to come out. So let's offer 166. If it rips, fine, great. We have this one. It's a $5 winner. Can't be happier with this trade. But AMD's coming back in, and it's right at some of these levels. So I'm kind of torn here on what to do. AMD downside, Meta.
You know why?
Well, we're $6. Look, we're $5 in the money on Meta. I can't believe this is a problem. We're $5 in the money on Meta and $2.50 in the money on AMD. But I just don't have the outs proper yet. So I don't know.
To me, you just pay yourself because what's essentially happening in the ES, this is the bottom of the channel. If we can show my chart for a quick second here. If you look at what's going on in this consolidation, this is our morning. Essentially a wick bottom, and it's a heavy one off 3,800, and then also a wick top in a 40-point range? On the ES?
Yeah.
In the NASDAQ, you got yourself a wick bottom, and then you have yourself a wick top through the high in 150-point range. That's not a lot. And that's why you're sort of seeing, All I'm looking for is what's weak that hasn't broken the top, shorted off the high. What has a reason to find support and can give you some strength off any kind of a bottom and go long in front of that support. And to be honest, like, it was Bed Bath & Beyond. Like, that's a crappy stock, but it is what it is. You just had to take it. Shopify made some sense. It gave us a level that we liked. Affirm has made some sense to me. Again, that's one. And anything that's stopped making sense, I'm just getting out of, right? But Affirm cannot reclaim those pre-market tops or 20 even. So I'm just shorting every single curl. Like, it makes a top, and then I'm shorting it after it makes that top below 20. It makes another top, and just short it after it fails that top. And just sort of stick to that kind of a plan. If you got something that's relatively weak or relatively strong, I guess that works too, then you can go back towards it. Now, I should probably be, as I say this, you still have to, like I said, pay yourself. So 34 is coming on Shopify. We're going to ring the register on that one. And it doesn't always have to be about the home runs.
Nope.
Take your base hits, singles, doubles, and triples, or do them all. Hit for the cycle on one trade. You can get multiple entries and multiple exits on all these. But the key is just finding good levels, right? Like Meta 160, right? Like right now, like Shop 35. Because we have not broken this range. It's 10-17, and we haven't really broken that small range on the futures. No, as crazy as everything seems.
No player's ever hit 2 grand slams in one game, I don't think. I mean, is that possible?
Yes, Fernando Tatis hit 2 grand slams in the same inning. He's the only person to ever do it.
Yeah, and then there's like one batter like same inning, each side of the plate as well. But hey, we'll go back-to-back grand slams today. Why not? So I'll mark this day down with Fernando Tatis and your boy here because AMD is $3. Like, what are our 2 grand slams today? AMD short 80, right? That's $3 in the money. And then we just got out of Meta on what was a great out apparently here, as Meta right now just continues to crank lower. We got out at 165. Obviously, we don't celebrate it too much because we don't get the very top. But hell, we just save ourselves $1.40 there by getting out at that $1.10 right now on that 165 break. So there it is, back-to-back jacks for your boy. The only problem was Neo right back into where would now be a money-making situation for me. Oh no, sorry, we were short at 21.66, I believe was our average price. We took about a 50-cent hit when we got out. But, you know, again, we can't predict that market. I was telling you that we were holding out pretty high there, and then we are still above that 50 period. But now, obviously, we've cranked a lot lower through that 50 period now. So this is looking a little disgusting here as we start to break lower. So let's just hold on as AMD takes out the low of the day, down near $77. So again, I want to give a big thank you. I don't know how you claim these or anything, but the True Trading Group, thank you so much for all the gifts, the memberships. If you can even put in the chat how many you gifted, that would be great. I'd like to mention that as well. But there's AMD at the low of the day. The money's coming through, man. This market is tank city right here. Hey, wait a second. Am I wearing the same shirt? Oh, hold on a second. Let's hit that money. Hit that. Maybe the tank shirt there today. So, all right, maybe I have this on. All right, let's go over there to Brendan. Are we ready? Do we get the thumbs up for that, Lucas? Yes. With our small cap recap. Let's go, Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, busy day in small cap land. Let's go. AGRX. We've been looking at the past few days or so, 2 or 3 days, back to the upside in a big way yesterday. This was 230, was kind of the middle of the range when all was said and done. It was a very, very wide range yesterday. 275, 280 was the top. I was going to short this anyways today into 230, 250. Sometimes you're just going to be involved when there's an offering. So not a huge offering, not a huge move, but down anyways today for AGRX. TRVI was the other one I mentioned just before the open. 275 and then 3 above that. Finally rolled over. We're down to 250 only. It needs to break 250 really if it's going to go any further. But finally starting to fade off here for TRVI. And this NRSN, I actually tried it long initially versus $3, just 10 cents worth of risk there. Flip that short, gave you a nice trade down to 270, 265 or so, but working its way back up. We'll see what happens at 3 this time, guys. Back to you.
That's 70 memberships.
70, yeah. 70.
Money. Let's go, man. Thank you. So,
take advantage.
I mean, hopefully you guys that have gotten those memberships, please renew them, man. It's $5 a month, but like 70 times 5. I mean, that's huge. I mean, thank you so much for all of that. It's not that I don't know the math, 350, but I'm just saying thank you so much for that, and a $20 super chat as well. So thank you so much for everything that you're doing to us. I have no idea how to claim one of those, but I think you guys do. So people are just like banging all that. Thank you so much, man. And I will check you out there on Twitter for sure. So thank you again. I'm just going to get the name right one more time. True Trading Group, man. Thank you so much for all those memberships. It definitely means a lot to us.
Yeah, and look, obviously it's new to us, so we don't know necessarily. I don't know exactly how you claim those memberships. We will find out for you, get those answers.
I have to ask my 10-year-old.
Just keep watching. We'll keep that in the chat when we get that information, obviously. Not a lot has been working. I mean, obviously the longs have started to pair off a little bit. The shorts continue to work. But I just got that dip buy on AMC. Now, we talked about those waiting for those quarters. I didn't show you the 15-minute when I said it. I was actually showing you VWAP on the 3-minute chart. But you can also go back to yesterday. It had afternoon support at about 13.30. So that's the other reason to like the dip buy. That's why you pay yourself on the breakout trade and then wait for the dip. If it wants to continue the trend, you're just getting an extra 15 cents out of it, realistically. But a long is a long. So I want to see if we can get back toward those highs, retest that 1380, such a big level, that 1380. I mean, the gifts they just keep coming in here, guys.
Thank you so much to Chris L.
Wow.
Gifting 5. That's a 25. Look, man, I mean, this is actually better than Super Chats, to be honest with you guys, because we're trying to grow our user base as much as we can. I mean, the show's completely free. And honestly, man, if you guys keep this coming, that's fantastic. So thank you so much for all of that, man. That's a very, very kind gift one more time. So just thank you. It's definitely, as you can tell, like pretty humbled by all that. I mean, Neil, myself, Brendan, the whole team has worked really hard to bring this show to you. And, it means a hell of a lot to us. So thank you so much to Chris there for becoming a member, Chris L, and gifting that as well. I'll show you one more time.
The most selfish thing a person can do is to give a gift to others, because I'm telling you, man, when you pay things forward, you get the best feeling. When I say selfish, I mean like it's a rewarding thing. But it is also, humbling is definitely the word here. Because it's pretty amazing to see. It's already the best community out there. Like, I wouldn't be long AMC if it wasn't for people not yelling, but typing it in the chat over and over again when the market started bouncing. AMC's going. And I remember it's been a good long the last couple of days. It was good 2 days in a row. It's just had the short pants on today, this morning. Right? So far today, the long's still working out, but it's all about that community. Nobody can cover and see everything in this market, except for Brennan. It's almost impossible. So having the larger community allows us to see more trading opportunities, learn from others' mistakes, learn from others' insights. That's essentially what a trading floor is all about. That's what our channel is all about. So thank you guys so much.
Yes. Okay, so as we go, man, moving forward, so just so you know, we are out of Upstart, right? That kind of sucks, but that was a good trade for us. Big time winner for me, actually, to be honest with you, on Upstart. So pretty happy with the way that one's turned out for us on Upstart. So we'll have to watch out for that to see where we go for there, or go there now on that trade. I'm debating this 3150 long, so we'll wait to see if that comes through. Meta, we got out, wondering if that's bouncing off VWAP here as well, coming down to 163. Let's take a shot on this. Let's put a 50 bid out. If we can get something in near the 50s, we should have actually already had that. Embarrassing there. And this is part of the show, right? Is like as I'm sitting here bigging up some of these memberships, and thank you so much for everybody one more time, is that missing trade. So that 164, 163.50 there should have been had by me on Meta. So a little bit shitty there that we don't have that, but hey, that is what it is, as they say. Not that I like that saying, but it is what it is, and we miss it. So we'll see if it comes back in. Look at this market, definitely taking back to the upside. I don't really have a focus here on AMD. I kind of want to try to hold this name a little short. Thank you so much again to Jacob here for a super chat as well, right there. Thank you for the $10, man. Best show. Keep up the good work. Hey, I mean, that's why we're here, is for all of you and to make money. I mean, let's not get this twisted. I mean, I wouldn't be here if I was sitting here losing money trading. Thank you so much for everything again, man. Lots of talk here on the chat today. One of our best days. If you're not a member, or if you just got a free membership, hit the like button. Hit the like button. You probably already have. Hit the subscribe. Let's bring all of our friends over to the best trading show on YouTube. I've already challenged people to find a better one and have never been sent anything. So send it to me and let's go. YouTube, that's what we're here for, is for you guys. Let's go back over to Brendan as we speak. What's up, Trader Brad?
You took the words out of my mouth, guys. If there was no other reason to hit the like, you just got a free membership. Very, very generous. Thanks so much for the support, obviously. Pinterest, guys, just popping back up on volume here, back to 1920, 19 area. CEO getting swapped out at it. Pins, if you missed it, for a former Google executive. So some volume back in Pinterest.
All right.
Pins. So, I mean, the crazy thing about this market is like a beaten up company, a CEO leaves, and the initial reaction usually has been to the upside, which makes some sense, right? Like you get a leadership change. Oh, there we go. But Pinterest gave that up like the rest of the market. Relative weakness. I know it when I see it. $20 on pins. I'm going to kick myself because I was hollering about the $20 level in the afternoon show and then got distracted by so many opportunities this morning. So I like Affirm, and we're still in Affirm, but Pinterest gave you the same trade, exact same trade. So as the market tries to bounce here, if we don't take out the highs, then I think you can short Pinterest off 20. I think that's pretty simple. I don't think there's anything crazy about that. Giving you the same thing that Affirm has. We'll ring the register once again. It's a winner, it's a chicken dinner. Bouncing off VWAP on AMC back toward those highs. So pay yourself. Hold some for the high break, hold some for the 1380 break. If this market breaks out the top, AMC has a decent chance to get through 1380, get through that 14, maybe head to 1450. I got to look at GameStop as well. Yeah, still below that 125 mark. If AMC capitulates or does a huge breakdown, maybe through 1325, I'd be trying to grab a GME short if I could below 125. That's just my preferred vehicle to go the other way.
And Brendan, when you get, I know Brendan's super busy, but when you get a second, or maybe Prad, who's in the building right here, if we could check how many members we actually have right now, because I want to, Prad's going to check that out as well. Thanks, Prad. Just like absolutely unbelievable today, all the memberships that's coming through, and it just means a lot to us for all the support. So thank you to everybody for that one. So, all right, some new names. I mean, I'm just flabbergasted by all that. The marijuana names just keep getting blown up and up in smoke, so we'll flush those down. You can see here today, ACB, another name. Down 6% today. Yeah, down 7% today for ACB. Let's just check out weed. See, some of them are New York, some of them are NASDAQ. Weed. Oh, it's CGC. It's weed in Canada. It's CGC is a NASDAQ name, right? So that's, wow, only 350. Jeez. These names, man. CGC down again. I mean, look at this on a daily chart. Just keeps getting lit up. I mean, pun intended, to be honest with you. $4 there was a recent high for CGC. So let's see if 1,105. I thought we had more than that. Okay, thank you for that. Pratt updating over 1,000 members right now, so we'll floss that one off. Thank you to everybody who has either become a recent member or has been one. We have some members here at 28 months, something like that. So thank you so much for all the support, man, and all the subscribers that are out there too. We're at 315,000 subscribers or so. So that's been absolutely fantastic. We've really taken off on some of those numbers as well. So thank you to everybody for your continued support, man. Definitely means a lot to us that you're doing that. What's my stop for AMD short? Yeah, you know what? That's Flosset. Okay, Russell. Yeah, shut up. Russ, I wish I had bacon for you, buddy. Russell Jackson, one of our first members ever in the Super Chats, are flying with that guy too, so thank you so much, Russell Jackson. Unfortunately, all the Vegemite has left. Well, the Vegemite's still here, but your Vegemite queen,
that didn't get finished.
Miss V. I don't know if she took some Vegemite with her or not. I'll have to ask her. She should have, for sure.
Or not.
But okay, here we go, guys. Yeah, big time trading today. Where's my stop for AMD? That's an absolutely fantastic question. I haven't been able to figure one out because honestly, every time I think about getting, stopping myself out, I'm like, well, the market, if we start to tank down, I only have one position, and I want to have something short. So I keep thinking like AMD is the one. But what about this, man? Look at the market starting to get back up. You got to have an out. I agree. I just feel like this 77 down here, if we get another flush, let's take that. 77.40, let's take a bid out on AMD 77.40 and call it a day, okay? I don't know what this market's going to do. We still are positive. AMD's down 4%, as you can see. So that name continues to be a problem for anybody that's short, or sorry, that's long, and just keeps on getting down. So let's see what it does back down here. I feel like if we take 77, then maybe we can use 77.40 as a profit center there. But like Neil said, there is something to be said about taking profits and paying yourself.
pay yourself.
So, but you know what? If I kept taking profits on all these stocks, then I wouldn't have these big wins, right? So we're trying to hold out a little bit. We don't have many shares left. So I think that makes a lot of sense for us to do that right now on AMD. 77.40 or so is going to be my out. So thank you for asking. A very popular, backed by popular demand and brought by popular demand is the social sentiment. This is a screener that's going to show you, what's been moving around on different social medias. Maybe Brendan can explain a little bit better because I don't know exactly the ones that are involved here. But let's go over to Brendan for social sentiment and see what's moving around.
Yeah, pretty telling board to show you today, guys. Very, very red right across the entire board. So just to break it down, if you've seen or you're seeing this for the first time, the size of the box, the intensity of the color represents the frequency of the mentions and the direction of the mentions. I'll highlight AMC here. AMC gray on the board today. That just simply means it's large, so that means it's being mentioned a lot, but there's really no clear directional bias as to how it's being mentioned. So AMC on the board. The market SPY over there, obviously very, very negative today. This EVFM, past couple of days positive, back to the downside so far today. Mullen back on here. Vinco Ventures back on here. The 29th, remember, is the day to remember for that Cryptide date for BBIG. Tesla to the downside today as well. A couple of minor headlines we were talking about on Tesla. I want to point out X-Air, we mentioned, was an upgrade today. There's some positive news from the FDA on X-Air. PayPal on here, back to the downside as well. But again, lots of comments, guys. There's CCL, Mullen on here, NIO, AMC, just to name a few. But again, if you see something that is gray, that just simply means it's being mentioned a lot. There's just no clear directional bias. But yeah, a pretty telling board. Very red, guys. Back over to you.
Yeah, it's a little red. AMC on there was black. I expected to see green on AMC because it's strong today, but everyone's been hollering about AKUS. There was an offering 2 days ago. There's really no news on it that we can find. 34 million, tiny float, only about 9 or 10% short interest, but it's going, so we'll talk about it. $7 monster level, support to resistance. The 50 period just came into play on the daily at 650. Oh, my chart just crashed? Come on, give me a break. It just came into play. I'll go to the 15-minute chart for you guys here. The 650 level, that would be your 50 period that just came into play, but it rejected the monster level at 7 on the daily. So when that happens, I'm always saying don't rush into this trade. When it rejects the most obvious level on the daily chart, you want to see, does it hold first support? That'll be that 650 area. If it holds 650 throughout lunchtime, or at least I'd say until lunchtime, then I think it has a better shot to breaking that high. Otherwise, you could see one of those rug pull moments after a fail at that 7 even. I haven't checked to see what shorts cost because we just talked about that one, or we just found out about it from you guys, but I'll get into that in a second. Shopify continuing to fall down here. Looks like it's about to head to those pre-market lows. Brendo?
Bigger drawdown this week on crude oil inventories, 2.7 million versus 136,000. But not much of a reaction as far as the overall futures are concerned, guys. But crude oil inventories just out there.
I can't hear. Okay, so we had a little bit of bad luck there before we went to go, because I was sitting, remember what the price I sort of told you guys that I was sitting at? Yeah, well, that was 50. So it was down there, sorry, 77.40. It went to 77.41. There. So we missed that out. Now it rips up 50 cents. So yeah, I'm kind of pissed off a little bit about that, but nah, not really, because today has been such a great damn day for us. Yo, what's up, man? Great knowledge. You're welcome, Steven, man. That's why we're here, man. We're here to bring the pain, bring the heat every single day. So thank you so much for that $30, man. Awesome learning news all in once. Look, thank you so much. I have no idea what's up with everybody today, but thank you again for all of these super chats. Good. Not only that, I just got even greater news, because Trader Prad came in here absolutely soaked. That's not the great news. The great news is that it's pouring rain out.
Umbrella.
So yes, sir. Yeah, come on, man. Prad don't use no umbrella. Come on, man. Although He should, man. Yeah. No man use umbrella, right? There we go. But all right. So, anyways, good news because hopefully I should message my wife right now as I am messaging her as well. I just told her that we got gifted 70 memberships. Like, why am I telling this to my wife? I'm just so happy about it. But anyways. You know, that rain, we needed that. Okay, so here comes AMD again, maybe coming back into that downside. So we'll watch out here, 77. I'm pulling the bids now. When that wanted to go down there, it really cranked. So let's just use this as a target area for us here on AMD, this 77 area, and hopefully it comes back down to the downside now. So we'll wait on that one. AMD coming lower and lower and lower. Let's see where we go from here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to stay on the bid of Shopify. The only reason is just, you know, this 33 level, it had a wipeout bottom. The futures are actually, oddly enough, holding up. They're not getting to the bottom end of the range. So I do want to still pay ourselves on some of these shorts. I can't find anything I really like long except for this AMC. It's holding up pretty well here, and I think that's always a decent sign. You want to find relative strength. You want to find relative weakness. Li Auto, which was, I mean, absolutely booming earlier, I'm going to tempt fate by flipping a chart here, still holding above VWAP. So again, relatively strong name. I think if we get a nice little bounce or break out the highs in the future, this could be something you can lean into because, you know, you're holding above that key 37, 38.40. I think that's your resistance, which means if you hold 37s, you've got lots of room to run until you get to said resistance point. Haven't traded Tesla this morning, and wow, back down below that 680. And this is why the market may be looking like it's holding the higher end of the range, but look to see what is not doing that. So Tesla down 3 points, more than the overall market, below its support level. So Tesla goes into the weak column, unfortunately. 680, this is starting to look like a shortable level. If the market has not taken out these highs, and I can grab 78, 79s with a relatively tight stop, just to do maybe some scalping or maybe sort of shorting some pops in case we head back down to these lows. Tesla ends up falling into the other side of the equation here. So the EV space is split. I mean, you've got NIO, which is, I think, squeezing people after the short seller report. You've got Li Auto, which is strong, but you got Tesla, which is not looking very strong at all, guys.
Man, I mean, definitely wrong here on our friend Shopify, man. I mean, that stock today, up to $33. Sorry, I mean, damn it, you can't really look at it here on the daily chart. But okay, so here we go. Let's just talk about it then. Shopify with a nice move up to 35. We talked about that 350 area. The reason why I say, oh man, like wrong on this one, I don't think we're wrong on it at all. Darn it. It's just that $35 that was 350. Remember on a 10-to-1. Oh, by the way, we both nodded our head when Google was 10 for 1, but it's 20 for 1. So Google's 20. Yeah, it's 20 for 1 on July. That's why I saw that when I mentioned it. I forgot to correct myself. So shout out to whoever that was back at like 9 o'clock when we were talking about Shopify before. I was wrong on that. It is, as you mentioned, whoever that was, 20 to 1. Sorry. So thank you for correcting. If that's correct, that's what I saw someone write. So I think it is.
I believe it.
I believe it too. Yeah, why not? So anyways, that $35 was 350. It was kind of barcoding in the pre-market there. It dipped down, real early, and I was just like, oh yeah, there's Shopify. It's exactly what I thought, man. Shopify would come back down in today. It's been just such a weak name. Their PE still, I don't think is the greatest. Let's have a double check here on that one before I talk about it. I still think we're in the 30s or 40s on Shopify. But that was a name that definitely got blown out early. Oh no, okay. Its forward P is only, it's only 17.
Its
its current P is
it's
only
under 30.
Yeah,
okay.
So it's right there. So maybe there is a price here that people want to come in and buy Shopify. So this could be around there, $33, just bouncing again here off Shop.
I just covered, by the way.
That could be a good long. Yeah, you were short, right? So that's a good one. $35 short's been great, and there's a nice cover at 33. So that's $2 you took, or was it? What was that?
It's about $1.70 because I didn't get 30. I mean, you could have got 97s, but I got 34.70s, and I'm out in front of 33. Yeah. So you don't actually. It's a $2 move, but you capture like $1.70, and that's only for a third of the position. I'm getting out in front of VWAP on the way just in case, but double bottom as well. You can't get away from this. We're not breaking out of the range. So you're paying yourself in front of these lows on anything that's presenting it to you, and you're definitely making sure that you wait patiently for the good prices. And as I say that, I'm not actually out of a firm. Maybe this is my bias against the firm because I just gave the case for getting out of Shopify in front of the low of the day, and then the firm's right there breaking 19 and then getting back above 19. And then I don't do anything about it. Like I could get out of a firm right here and just cover it and say we're happy with this, but I just feel like a firm should be lower. I always say that, and sometimes I look that gift horse in the mouth. Time to go to Sector Watch for Brendan at the big screen. Maybe I should.
Hey guys, yeah, look at the overall market here. We were talking in the pre-market about some significant kind of market moving downgrades today, and I'll get to these in a second, but I wanted to mention first off, healthcare stocks really the only group here in positive territory at this point, even though the market is positive on the day. There is a little bit of strength coming through in some of the retail stocks. But let's talk about travel, because CCL with the downgrade here, but the entire travel group under significant pressure, including the hotels, the casinos, even Expedia on here, but RCL, NCLH, CCL, by far, Booking.com as well, by far the cruise lines under the most pressure today. The airlines are on here as well. I'll get to that in a sec. But down here, there's AMD, 3.2%. NVIDIA right beside it, 3% to the downside. Bank of America, both price target cuts on both of those today. But the entire semiconductor group in negative territory so far today. There is a little bit of positive momentum anyways coming through in some of the software makers offsetting that, but not much to speak of. I mentioned the airlines there. They are AAL, UAL, FedEx on there, Delta as well. 3% up through 4.5% for all of those. So pretty ugly for travel names once again. GIS, top corner over there. I mentioned General Mills up about 5% off earnings, guys. 0.15 now for the S&P. Back over to you guys.
Love some General Mills. I don't love or hate General Mills. Every time it comes up, I just say that I hate Kellogg's.
Right.
My family hates Kellogg's. My wife tells me I have to say that every single time it comes up because she doesn't like Kellogg's. So therefore, go General Mills. I'm kicking myself because we were just talking about stocks that are just inside the range and bouncing. Well, I covered CCL and everything bounced except for CCL. That short in CCL, man, it went down to 860. And maybe Morgan Stanley is right. And Morgan Stanley coming out and saying they could go to zero, which is how bad they think this could be for CCL. And
that just means they're going to upgrade it tomorrow.
Next week, maybe.
Yeah.
We'll see. I actually think if you like the space, I think you'd buy NCLH on that. If they get any move to the downside on sympathy, because they've been performing better and they have the better financials. But either way, CCL continue to get crushed. So we keep highlighting relative strength and weakness as the market is trying to head back towards and take out those tops, right? You're seeing CCL on its lows. And when I see that, and I was just talking about how I should have got out of a firm, yeah, look that gift horse in the mouth at 19 even. I'll pop on the bid of a firm in front of this 19 and just take this one out. It doesn't look like it wants to hold below there. I got out of Shopify when it hit that low. Now we're going to be left with the market wipe out bottom, trying to take out the highs. And I'm going to ride AMC if we make this run to the upside here, guys. So AMC is the only long. Got to get out of this a firm short. You know, the market is showing signs that we have a wipeout bottom now taking out the top. Super bullish, especially when you have a bad print on GDP, that the reaction is going to be, we dumped yesterday into it, we got the news, and quote unquote sell the news means buying today because the news was bad, right? So think of it in reverse. Hopefully that's what we get. It'd be good to have a nice little rally, make the day even better than it is.
Okay, so I just messaged my wife because Pride was talking about the rain, and I was like, oh, what's it saying at our place now?
Did you get any?
And guess where she is? Costco. So she's at Costco right now. Costco. So shout out to Costco memberships as well. So that means I'm going to have to look at my bill and see that we bought 10 things and spent $800. So that should be really fun. We actually just bought a deck box. That was 300 and something from Costco, but that was a really good one. The thing about Costco is, man, the quality there is pretty ridiculous on some of those things. So shout out to everybody that's a Costco member. We love Costco. So that's where she is. But anyway, it doesn't matter at this point. So let's just move forward off of that idea. I cannot believe this. Meta, we were at 50 again. We were actually at 53. It got as low there as 55 for Meta. So I should, honestly, man, I should have another crap ton of opportunity here on Meta, which I don't have, which kind of sucks because honestly, man, this 163.50, how good is that on a strong name as the market's doing this? So that's crazy. We also did put another bid down here, 479.80 or so. Sorry, 79.80. I'm thinking about the wrong stock. That was Meta. We're now at 163.80. But I waited down here at 77.40 again. So I don't know. It looks like we're going to miss that opportunity on AMD as the market right now. Trying trying to take out some of these pre-market or the day highs, I guess, at 11,750. Again, another key level there for the market. So watch out for that 11,750 area for the NASDAQ, as that's still coming through here, possibly for us on that trade. So that's what I'm looking at there. You think Meta's going down soon? Hold my bear. Yeah, maybe. It could be going to the downside. I mean, whatever. Who knows where it's going? I'm just talking about making $5 today on this trade. So we'll see if we can get that one more time. But there it is, a nice little strong move to the upside now on that name. I mean, what are the other ones doing? I haven't even checked my favorite stock.
There's a good question. WG Zhang put in the chat there. Yeah. Why didn't we trade Meta, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon today? Well, Sean traded Meta. We did look at it. But my answer to that would be Affirm, AMC, AMD, Bed Bath & Beyond, CCL, Coinbase, Neo, Shopify, and that's not including the small caps. There's an absolute limit to, unless you are, it's an algorithm or something along those lines, there's a limit to how much you can pay attention to and effectively try to trade, right? And I don't think it wouldn't make a lot of sense if we tried to catch absolutely everything, because we'd be spitting nonsense, and a lot of it would be nonsensical trades because you wouldn't really be able to analyze it. And a lot of times, maybe you're focusing on one or two at a time and the others are in the money with stops. But when you're trading some of the bigger names out there, it's not that you have to have more care in it. You're following the futures a little bit more closely. And today just wasn't necessarily one of those days. There were so many names that had gapped and provided you with great setups that's what we went to, guys. And that's what it's all about sometimes. You can't catch everything in the market. I get it. You guys definitely like it when we focus on those big cap names, but we can't always do that.
For sure, no. But I mean, I always try to focus. The majority of these names come through for me on that. So for me, I try to do that for you. So hopefully, I do a pretty good job of it. But it's the same thing. I mean, no matter what style of trade you're trying to implement here, the same thing is always going to be true. You can only look at so many names, and I feel like I've done so much better. I mean, it's been such a great month here. So much better on focusing on limited number of names. So, and as you can see here today, only one stock has failed me today, and that's going to be NIO, and that's fine. I mean, I'm fine with that. So we'll just wait to see where it goes now. But NIO, is been the only name that's failed for me. So that's why we're going to stick with that and continue to do what we do here every day for you on the show. So pretty happy again, like where the show's come from and where we're going on this. So thank you again for all the support, all the likes, everything that's been coming out there. And if you can hit the like button again, how many likes do we even have?
2,500, baby.
2,500. Let's get to 3,000, man. I mean, that's not too hard to ask for, is it? 3,000 likes, guys. So let's see if we can get that 3K, man. Neil's favorite, I don't want to say favorite actor, but one that you keep commenting on, Bernie Mac there, Mr. 3,000. So let's see
He's a top 5 comedian for me. That's why.
That's cool, man. No, I'm just saying, yeah, Mr. 3,000 stealing your thunder there. So, hit the like button if you can, for sure, for us. And then hit the subscribe. And now we have a whole bunch of members, man. Thank you so much for all those memberships as well. That does mean a lot to us.
Was that Brendan? Did I? No? Oh, there wasn't. Sorry, I thought I heard something in my ear. We got
no
Lucas
diggity,
and yeah. So every now and then we'll get like, a call. Brendan's got news, and I always want to make sure when he has something that we get to him, because you don't want to trade blind. And Brendan gives all of us a tremendous opportunity out there. He's got the Refinitiv platform, which is kind of like Icon from Refinitiv, which is kind of like a Bloomberg terminal. So he's scanning, he's got trade ideas, and it's an invaluable resource. I've mentioned AMC a couple of times here. AMC still below the high of the day, and guess what? GameStop now going. So in the afternoon yesterday, GameStop made a late rally when AMC stalled, and I think we're seeing the same thing here. So I'm going to abandon the thesis that I'm shorting a GameStop on any weakness in AMC, because that no longer holds true after that took the top. And my AMC here, not my AMC, but AMC, the position we're in, does not get through the high of the day conversely. Like, it's still rejecting, still have a good upward trajectory. Market takes out the tops. I'm going to like this one for sure and hang on to it. But GameStop might have just taken over, much to my chagrin, because I'm in the other one.
All right. Oh, man. Like, I'm only in one trade here. And honestly, man, I mean, as we get closer, we only have 10 minutes left. It's been such a good day that if we could find anything else here for you on the market, then I will take it. I think an NIO long, if we can get back here down to $22, that's probably going to be something to look at. I mean, it's so strong here. If the market wants to continue its little upside move today, then I do believe that there is some potential here in NIO coming back into that 22 level, and then, supporting doing it. You do have that 50 period right here at 21.90, but 21.70 is going to have to probably be your route. And if you downtick that a little bit, 21.50, 21.60. So, and again, remember, like when Neil and I get into position, we don't just like sit there and say, let's hope that this moves one way or the other. I mean, we do hope it moves one way and in our way, but you got to have outs. So what I'm automatically thinking about is like, how much, not just how much do I want to lose, because you shouldn't really look at your net like that. Like, you know, I want to be too conservative because sometimes that will happen. But at the same time, I do think there is some kind of value here in saying, you know what, if I take 1,000 shares now and my out is 21.50, that's a $700 hit, right? So you got to think about like, what's the downside if things go wrong? Just like what's the upside when things go right? You never seem, I mean, and this is just me, so again, maybe I am losing my mind, but you never seem to make as much money when you're right than you lose when you are wrong. So as long as that keeps being true for me, I feel like you got to have those targets. But right now, one man that always has targets is Brennan Wickens, and he's over there targeting Money Talks.
Hey guys, yeah, relatively quiet day so far for currencies with this ECB forum still going on. Apparently it's 11, it's supposed to wrap up, 11-ish it's supposed to wrap up, so we'll keep an eye on that. But back to the upside anyways for the dollar today. The DXY on a daily chart over there, you can see about halfway back to that high that we got to about 2 weeks ago, up 0.4 today, back to 105. On the DXY. That means a lot of these going to be under pressure. 0.5% downside for the British pound, the euro as well, 0.4 to the downside. We had a decent move yesterday, back higher for the Canadian dollar, continuing today. It is flat-ish, but positive on the day. 77.75 benefiting again from higher oil, higher metal prices coming through this week, all week long. Japanese yen, Swiss franc going the opposite directions today. It's very rare, but a decent sized move as well. 0.5% one way or the other for each. Bitcoin, we mentioned, down to, I think it was 18 or 19 and change overnight. We're back to 20 and change right now. Still negative, but only just 3.5 for Ethereum. On the other hand, 1,118, guys, for ETH. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Brendan. And there was a good question. Someone asked why Occidental was so weak. Oil futures tanked. So oil, I mean, it's not that big. I guess $2 of a move. It's actually a pretty decent move. But it was a triple top this morning at 114 on CL, the futures contract. And then this is what happens. So if you're trading an Occidental, you're trading an XOM or Chevron, it doesn't, maybe even one of those small caps that's in the energy space, you should always have oil futures chart up there, because as strong as the market just looked off those lows, oil went the other way. I mean, the economy not looking so great with the GDP number, demand concerns could always pull oil back in. So that could be the cause, but either way, it's just simply following oil futures and Occidental. It doesn't always follow it to a T, but a pullback like this, it's going to definitely give up some strength. So make sure you have that one up. The same way we won't trade the big caps without looking at the ES or the NASDAQ futures. You don't want to trade those oil names without looking at oil futures as well.
No, a million. Justin Kozach says 100,000 likes and he'll shave his beard. Come on, bro. 100,000 likes. Join the club, Justin. Come on. You got to be a little more reasonable than that.
I rap for 1,000 likes. I shave my head for less. Come on, man.
Shaving your head is fine. I mean,
well,
you
I
have
shave
a
it
shaved head. Justin's talking about his beard there. So
that's legit, though.
10,000 likes. I mean, 100,000, Justin. You gotta, don't even post that, bro, in the chat if that's what we're gonna do. Okay, so here we go. Let's just keep on going on that one. All right, so look at AMD, man, and again, this is why I keep on saying kind of the same thing, like a broken record here, is that AMD continues its slide to the downside. I don't really have a target to get out on the upside. I was just looking at where to reload this thing, and it probably should have been there, 78.50. So let's have a note there on that for a reload for AMD around that 78.50 mark in case we get back up there. So 78.30, fine. Let's put an offer right now. I just don't want to miss it. AMD up to that side there. Oh, no. I will look at Meta. I'm not 100% sure what I want to do on that one because it's trading a little differently right now. Meta has fallen back in pretty good. Right, like I'm sitting at 163.80. It went to 163.84 again. Like what? I've missed those dumps now by 4 pennies every time. Exactly 4 pennies. So we'll see if it comes down. I don't know. Like if it if it breaks 163.50, then we do want to get out of Meta. So let's pay attention to that one. If it does break, we will get out. But right now, Meta looking to get long 164.80, like miss it by 4 cents, or else we have another 50-cent winner on this name. So a little frustrated for me, but hey, it's been an absolute monster day. We have 0 LFT, and we made back the money, so we're going to be happy with this. And let's just see where we go. But AMD short, Meta long 164.80 if we can come through, and then I do want to get more short AMD near 78.30. So just a couple targets there for me, and I hope that you guys are able to take those trades and or just look at them and see why I like them. That to me is all that really matters, right? Trade your own book, make sure that you're doing that. And again, another big shout out to everybody for the super chats, man. Big day for memberships, big day for super chats. Thank you so much one more time. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. We're almost at 3,000, guys. There it is, True Trading Group. Thank you so much for another 20 bucks there. Let's get it to 3K, guys.
And don't go anywhere either, because at 11 o'clock, just a few minutes, we're going to be off. We'll be back at the close, but Trader Prad and I believe Luca, of course, will be there. Really, and look, they're going to do a fantastic job as they always do. But thank you guys so much. I actually wanted to go over. We mentioned AMD over and over again, but I keep forgetting about Nvidia. I remember saying 150 on Nvidia would be a big level. I'd be on the bid in front of it. Still there. It actually bounced $4 off 151 and change. So pretty strong move. The thing about that is, like, once you have that support, now I'm going to cancel my bid and be way tighter to 150, because if it ever retook that low, I'm not going to sit there right in front of the low of the day. I'll let it get to that 150. I was willing to pay 151s in front, but not anymore. It put the low in just a tiny bit away from where we would have loved it. So that missed by that much. You don't want it again. You wait for that 150 if the market retests those lows. Brendo, there's still a few names out there that have yet to report. We talked about at least one of them. Well, actually, wait a minute. No, we didn't talk about that one name that's on the board there. We talked about it yesterday. So let's see what we have for earnings.
Yeah, I was just noticing as well, tomorrow the last day of the month, guys. So Friday will be July 1st. We will be here even though it's Canada Day. July 4th, Monday, the holiday, we will not be. So just clear that up as well. Here's what's coming up tonight. We mentioned Micron Thursday after the close.
Yeah, so we mentioned Walgreens yesterday because they were not spinning off, they're not going to be spinning off their Boots. So that was yesterday's
Boots
news.
Alliance.
Yeah, Boots Alliance.
Then they have to change their name.
Yeah, Walgreens.
Boots Alliance.
Yeah, but they would have had to change the name. But they're not doing that. That was in the play yesterday. Constellation, I don't know if we care about that stock much anymore.
Well, the only problem with Constellation, remember, they have a stake in CGC, so Canopy. Yeah. So as that keeps going down, they've lost billions of dollars on that stake.
And
so
billions.
Yeah, no, literally billions on that. Okay, new position alert. Let's just go. It's been my money stock today. Meta, we are just up infinitely amounts of money on this name, and we're trying to add a couple zeros to that as well. As here goes Meta. We're in the money, 163.80. There it is, right there. There's 20 cents in the money for you right away on that play. And again, like, I am debating now paying myself. We just went all the way up there. I was waiting at 164.15 to pay myself, but let's see. Now it comes right back down. So 163.50 we'll get out on this one. We'll average in one more time at 60, and then a little bit of a breakdown through 50. We'll see what it does, and then we'll get out around that level. So that's going to be something for us here on Meta. Again, when you're taking $5, $6 victories, you can hold on a little bit longer. But at the same time, we don't want to give money back, because what's done in the past is in the past. You're looking for new trades. And right now, I don't know, man. I'm debating, where is this? This AMD, like, all right, you know what? Forget it. I'm just going to hold this. I was bidding 77.50 there on AMD. It didn't fill, but I don't think I want it to fill. So let's just see if this can come back in. There's Meta back up into the 90s. Let's see if we can just get a little bit more of a push upside. We'll take, we were almost there at 99. We'll take out a third if it hits 99, 430 pennies. Sorry, 420 pennies. There it is. Yes, sir, man. Wow, what kind of a day is this? Nah, Brad, no money now. It's chicken dinner winner time for everybody, as there it goes again, another 20 cents on Meta.
I want to just quickly, there's a good question in the chat here that I think, before we get out of here, I wanted to answer. It was, what are the volume bars on KZR? So we traded little KZR yesterday. I think today it's kind of dead. But a lot of times you'll see these huge wicks and then nothing happens in the stock. Often they're just late reported dark pools prints that come through. So could be just a gigantic block print that comes through in the dark. Well, a good way to tell whether it's real or not is if you had that kind of a volume spike bigger than the entire day's worth of volume at that particular point, it would have actually moved the stock a little more than it did. So that's your hint that it was essentially nothing. I'm not saying, it's still true, like it was a block print that came through, but it didn't move the stock. That means it's a dark pool print. If it was at a high of the day and it was a big spike, sure, fair enough, maybe that could be legitimate, but essentially just a dark pool print. You see them often, and you don't want to overreact to them because people use volume as an indicator. In some cases, it's not going to be volume that's going to end up moving that market. It is now 11 o'clock. The boys are in place. It's been a fantastic morning. It's only going to get better throughout the day. We're back at $2. Let's go, Trader Prad and Luca. Go get them.
Let's get it, baby. Time for the market. I got to clear my throat. Hello, let me take a sip of my juice box. There we go. The throat is all cleared. Time for the midday market movers. I'm your host, Trader Prad. This is my host, the beautiful Lucky Luciano. Yesterday, I was introducing Ian, and one of the viewers was saying that, why don't you introduce your co-host like the way you used to with Valeria, the beautiful Miss V? So I was like, all right, now I have to introduce my co-host as the beautiful Lucky Luciano. So we're here. Let's get the game going.
Everyone? Hopefully everyone's doing great and having a good day.
Yeah. Okay, you're still logging in, so I guess I'll start off my day over here. I started off with, what did I do? I saw obviously NIO coming with the bad news, waiting for the perfect opportunity to be short on NIO. Right now my positions aren't showing, but maybe if I cover some of my NIO here, what do I want to cover? I don't really want to cover anything yet, but once I do cover some of my position, it will update on the platform over here and you'll see my positions. So I am short NIO. Tried to short over here, was profitable. I added the high a day, it broke the high a day, so I lost whatever I made on the initial pop. Got back in again near the, once it started showing weakness again around the same prices. And as we're going down right now, let me cover a trade real quick, and then if that trade does come into, or if that trade does trigger, there we go. Now my position should start updating by itself. So as you guys can see, I'm short Apple, which is 45 cents in the money, Nvidia, $1.50 in the money, and NIO, which is 20 cents in the money short. Here's my Nvidia trade. I believe Nvidia, I tried it a couple times. No, Nvidia I did not try a couple times. I just got in near the double top 156 and in a winning trade right now, holding that trade to see if we can hold it for the rest of the day, get a nice move to 152. Only if the market is weak we'll get that, sadly. For the shorts, that is the sad part. Markets are just kangarooing around, just being flat on the day. So maybe today's the type of day where you just constantly scalp in and out, in and out, in and out, because the market just can't decide on the direction just yet, as the S&P 500 is absolutely flat in the negative direction slightly, and the NASDAQ's also absolutely flat in the positive direction. So, noticing that, might just want to think about covering some of my shares around some of my shorts over here. Maybe we can head over to I don't want to cover Apple just yet, but I'll cover NIO a little bit more. So there we go. We're going to cover NIO. And obviously, if you have any stocks you want to talk about in the chat, feel free to put it in. We love to look at the positions that you guys have been trading all day, and we'll have more fun with that. Let's see what Lucky Luciano did today.
Yeah, guys, and I'm actually looking at Apple right now, that 140 level. So I tried a short just recently, and now we kind of came back through it. The move on this was actually super violent. Yeah. Like I tried the short and then I stopped myself out at break even. Then I tried again and I was gonna do the same setup, and this thing popped on me like 30 cents. So yeah, the type of market we're in, and it was at that moment that I heard Neil say something about like, we're breaking out, look at the daily, like something like that. And I'm like, I just look at my position, I'm like, okay, I got smoked. I literally punched the top on this, but then we did move higher. But if we can stay below that 140, then it's kind of interesting. So I think I might take a small little short here and then hold on to this one, and we'll see where this one goes. Because if we can stay below, like I want to say like 140.40, like this is a potential top area. Like we could easily move back to like 139.20, especially if the market decides that it wants to stay below VWAP and then push towards the lows. So we'll see where this one goes, and I'll share a couple other trades with you guys as well. So today was absolutely insane. Today, yesterday was, it was one of those days where it took a little bit too much size and stopped myself out. But like Pratt said, definitely a scalper's market. And, some of these fills may not make sense. And for anybody who's using our platform, if you get some of these wicks like this on Amazon, which is like a dark pool wick, you just basically come here to the data editor and you see like you go towards like the time. So it might be like 10:18. You come here and you just basically fix that. So that was basically 110 and it'll fix it for you. So anybody using our platform, that's how you do that if you want to clean them up. Sometimes you get quite a bit of them and you just kind of stick with them. But yeah, anyway, so, scalper's market. Market was whiplashing. We had the GDP come out, and it was basically in line with estimates, and it didn't move the market the way that I thought that it could move the market. And so, I was in. I took a short on futures, and it didn't do anything. So I punched out. I basically broke even on that, and then we're kind of whipping around, and we got that early sell-off, right? The early sell-off, and I'll actually, AMD was kind of insane. And guys, these fills might look kind of sloppy. Like I was definitely scalping with like quite a bit of size, just kind of in and out. I figured I'd get filled wherever I put my order, so it kind of felt good. We had the sell-off. Unfortunately, I missed that 79, which was a fresh low. Hopefully, some of you guys had it because that was an insane break, and you held that for like 2 points at least. And then I was just scalping one of my biases here was, okay, once the selling exhausts, are we going to bounce, right? So I was trying a couple shorts here, a couple longs, but just basically scalping. I'm basically break even on the name now. Like I took a couple of L's, but my best shorts were through VWAP here. So it's like we sort of topped out, and it was like wicking up, could not get higher at this point, and then the flush down was violent, and there was still quite a bit of volume around here. So I actually had decent size on these shorts, short here, short, add, and these were like, these basically put me up on the name, no solid. Then I tried a little bit more. Now it's like slowing down. So for AMD, if AMD gets back up to VWAP, this is a new low on AMD, right? And like obviously chip sector is like super weak. And so, if we get back up here and there's active sellers on AMD, I think like just be patient and like play this range. Like if we get back above like 78.50 area, then you just kind of stop over there because look at this, right? It blows through 78.50 and wicks all the way to 79. So the last thing you want to do is hold that against you, I would say, especially if you short kind of like around here. So yeah, this is going to be something that I'm looking at if we can get back up. I don't think this is something that I necessarily want to smash the lows on, but 77 definitely new level there. So it'll be interesting to see how price reacts around there. And then going on to my Amazon trade here, yeah, this was definitely just scalping, holding trend, getting long, just scalping it out, in and out, in and out. I had actually decent size on this final push towards 111, and we did not break 111. So if we do break 111, that'll be a fresh level. And then I had decent size on this short over here going back down. And, a lot of the times I sort of tell myself, like, I'm using like not feeler orders, but I think we're going to make a push here. So I'm like, like long out, long out, long out. And then I'm like, okay, if the long is wrong, then do not abort the short. And so like, I'm like long, 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 long. I lose, lose, lose. I'm like, okay, this is going back down. So then I just smash the short and just cover all the way down. And, this one looking like, Amazon seems to be a little bit stronger. And so let's check out Apple actually, where this one is. So I think this one, okay, yeah. So as long as this holds trend, I think I'm going to have a stop maybe like right above 140.11 at this point, because if we break here, break trend, we can easily jump to like 140.40, 140.50 area. So yeah, I'm going to readjust that one. And if I get stopped out on that, I get stopped out. Is what it is. It's a kangaroo market. Who knows where this is going? So just to be safe on that one. And I also had a pretty good short on CCL, but I think I covered this way too early. Yeah, look at this. So like obviously like super strong move. The thing is SSR, and I tried to actually take a like decent size around this area. And I tried to hit the bid, and I completely forgot that it was SSR. I was like, wait, why is my order not filling? And then I saw it was SSR, and I was like, okay, you know what? I'm done here. Like, I don't even want extra size. So I basically covered to what I thought was like right in front of like the 9 area. Like, definitely did not hold. I could have held this. Like, this was actually a terrible trade. I definitely should have held this or like scaled out a little bit better. But I think this was one of my like back burner trades where I had a little bit less size. So I just said, let me just cover this and focus on something else that's moving. And yeah, guys, Tesla, like, is classic. Look at this. Look at this. It literally breaks 680. And I've been talking about the 680 level, saying if we get below 680, this thing is going to sell off, and it's going to have that push factor, like where you can get like 5-10 points on a clean flush. So here I am ready to take the 680 break. I think it was my first or second trade of the day. I take the break. It flushes all the way down. This is a real candle. It flushes all the way down to 176.30 area. Okay, I bid, I don't get filled. I bid, I don't get filled. I bid, I don't get filled. My stop triggers me out, and then this thing flies higher. So you know what? Tesla is officially on the no-fly zone, the no-fly list. It is on the no-trade list for me anymore. Like, I cannot get the fills, and you know, like obviously my bias was correct here. This was a solid trade. Like, this was 5 points in 1 second, but yet I didn't get filled. And so it's like, what's the point? And then I tried it again because obviously, like, you know, super upset. Tried it again, and I knew this time around, I'm like, I'm crossing. I'm taking way less. The risk to return on this doesn't make any sense, but I think it'll be good just because, you know, market is extra weak at this point in time. So I took it. I'm actually up on the name, and I'm done with Tesla. If we get to 600, that'll be my next trade on it, around that level, 620, because that'll be a new fresh low. But you know, if we are now like at like over here, if we hit 660, like I'm not touching this name at all, because it upsets me and it ruins my other good trades that I have. And then finally, this NEO trade, absolutely insane. So, you know, comes up and it pops, and then as it's right above that 22, and again, the short seller report that comes up on this, and go figure, this thing rallies right off the open. I think Neil made a good point on this. It's like, you know, these short sellers, what do? They don't like announce. It's not like I'm looking at Pratt and I'm just like I'm saying something and then I'm doing something. Like, no, these guys are short well in advance. Okay, they're short at like 24. And then this thing drops down to 20, and they're like, okay, like now I need to get filled, right? I need to get filled. So let's release the short seller report and use that like volume liquidity to get out and create maybe a free trade. Maybe they do something like that, right? So, you know, we had that initial pop, and then it was kind of weak. And so I said to myself, okay, let me add some here. So I added some for the initial short. Then I took 22 with decent size, and I just started covering right away. And then there was some size at 21.90, and then I was done with this trade until I saw the size, and I was like, okay, if we break that, it'll probably be good for another 5 cents. And you know, like today, I'm not playing around. I'm taking max size. I'm getting in. I'm getting out. I'm crossing, and I'm just gonna collect my base hits. Like, I figured I could have had a bid towards 21.71 if I took less size, but at this point I made probably way more on the trade, just the way that I structured it. It just felt really good, and you know, at this point maybe NEO comes back down. It kind of feels at some point today, like if the market, I don't believe that the market's gonna break out today. Like if it does, it's a very clear level, and it's like, if you look at the daily on the ES, and I'll pull this up for you guys just to show you kind of my thought process on this. You know, you have the moving average here. This is probably the 13-day moving average, if I had to guess. This is a 13-day moving average, and it's like right at 38, and Arun's level, 38.12, that recent low, which is just above 3,800, right? So it's very clear to me. If we break 3,800, we're probably going lower, right? But if we hold this level, then we either, you know, create an indecision type candle, which means we're basically going to stay where we are, and we're just going to bounce around all day, or we're going to kind of inch back up, break out, and go back up, right? So pulling this back to the 1 minute candle here to show you guys, 1 minute candles, it's like clearly this thing is ranging, right? But if we get back above 38.50 level, 38.50, like let's see how the price reacts. If we break above and we can't hold and we just sell off, then it's like, okay, you know, we're going back down. But you know, if we break above, there's lots of volume and everything starts breaking out, then you know, like maybe it's gonna go back up. But I sort of want to favor the downside. And you know, at this point, if we get back up to kind of these areas here, like I'm gonna take a shot at whatever names look best. And speaking of short, yeah, my Apple trade stopped me out there, but yeah, probably like hunted my stop there. Look at that, top punch. But you know, no worries, I can always get back into this if we inch back lower, or maybe we sort of go back towards 140.25-ish area and give a better potential for a short there. So, you know, let's see what this one does. You know, if the market's going to continue to go lower and go to VWAP, then I'm going to, yeah, so now it's back below 140. Yeah, I'll get back into this trade. We'll see how it goes. I'll give it like 3 attempts, and then, you know what, if I miss, it is what it is.
All right, my turn?
Sure.
Awesome. Let's go find out where some of the stocks that I'm trading. Obviously, you guys know that NIO is what I've been looking at. I covered my Apple short when the market started bouncing off of VWAP. That was a NASDAQ market I'm talking about. Listen, I already told you I'm not trying to hold stocks for any movements really today, because kangaroo market back into play, and it's a Wednesday. You know, I don't expect big moves to come into play. But that being said, NIO has been cashing me out, baby. 60 cents in the money on NIO, helping me make some money on the day today. Negative on Apple, sadly, because I took too many shots on Apple in front of 140 and I got burnt. But thankfully, you know, I got back in near the high day on Apple to cut down the amount of losses that I have on this stock. And that's the only negative stock I have. And obviously NIO and NVIDIA, $2 in the money on NVIDIA and 65 cents in the money on NIO, just constantly catching those fills on the downside. Now I'm going to try and hold the rest of my piece for try and hold it for a little bit of a bigger move here after I've already captured the overall trade, the overall essence of the trade. Now I don't have to worry about it. Now it's just a free trade for me. Moving to some of the other stocks that you guys are talking about, I see Li Auto being mentioned. Now that I'm trading NIO, might as well go look at Li Auto. Something that I'm remembering that Neil mentioned, that the stocks are doing completely different moves. Sorry. They're in different percentages, but they're doing the exact same moves, which is Li and NIO. Li's basically copying NIO's move, or maybe NIO's copying Li's move overall, and hence it's been up on the day. And obviously that short seller report that Luca already mentioned coming into play for NIO, and that's why I'm a little bearish on it. But the shorts are indeed being squeezed. Be careful if you are short. Think about covering some size. Don't think about holding it for the dream move, because it could easily just whipsaw right back onto the upside, and then try and take out the highs over there for NIO. Let's see some of the other stocks you guys are looking at. NKE, ooh, that was a stock from that was in play 2 days ago. Actually, yeah, also earnings yesterday, and it was in news on Friday or something, right? I can't remember. Yeah, so earnings yesterday. Yesterday was a lot of volume on NKE, and to the downside, I remember, even though they came out with, somewhat of a mixed earnings bag, I think they missed or they beat, but they reported that the next earnings that they're going to come out with is not going to be a good one. So they did push down quite a bit yesterday, and obviously the market environment yesterday helping NKE push a little bit more probably than it wanted to. Glad to see it right back above yesterday's levels, or trading in yesterday's ranges right now. High day of 105, and VWAP is where we're at, 104 on NKE.
Yeah, guys, so I got right back into this Apple short, and I'm going to give it a little bit more wiggle room. Hopefully it doesn't stop me out. It just feels like, there's a lot of selling on this, and like 140 level, decent level to play off. We already had the move up, right? We had the move up, and now we had the move back down, and it sort of seems like this could potentially be a resistance area. But again, guys, it's going to whip around, and like this could easily like break and stop me out like right now. So we'll see where this one goes, and if it gets back down, I'm going to give it one more attempt if I get stopped out. But just the last thing that I want to do is like this market like decides to like rip back up. Okay, so stopped again as I say that, and maybe it stops now. So yeah, we'll see what happens here. But see if we can get another couple of trades for you guys as well. And yeah, let's see where Neo is as well. Is this below VWAP? Okay, yeah, so I actually missed that fill there. But if we get some consolidation, see now that Neo's below VWAP, if we get some consolidation and stay there, like maybe we get a move towards 21. So actually, 21? Oh yeah, so let's see on this one. It's not SSR, so.
Near's not SSR? No. Whoa, okay. Yeah. I thought it would have been with the negative catalyst it had. I actually have the catalyst right here for NIO. Yeah, the short seller report, obviously. Some slumped 7% in pre-market, but right now only down 4%, so obviously recovered quite a bit. But woo, let's go. NIO extending its losses a little bit more now for us, up 81 cents in the money. I feel like a little bit of a dummy taking out some of my size there just to cover some of my profits. But, very happy NIO's pushing to the downside, and our average price is, $22.17. So basically only 10 cents away from the high a day. Risk to reward ratio, baby. We're 82 cents in the money. A 7:1 trade, a 8:1 trade. Let's go. These are the type of trades we talk about. You take how much ever size your risk allotments allows you to load up in front of this level, and then you just watch the stock play out for you, giving you those multiple R's. Obviously, we're going to be talking about AMD, Apple, Microsoft, and your NIOs all day, but I want to move away from these for a little bit and go look at some of the stocks that were in play completely with the catalysts and so on. And one of those stocks that Luca already traded was CCL. I wanted to go short on CCL. Obviously, I was late coming into work because of traffic, and the rain kind of screwed me on my walk over here. Overall, though, CCL don't have an opportunity to get into the position just yet. I'm waiting for a nice pop to come into CCL over here so I can load up maybe around $9 or so. And obviously, the report was, I didn't know the report until I read it, but before I even read the report, Luca and I believe it was Ian, they were talking to each other in our group chat, and they were talking about how CCL, it might just go to zero, or that's what Morgan Stanley analysts are predicting it to go to zero. So I guess, you know, the bear market catalyst really coming into play over here, even in the analyst mindset. Finally, our markets are both red today. First time that of me watching NASDAQ and S&P 500 being in the red territories. NASDAQ trying to trade below VWAP, but, you know, it's struggling a little bit to trade below VWAP. S&P 500 well below VWAP. NVIDIA $2 in the money. NIO 81 cents in the money.
Yeah, guys, I actually messed up a NEO short there, so I'm not actually short. I just saw it on the position board. No, I want to see if we get back to VWAP. I don't want to punch the bottom there, but yeah, AMD just broke 77. So, you know, tried a little cheeky short there, like in, out, stopped out, is what it is, no big deal. But we're sort of holding. It's kind of weird. It's like we're trading, you know, it's make a decision. Are we going down? Are we going up? So, you know, I decided to take a long here, and if we make a new recent low, which will be below like 76, like if we continue to sell off, then I'll get out of this long. But, you know, like I think we're good for a bounce, and like maybe we get back up to like potentially 20-cent area, like we'll see. It seems pretty slow, like we're kind of slow right now. So like, you know, this could bounce, and like, I mean, if the market even runs back a little bit to VWAP, maybe this thing moves towards 77.50. I mean, look, if this is the bottom, right? Like that was a pretty weak break. If this is the bottom, then, you know, I want to definitely hold on to this one. But, you know, if we break, and let me just make sure my stop is in here.
I just found the new SSR bounce play. So real quick, remember how I said I'm going to have stocks on my sticky note over here that I'm going to be tracking, and on there I have Qualcomm and MULN. I pull up Qualcomm's to the downside, not really doing anything that I want to do, or I want to play off of it. I wanted to play off the 130 levels like that came off the news yesterday. But since Qualcomm is below that, I flipped over to MULN. You know, the stocks on SSR, the bid on $1.10 is 686,000 shares on an inverse gateway. Then we have another 200,000 shares on the NASDAQ gateway. So clearly, only people who can punch that are people who are long at the moment, are trying to exit out of their position for a profit. I can risk a penny on this trade and punch the $1.10 level to take my loss. And if the trade ends up working for me, this is what I was talking about yesterday. MULN is going to be on SSR, and I'm going to be looking for a level to punch long at. I don't see that type of size on any other level on MULN except for the $1, and even the $1 doesn't have that much size as much as the $1.10 level does at the moment. We're going to go long on that SSR bounce play maybe. It's not the SSR bounce play, but, you know, Ian has labeled it now or morphed it into that. So it's going to be the new SSR bounce play over here. Let's see if the size can hold, or are there enough long, 600, 700, 800,000 shares worth of long that can actually punch that price and push it even lower than that.
Yeah, guys, so I guess that Apple call short was actually a good call. Too bad I actually missed the reload on that, but we have some size at 139.70 area. So if that doesn't get taken out, then, you know, kind of feels good for a potential move back to VWAP. So, you know, got in kind of low, bad price, but, you know, tight stop is what it is, just a little bit less size. So we'll see what happens here. If we flush through 139.50, then, you know, try to bid out in front of VWAP there. You know, but again, this kangaroo market, like looking like it wants to go lower, but at any moment could turn around, right? Could turn around. So, you know, keep an eye on this one, and you know, let's check out Amazon as well, because that 110 area, yeah, like we're far away from that. And let's check out NEO and Alibaba. I hear Alibaba being called out, and let me just manage this one. Oh, so, some size at 115 area. I mean, it's not, you know, that's like very small size, I would say. And it's kind of like these aren't like new levels, right? So like I'm under the impression that like you see some size on the book, like it's probably going to get taken. And then if it doesn't get taken, like maybe they readjust if they don't get the fill right away. So, and let me just manage this stop here as well. Yeah, if we break, this is kind of slow mover, but yeah, we'll see where this one goes here. And yeah, guys, Amazon, that 110 area, definitely interesting. Like lots of selling at like 110.40 to 110.60. So I mean, at this point, like we're pushing so low, like I doubt we get back there. But if we do, let's see if sellers step back in there as well. And let's see if we can get NEO on this bounce here too. If we get back up, if NEO doesn't break trend, like maybe risk off 21.50 area, like if it wants to continue down for a 21 test. But you know, there was quite a bit of selling like around this area. And now like my questions are like, are we going to reclaim and then just like go back up? Like, so, you know, let's see if we can get filled here at like just in front of 121.50 area for a potential next leg down there.
So I'm looking at Bed Bath & Beyond. The houseware retailer announced the departure of the CEO and so on. That obviously pushed the market down, or the stock down, sorry, market down. The stock down to 10%. And actually right now the market's getting pushed down too, a little bit more than I thought it would. So NASDAQ's getting elevated to the elevated. NASDAQ's getting, whatever the opposite of elevated is getting pushed to the downside and extending its losses. So S&P 500 now down 0.4%, almost 0.5%. NASDAQ down slightly more than 0.25% to the downside. So Bed Bath & Beyond, which is what I was talking about. How is the stock not an SSR? What? It's down 20%. It has to be on SSR. Our platform says SSR no for BBBY. Okay, so Branko's Dwight Schrute at the back just yelled out that a bunch of stocks aren't showing that they are SSR even though they are. So I'm not going to rely on my platform for this one today. But, you know, for BBBY, just know that anytime a stock is down more than 10%, it's going to be triggering a mechanic in the stock market, which is called a short sale restriction. You cannot short the stock by taking out size off the bids. You have to wait on the ask, passively wait on the ask for the stock to go higher. That's the only way you can take your fills on the short side. So 20% being down triggers SSR for today and for tomorrow. So you have to wait for maybe the next day for that mechanic to turn off, unless tomorrow we go down again 10%, which restarts the cycle for 2 days. Even though the markets did push down, NASDAQ whipped right back to VWAP. It is now once again absolutely flat on the day. Now S&P 500, which was down 0.5%, is now right back to being only down 0.25% on the day. So this market has been absolutely wild. Why are we doing that?
Yeah, guys, so I see somebody here. Somebody actually said bloodbath and beyond. That's kind of funny. That made me laugh. And somebody also asked, where do you think Tesla's going? Look, I have no idea. Obviously, the whole market's down, and this thing seems to be making new lows. I think next level that could be significant would be, I mean, besides the 666 level, potentially you got the 650 level. You know, like I'm just playing based on $50 increments. But you know, this, I mean, look, it kind of breaks a low, it does a lot of volume, and then it instantly reclaims. But I mean, everything's basically moving together, right? Like if this market is going to go lower and then test that 3,800, then obviously, you know, Tesla's going to keep going lower. Like down already 4% today. So the question is, are we going down 5%, 6%? For this one, I have no idea. I mean, at some point, I know they're going to be at 600. Like I just kind of have that feeling. But it's just like, you know, it had the sell-off, the bounce, and now this kind of continuation. But I wouldn't be surprised if it just kind of goes a little bit sideways before making a decision. But I wouldn't expect this to go above like 700 today. Like that would be huge. Like it's probably going to stay. Looks like it's making lower highs, right? So maybe if we do get a pop, like if you're into like the, you know, shorting around VWAP type thing, I personally wouldn't. Just because of the way to structure that risk would be difficult for my type of trading style. But you know, if this does pop back to like that 680 level, which you know was that level that I kind of mapped, and then we got a little bit above it, but we couldn't even test 684. So if we get back, maybe like 678 to 680 will act as a potential short-term resistance for another move down to like 674, 670 area. But again, these are like, you know, 5 points, and then you're risking like 3. So it's like it's maybe a little bit over a 1-to-1. And so, like, that's, you know, that's definitely something that you want to be careful of.
All right, I'm just getting my pairing going over here, so my guy's over here exposing me. Why are you doing that, Lucas? You don't have to expose me like that. Let me get my account going over here. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. We got that hidden. But the EVFMs, we got a super chat coming in. I believe it was a super chat, yeah, by Yaz. Can we get an EVFM analysis, please? Yeah, for sure. You know, a counterceptive pill of a company, I believe, which was recently popping off due to the recent catalyst. Went above $1 not too long ago, I believe, on the 27th of June. Neil was looking at this trade. I was looking at this trade. I'm pretty sure most of you were looking at this trade too. The stock popped above $1, and sadly on that very same day, I think we got below $1 once again, and now we're trading fully under $1. SSR once again for EVFM. The question is, does the stock have the strength to get back above $1 in the near future? You know, maybe sometime this week, maybe sometime next week. We'll see. The volume on the stock is decreasing after popping above that price. So the in my opinion, we do need to go test some of these levels to the downside. You know, the 70-cent level, the 60-cent level, even the 50 period EMA and the 100 period EMA near 40 cents or so. I believe we do need to go test those levels on the market. If there's any buyers there, then maybe we can see those big volume spikes of 200 million, 300 million shares coming in again and the stock getting back above $1. But right now, with only 46 million shares traded on the day so far, that's going to put a relative volume of only, I want to guess, 0.7. EVFM. I can't type. EVFM. I can't even find it on this platform at the moment. Maybe because my account's logged out. Yeah, my account's logged out. So while I do this, let's send it over to Brando for social sentiment.
Hey guys, yeah, let's get you an update here. We'll show you the updated board here as far as what is happening on social media today. When last you saw this, remember AMC was this color, SPY was this color. So back and forth we go for the overall market. This ECB bank forum looks like it has wrapped up, so things quieting down a little bit. We are very, very flat. There's the Qs, there's the SPY. Overall sentiment kind of going along with the overall market today. Otherwise, though, very negative board here as far as what people are talking about. NIO, top of the list this morning on that short seller note, but yeah, showing all kinds of relative strength. AMC back to the downside now, negative. Tesla with some negative sentiment back to the downside. Also DWAC on here. Robinhood as well popped up early on. I noticed was actually this size early on, but a little bit less mentions at this point for Robinhood after a busy week for them. Want to mention quickly Nike positive today so far, and then that X Air on an upgrade following an FDA approval for one of their products. But overall, not really in relation to what the market is actually trying to do at this point, guys, but pretty negative talk out there on social media platforms. Back over to you.
All right, let's get right back into the jungle, I guess. I don't know, the rumble in the jungle. I'm still. Oh, maybe that's why it's not connecting, because my phone is picking up the Bluetooth automatically, Lucas, and it's connecting to my phone instead of connecting to the computer. All right, that makes a lot more sense. All right, anyways, coming back to the market over here, we talked about EVFMs not too long ago. ALNA is being spammed in the chat. Let's go see what ALNA is. ALNA, 300 million shares on a penny stock now. That's what we're talking about, baby. Let's go. Looks like another stock over here getting ready to go for that $1 test. I'm not sure if we see that today, but clearly tons of volume coming in, 240% to the upside. Let me see if the stock was on our watch list. Most likely not going to be, because where did the other website go for me on this one? Maybe it's over here. Yeah, there we go. That's the website I'm looking for. Yeah, it's most likely not on there because it's a penny stock. So maybe I can find something about it on this one real quick. Where's my other link? I'm trying to find my other link. There we go. ALNA on the news site is, what are you doing today? Another biotech stock, I guess, just going off of an FDA catalyst, I would be guessing right now. I don't really see any specific catalyst for it that would stand out. Oh, maybe right here at the market offering agreement, shares up after hours. There we go. 17 hours ago, the news came in about a market offering agreement for them. ALNA now getting ready for a test of 50 cents today. Today so far, they've only had a high of 44 cents. So coming in very soon over here. I want to real quick talk about my NVIDIA position, which was in the money and is still in the money, but no longer in the money as deep as it was. We were $2 in the money on this trade. Now we're only looking at $1 in the position as NVIDIA and the rest of the market gets ready to push back to the upside. Here goes NASDAQ, really thirsting to the back to the positive direction. Now up 0.15 on NASDAQ, as S&P 500 is down basically the same thing, down 0.15 on S&P 500, below VWAP, but trying to get back above VWAP for the SPYs. Luke, are you looking at anything?
No, I'm not really looking at anything. Kind of waiting for trades to come to me. So, if Apple gets back up here to the above 140 area, maybe we reevaluate and see. Like, we're getting these kind of wicks, right? Like, as we discussed. So, I'm going to be extra patient on these ones and, see if anything comes to me. And let's actually check NEO here if it's still below VWAP. Let's pull it up here. Just give me a second. So it's kind of sideways action. And, you know, there is still quite a bit of selling on this. So, yeah, maybe this has another leg down. I just got to time this right. The last thing I want is a little bit of a whip up here. And, you know, as we discussed, like, if it gets that nice push higher, right, and then a lot of selling and then flush, like, that'll probably be the best case scenario. So let's see if we could, let's see if it gives us that opportunity, that one final push up as the market runs to VWAP and then a potential short here. So, and potentially risk off. I mean, if you scale this correctly, but risk off like maybe like this area just below, if not like right above, depending how much size you take. So, you know, like we'll keep our eyes on this one as well.
Yeah, you know, as the market's pushing up, I do have my order that I placed not too long at right after I got my entry on NVIDIA to take more shares short. So hopefully as this market pushes up, I get that fills at the triple top on NVIDIA around 156 as the high. And if 156 breaks, I'm going to give it a wiggle room of about 20 cents or so. And if that goes, then that's fine. We take that loss, we move on from that trade. I'm going to quickly go over to my NIO trade and cover some of those trades over there too before it starts squeezing more, just so I can cover some of my profits before it starts turning back around. And if NIO goes back to those highs, you know, we can gladly, freely get back into that trade without having to be stressed about how, you know, one of the Sean's commandments, I saw that tweet recently.
That's from Rolling Records.
That's from Rolling Records? Yeah. Did you make those commandments and he wrote them out, or he wrote them out? Okay, he wrote them out. So Rolling Records commandments over there, you know, really, really happy seeing that one, because in the first one that was do not let a winning trade turn sour for you. That's basically what I'm trying to do on NIO. You know, it's a winning trade. I don't want it to go back into the negative for me because I had some losses incurred on it. So getting right back to the other side is what covering does. MULN, baby, what did I tell you? No one's going to be punching that $1.10 unless you're long 600, 700, 800,000 shares of MULN. You're not punching that. So as soon as we go to the downside, I take more shares on MULN long. I throw out my stop. I mean, I'm basically flat on this trade, nothing to beat my chest about. But now that this market move is coming in, NASDAQ up 3.3%, S&P 500 finally positive/flat. Let's see if this market can really push us up there and give me some trades on my NVIDIA short, which is probably going to come in very soon. We're going to get short NVIDIA in the next 30 seconds. They ran away from my price. I like that.
Yeah, I don't know if you're looking at anything else. I'm just trying to manage this. That pop was actually violent, and as you covered, Neil, like I was like taking the short here, so like I just got to manage this very quickly. I don't know if you're looking at something as well.
Yeah, no worries. If you're managing, you can come back to me over here. You know, just looking at the same trades, most likely you and I. Sean talking about Meta, so let's go over to Meta platforms. My guy was long 160.
I'm long 165.
He's long like 160 something. Like, how do you even get that fill? I know how. You have an order out there. You know, you have that order out at that nice price, 160s. You get in, get that wick fill from the open, drive momentum downside. You know, shaking the market shakes off everyone who thinks the market's long by pushing it down, and then they push it right back to the upside, giving him almost a $7 per share in the money trade as the rest of the market is now really pushing up. And I'm so glad I covered some more NIO trade where I did, baby. Look at NIO now pushing back above VWAP. Hence, I want to be careful with this trade. That being said, if we go back to 2220s, 2230s, you know I'm loading back on those shorts. The same way I plan on doing the same thing over here on NVIDIA right now, which I don't know why they don't want to give me the size. Just go up there, give me the fill, and then die off later. I think Luke is still managing his position, so I'll be looking for positions in the chat. J Nug, that's supposed to be your on Amex. Yeah, on Amex, 700,000 shares traded so far. Ooh, big down move on JNUG, 4.55 to the downside. You know, it's an ETF. Not sure how much levels really matter for ETF, as I don't really trade that ETFs that much. But if I was to say, you know, levels don't matter on ETFs. But then again, we do talk about levels all the time on S&P 500 and on the QQQ too, so maybe they do. I personally just look at the QQQ futures and the NASDAQ futures, and you guys know that those are my barometers to always look at the stock. Barometers. ENDP 0.54 looks like it might bounce now. ENDP, let's go check out what ENDP is doing. I know this stock got called out yesterday. It did, yeah, there we go. There's the move on ENDP that I remember coming in yesterday. Looks like we moved right back to halfway off yesterday's range, and you can see that right here on the daily chart to the bottom right. I don't know if you can see that. I can make that chart bigger for you guys. There we go. So, you know, we're halfway through yesterday's range over here. Not sure if that's a positive catalyst or a negative catalyst, but, you know, the fact that we're doing that with about the same volume as the stock does for the last few weeks over here could be a good thing. We could just see some support coming in around these levels and the stock goes back up. Keep in mind, penny stocks, I don't have any experience trading them. I try to stay away from these as long as I can, as far as I can. I try to look for stocks at least with $1 or $2 above at least above $1 or $2. That being said, I'm already long MULN, which is only $1.11. Okay, you good?
Just, yeah, give me a sec here to just...
I could take off this
Yeah,
stuff.
sure, thanks, appreciate it.
Really weird, stupid market. I'm not sure why you say that. I'm guessing why you're saying that is because the market's really kangarooing around. And yeah, kangaroo market is an annoying market. It is a little frustrating market. You know, when you're long, you want the market to most likely just keep on ripping and have tiny pops to the downside. I guess pops are tiny drops to the downside, allowing you to, you know, maybe reload on your trades or so on, allowing the short sellers to also make some money along the board. But it sucks when the market kangaroos around like this, and this is why I said, you know, today might not be the day where you hold the stock for a move. That being said, look at Meta Platforms. Look at what Sean is doing. He held the stock for the move, and he took advantage of it. 160 to 166. I don't know what kind of stock will give you that type of moves today, because most of the stocks have just been doing the sideways, sideways move, right? The wavy dance. Nah, but this stock over here, Meta Platform, up 1.8% today. Like insane move. I mean, Apple is up 2% too. Sadly, Nvidia and AMD are still weak continued into today. Nvidia down 3%. AMD is going to be down another 3% over here. 4%, no! You know, I was pretty happy seeing AMD form a nice little base around 80s, not go back to these low levels again. Once we got back to 100, I was like, maybe I should take some profit. You know, maybe I should take some profit. I should have taken that profit because clearly I knew this market was in bear territory zones. If we're going to go right back to these lows on AMD, what am I doing trying to hold the stock to 140? Like, come on. It's not going to 140 for another 5 years. But now that I'm saying this, you know, I'm just going to quickly glance over to Neil and Sean. And if they did hear anything I say, they would probably be nodding their head because this is a long-term account. This is a 10-year account. I shouldn't be crying about these moves right now and just keep loading on the account. Right? Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. You can't get emotional about your long-term account. You know, like if your plan was to average into the position, then you need to average into the position, right? Like don't stop averaging in because then it completely ruins the strategy that you're trying to do. And then at that point, like, you know, like it, you know, when it does pop back up, you only break even on the trade, right? So like if you set the money aside to take the trade, you know, like continue to take the trade and continue to add to that position. So I would say, you know, like even though it hurts to add, like as an investor, like adding to a losing position isn't necessarily like a bad thing. And I see somebody, Darwin, saying Luca needs a double spro. Yeah, definitely could use a double spro right now, but definitely, you know, I'll probably go afterwards. But I heard it's like pouring rain, so like, yeah,
it should be better by later on. It's just a little bit now. It should be better. That's why I have my golf shirt on. We're going golfing later today. You know, it's just no Greg for the first time. So without Greg, it's just going to be 4 of us golfing. We'll see how it goes. Maybe this time I beat my score of 85, which was pretty bad. You know, it's a par 3 course. You do the math of what the par is on that one. So getting an 85 on that is absolute dog water. But for someone who's golfed like maybe less than 10 times in his life, I'll take those numbers, baby. I'll take those numbers. Soon enough, you might just see your boy on PGA getting sponsored by Day Trade the World gear, you know, beating Dustin Johnson or whatever their names are. Dustin, is that his name, Dustin Johnson? Yeah, I got a name right of a golfer. Let's go. And it wasn't even Tiger Woods. Sheesh. Sheesh, we're getting up here, baby. We're getting up here. Sadly, the market, which was getting up there, is no longer getting up there, getting rejected still. I showed you how weak AMD is, man. AMD, I had a short right here by 78. It was such a good short. I don't know why I chickened out of it. I should have held that trade a little bit longer. Absolutely flat exit on that trade for me. What am I going to do about that, right? But here's Apple that moved right back to 145, and now we're seeing weakness again. NVIDIA, which moved to 156, didn't give me my shares, and now I'm almost $1 in the money if I got my fill around 155.85 or so. So that sucks to be me, but that's fine. If the market does want to push back up one more time, I'll be a little bit more aggressive this time around. S&P 500 right back into the negative territories, getting rejected by VWAP. NVIDIA up 0.15%. All right, time for stocks that the market's looking at. Can you check LI's PE for us? For sure. For anyone who's wondering how to check PEs and stuff, free website Finviz. Finviz, you can go over, type in the stock's name, and just, I don't know where exactly the PE section is, but thank you for Google. There we go, PE. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. Where's the 4, man? You could have just put in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.67 or something, but that's a pretty insane PE. I'm just scratching my head right now thinking about that. But we'll see where the stock goes, obviously. If Li Auto's PE is this, what are the other autos? NIO doesn't even have one. XPEV doesn't have anything. Tesla, 94, a little bit better than what Li Auto had. Maybe we can go check Lucid. LCID doesn't show me anything. Polestar, PSNY probably doesn't show anything either. I tried to look at a bunch of them for you, try to give you a relative scale. Li Auto clearly just had a whack on that one.
No, I'm just laughing at some of these guys in the chat here. Yeah, guys, I see people talking about Apple potential reload there. Yeah, something I'm looking at. And yeah, what's this market going to do? I mean, you're mentioning Li Auto as well. I haven't even looked at that today.
It's breaking the highs
Is
with
it really?
insane PE.
What was the PE on it?
Like 1, 2, 3, 5, 6.67.
Oh yeah, that's so funny. I remember when I initially looked at Alibaba back in the day, and like the PE was like 200. And I'm like, there's a terrible. But then I mean, go figure, right? Like priced in accordingly, like the thing had a run. But now some of these PEs are actually getting attractive, but I guess different environments, so you got to ask yourself a lot of questions like, where do they kind of fall? At one point, MU had like a PE of 4, and this is when it was trading at like $10, maybe in like 2018, 2017. But it stayed there for a while, and then obviously like had the run up with everything else. So that was definitely solid long-term hold if you held that.
Both sides getting fed, easy peasy, not sure what you're talking about. Oh, maybe you're talking about the longs and the shorts. Yeah, I mean, if you're long or short, you're obviously fed up of what market's going to. You want the directional move. Sadly, we're not getting that. MU still pays a dividend still, question mark. I don't know the answer to that one. Maybe we can Google that question real quick.
Who cares if they do or not?
Okay.
0.69.
0.69 for MU, says Sean. So thank you, Sean, for updating. So yeah, MU still pays a dividend. Li Auto needs to sell more than one car to be the go. I don't want to get into the whole conversation of automakers need to sell this much and that much and whatever. We do know that Li Auto did have the most increase in deliveries compared to NIO and XPEV, I believe. So clearly they're doing something over there, but that PE is insane. I'm not sure how Meta 162. Let's go check out. Oh, 163, Meta it's still to the upside, above VWAP still. I mean, the markets are trying to stay positive, so I don't know why Meta would turn into the red territories. We still got a pretty big move over here on the Meta platform left to go to 160, and I don't want to go long before we go anywhere close to 160 because I'm scared to touch Meta right now. $3 move will just happen in a flash, especially in this market. If we're constantly rejecting on the S&P 500, 3840, look at the level at 3840. Not once did we break that level, constant rejection. Hence, I actually have an order to go long on the break of that 3840 level on futures. Never came into play, so didn't have to worry about managing that position. I still have that order sitting there waiting for it. That's in case the market actually ends up being a bullish market. Some random catalyst comes out of somewhere and the market just starts elevating to the upside. And the GDP numbers didn't really push the market to the downside as everyone thought it would. So noticing that the information, I'm just ready in case a move comes in. I want to capitalize on it, and I'm saying this because yesterday on NASDAQ, that 12K move came in, and I never what's my accent kicking in for? I never capitalized on the 12K move to the downside. I actually tried to go long in front of 12K, and I got burnt on the futures. I lost about 5 points per contract on that. Thankfully, I ended flat on futures, I believe, at the end of the day because I caught some longs at the somewhere in a different on MES. Anyways, that 12K level short would have been a banger of a short going into the whole day trade. You never had to look back. The futures never came back, and you were in the points, like multiple points in the money. You're just laughing to the bank with your cash. So I don't want to miss out on a possible move like that today. When I identified a level on S&P 500, which is 3840, if that break comes, I want to be part of it.
Yeah, guys, I'm looking at a NEO. I don't know what's going on here with NEO. It keeps glitching out on me. But, this is like, there's quite a bit of selling right over VWAP over there. So I sort of butchered the trade. But now, I'm back in, and let's see if we can actually get back towards that 2130 area. And I'm going to be patient with this one. But that was kind of a little slip up. I had to manage that one, and, it is what it is. Sometimes you get offside, and you got to reevaluate, and it becomes challenging because you're reevaluating in real time. And I'm just like, okay, what's going on over here? I'm trying to figure out is there still quite a bit of icebergs? And something I noticed just in general is it almost feels like there's so many icebergs in this market. Nobody is showing their size. There's just tons of icebergs, hard to play off of because, are people iceberging relatively small size, and then you feel that there's an iceberg there and then it disappears. And so these are little things that, tape reading definitely helps you with that one. So that little double top around VWAP now at this point, maybe we do push lower and finally get that 21 test and potentially break 21 and test the low of day. Obviously, it would help if the market keeps going lower. But, this one, and to kind of zoom out a bit, looking at the 10-minute, you had the bounce, you have that sort of consolidation here. And I think for anybody who takes extra wide stops, maybe myself not included, but, if we get above 2170, then at that point, I guess this is trade potentially off, right? But, look at this here. You have that sort of double top, right? This double top, this is 1 minute here. And the bottom of that double top is a potential resistance area. That's kind of the way that I look at it. And so 2170 to 2180 potential resistance. But if we blow through that, then I would expect a 22 test coming. So, something that I would say as long as this market doesn't rip back up, then, everything kind of is moving together, right? So it's you got to just be careful of that one. So we'll see what happens there. And, I see Jacob saying, can we take a look at Roblox? So let's look, RBLX. So this one, I actually didn't look at this today, and I have that level of 30 that I'm kind of interested in. But again, towards low of day, right? And when you're sort of looking at these names and you're playing around the outside, I would say I wouldn't be looking short on this, even though the market potentially could make a little bit of a move lower. But towards the bottom of the range, and actually let's zoom out on this one just to kind of see where we stand on this, because I have no idea where this is. Last I checked, it was at 30, and then it had the run, right? So it sort of probably created a range. So this is 10-minute that I'm bringing up here. And you had that initial, right here. So you had that initial break of 30. This was really strong. Then you had, I think, either this was 21st. Okay, yeah, so this was rebalance day, and I think Roblox was an ad on that day. Then you had some follow through and then kind of create that range, right? So looks like it did break below that range, which would be around 34. So, if we get back to 34, I mean, this is something that if we get back to 34, maybe you can reevaluate and see what's going on. It seems to be at VWAP, that 34 area. So, if you're the type of trader that's look, it broke the range to the downside. Now I think it could test 32 and potentially 30 for a bounce play, considering that was the breakout area, then, watch it if it gets to 34. Again, I wouldn't be looking to necessarily smash lows on this, but if it gets back to 34, watch the tape. Are there aggressive sellers? Are people aggressively selling this? Or does it get through that 34 level very easily and then just run to 34, 50 and like potentially towards high of day, right? So obviously you want the market on your side if the market's going lower, and if the market makes a little bit of a move higher, and then, you know, this kind of moves up to 34, watch the tape, watch how it interacts, and, you know, maybe there'll be some potential resistance there, just because looking at, like, this is again the 10-minute, but looking at, you know, the past like week or so of trading, it looks like that bottom area was 34. So now it got through 34. Is it going to come back up and retest? And is that going to act as resistance before the next leg down? And so, you know, those are my thoughts on Roblox. It's not necessarily something that I would trade, but actually the more I look at it, the more I like that 34 level. But yeah, definitely one of the slower movers, I would say. So be extra patient with this one.
I was just walking back from the washroom over there, and I looked over at Lucas over there watching Kip Boga. Okay, I see you. Watching Kip Boga scam my friends back home over there. Hey man, leave Kip Boga alone. Kip Boga, leave my buddies back home alone, man. They're just trying to do their job, you know. They're just trying to make a dollar. No, actually, screw those scammers, man. I know there's scammers. Screw those scammers. I love watching Kip Boga. Playmaker was actually tweeting that at Neo yesterday. That was hilarious. You don't know what Kip Boga is? He's this guy who like scams the scammers back by calling them, pretending to be a grandma and everything. It's hilarious. I love watching those videos. But hello, my name is Bob. I come from Reliance Call Center. Yeah, like, well, you know, all those hilarious scamming messages. If you don't send me for money right now, I will call the police on you. So I love watching those videos. All right, back to the market. We actually have a picture over here from Sean about his meta trade. So there we go. Look at that picture, baby. Long at the bottom of the day. The perfect candles do exist. Maybe that's what you know, we should be calling you, Mr. Perfect Entries. Look at that. Bang, bang, bang. Even that exit, holding for that move over there. Reloading on this move. Reloaded a little bit. Took out his exit. Looks like he took the stop on profit over there. He got back in once again when it broke the, is that the VWAP or EMA? The purple? The 50 period EMA, once we got back above the 50 period EMA, he took an entry once again, took some exit at the VWAP looks like, and now holding for a possible bigger move as NASDAQ and S&P 500 once again getting back above VWAP, man, and trying to stay positive. I think the market obviously is going to flip-flop and you know, I guess as long as it flip-flops, might as well be Gucci flip-flops on the market and not the flip-flops that I have in this corner. These custy Adidas 3 stripes, baby. You know I'm 3-stripe nation. No checks on me, only stripes.
No checks, only stripes.
That being said, I have a check right here on my left.
You guys are going golfing, right?
Yeah.
That's a fresh shirt, by the way.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, this is my uncle's company. You know, shout out to my uncle, Greater Toronto Mortgages. For anyone who wants to get a mortgage in Toronto or Brampton, holla at my uncle, man. And hopefully he gives. Hopefully he gives me a mortgage. I was just gonna say, hopefully he gives me a mortgage and hooks me up with a condo because I'm trying to move out soon. So, uncle, hook me up, dog. Are you looking at anything, Luca?
You know, guys, this kind of Neo area on, this VWAP area on Neo, interesting because it cannot get above that 2164 area. So definitely something to keep your eye on there. And if the market's going to make a move back down, then, you know, this is definitely going to follow it. So kind of interesting, not getting above the 2165 area. So, you know, let's see where that one goes there. But again, you know, this market is kind of going sideways. Seems like it's losing steam. So, you know, maybe scale a little bit back on any positions that you're considering.
Yeah, so I'm just market just whipping around, bro. We're boring. Not anything fun coming for our positions over here. You know, I want to be short more Nvidia, not getting any size on that, sadly. I want to be short more Apple. I'm waiting for Apple to go to the higher days of 140.50s. I don't think I'm going to get any entries close to that right now, as we constantly see rejection around 140.20s. So maybe I might have to bring that down. Michelle, Mr. GME in the house. He's talking about if Bed Bath & Beyond breaks $5.30, big gap up opportunity in the afternoon. I mean, you have not been wrong with your I almost typed Michelle in my what do you call this, level 2? So you're talking about Bed Bath & Beyond. Let's go to Bed Bath & Beyond. If it breaks $5.30, you're talking about a big gap up opportunity, probably because you're expecting the shorts to get squeezed, or maybe shorts that were short earlier are thinking about taking some profits, giving in that oomph to get up there, and then some longs start piling in with that shorts covering coming in, showing us some real buying behind it. So if that can come into play over here, Bed Bath & Beyond for sure can squeeze some moves to the upside, getting back to maybe 570, the pre-market high is 580 or so, and if a bigger move comes in, I won't be surprised at all. You know, we've seen these type of moves coming in for these meme stocks, not very, very often, so I won't be surprised at all. Pradesh, you might need to put in a big sum as a down pay for your uncle. Yeah, that's for sure. But I'll worry about that. Don't worry about that. Are we going over? Yeah, we're pushing over to the big screen to see what I believe it's the volume leaders are going on. Happening now.
Hey guys, 12 o'clock. We'll show you what's going on as we head into the lunch hour here. Back in the red for the S&P right now, about 0.1% overall. It has been one of those days. Back and forth we go, chopping around in the range here. The Dow still holding on to positive territory, only just Russell, I should say. It's a 2,000 under significant pressure today, down 1.5%. The NASDAQ here, same story. Back and forth we go. A couple things we were watching. If you joined us this morning in the pre-market, make sure you're doing that every day. NIO, after that monster gap to the downside following that short report that came out yesterday about 10 a.m. Big gap down this morning, does nothing but go straight up from the open this morning. It is holding higher, interestingly enough. Still higher on the relative volume scale today as well. So worth a note going into the afternoon, 3.8% still for NIO. Coinbase as well had Bitcoin below 20,000 overnight. There was a negative note on Coin out today as well, but same story. We got the early flush, but it did hold here, trying to hold higher still for Coin, guys. Back over to you.
Coinbase, yeah. So someone did mention in the chat earlier, Bitcoin was getting below 20K or about to break 20K. That's always going to be on the watch. Why are my pivot points on? I didn't even turn them on. Let me turn them off. There we go. So Bitcoin still flirting around this 20K price. There was actually an article that came into my phone, I believe, this morning. One of those push notifications from, I believe, either Wall Street Journal or one of those financial networks that most people use. I can't remember exactly what the firm's name was, but they got forced by the British government to liquidate their accounts and start paying their or I guess just in general start liquidating their accounts. So they got smacked over there because of the cryptocurrency move. Most companies in general will most likely are worried about that. We know MSTR, which was in fear of liquidating their account, they've yet to liquidate it. I believe from their last conversation, they said no fear of bankruptcy or no fear of liquidation just yet. So maybe their average is a little bit better than what people were thinking. I thought the previous number was 22K or 20K. If that breaks, they have to close their account. 3 aces, thank you. The 3 arrows account, yeah, the 3 arrows account closing down or having to liquidate over there. Thank you for putting that in the chat for me. Who was it? Marin, yeah. NCR parabolic spike on the 1 minute. Real quick, yeah, let's just finish the cryptocurrency. So Bitcoin down 1% today, Ethereum 2.5, Solana down 2. Somehow Dogecoin is up 1%. Maybe it has to do with our boy Elon Musk over there pumping and dumping Dogecoin a little bit. That's his favorite coin to move around with his tweets. So just gotta wait and see what Dogecoin will end up doing later on, as the S&P 500 is pushing right back to the downside from VWAP. And NASDAQ is trying to see if it wants to stay under VWAP also. You talked about, what was the stock name again that you mentioned? NCR. Frank Jones calling out NCR. Let's go over to NCR. 2 million shares traded on this bad boy. A sick parabolic move coming in. What is going on over here? Only down 2% now. So recovering most of that move. I'm not sure if I want to push into a short over here. Technically, I want to be pushing a short, but I'm not sure what the news catalyst is. Maybe we can bug Brendo about NCR as to what that volume spike is. I don't want to fiddle with the stock just yet without knowing what the catalyst catalyst is. But if we do push to 31, you know, that risk to reward is a little insane not to be a part of. So I might try to take a shot near 31, 34 or so, which happens to be the high of day. But I will not make a decision before I see what the news catalyst is for that volume spike. MSTR bought 480 more Bitcoin, spending $10 million more. NCR buyout rumors. Take out chatter for NCR. Thank you, chat. Thank you.
Yeah, guys, so I'm actually taking a look here at Apple. The 140 level just seems to be coming into play quite often. And, you know, like rejected, and quite a bit of selling I was just watching there. So, you know, again, kangaroo market, if we get back above here, like I'm not really holding this for a potential push higher. That's going to rip my face off. And, you know, let me bring up the fills for you guys actually here because I took them off by mistake. And, you know, so took the short coverage, so I'm holding a bit more. I mean, if we get back to 140 and then break through, like obviously like the trade is done, and the market looked like it wanted to go lower here, right? So if the market can push back lower, I mean, I have no idea what's going to happen. It's clearly just bouncing around, right? So like if this gets back to 140, like reevaluate and is what it is. But, you know, if it's now going to kind of, you know, go sideways a bit and then finally break this sort of bottoming area that it's created, which is like 170 to like 160 area. And then if we get below that like 150, then maybe we finally get that push down if the market wants to eventually make that move lower. I mean, if we're going higher, and then I stop myself out once again, and you guys can see tons of trades live in action being stopped out in real time. It's kind of funny, but yeah, you know, now I kind of feel like, you know, maybe I'm not going to mention where my stops are anymore.
Now you understand why I don't do that?
Yeah, but you know,
people think I'm a crazy lunatic when I say I'm getting stop hunted and I don't want to mention my stops on the show anymore. Someone actually messaged me. They're like, "Oh, bro, you think people are hunting your stops? Come on, man. No one's hunting your 10-share trades." Nah, man. As soon as I mention my level, the stock runs to that level. I'm done with that.
Like, I understand how crazy it sounds, but I also want to say that like these algos, like these bots are wild. Like anything's possible, right? But at the same time, it's like, look, like obviously, like if there's big time sellers at the 140 level, like if people are saying to themselves like, this is my last chance to get out before Apple makes another leg down. I mean, yesterday we tested the 137.50, now we're back at 140. Like if we're going to jump around and if we're going to break 3,800 on the ES and go lower, like this is a great opportunity to get out of a potential long or take a short, like, you know, like in terms of like bigger money on Apple, right? So it's like, it's funny. It's like, yes, they're going to run and stop me out. Like, you know, stop me out for my measly shares. Meanwhile, somebody's trying to sell like 300 million worth of this today. So it's like, oh, you're just going to give them a better fill. So, you know, like, yeah, it's obviously like we're joking around, but, you know, sometimes feels like that when you trade for enough time. And I'm sure some people in the chat too, you know, like, who's been trading for a while, like you kind of get that feel, right? Like, but again, like it's a terrible way to approach trading, and like we joke around with each other all the time, but we're not like 100% serious. I just sort of joke, and I'm just like, damn, like what was that move? Like where did that volume come from? That was kind of crazy, but yeah, looking like, you know, like Apple maybe wants to make that move lower now. I mean, it looks good, but the question is it going to move lower and then kind of reclaim, right? So I mean, at this point, like I really want to hold for VWAP. I really want to hold, and I kind of feel like, you know, like in terms of like the way this is trading, it's like holding up, but like as soon as we go back lower, like we're selling off. You know what I mean? And we could easily get to like potentially 138, like 138.50 area. So yeah, I'm gonna hold on to this one, and you know, I already covered the first portion, so I think next cover, like, you know, responsibly should be like around VWAP area. Although, like, I kind of feel like for the past 3 weeks, every time I've covered at VWAP on Apple, it's just like ripped right through and continued lower. But you know, different day, obviously, follow the process and continue to do what you think is right.
Yeah, so I think Tyrone said it. I know my phone is listening every day. Everything I talk about pops up on my phone. Yeah, basically, without a doubt, Google be listening, and my Alexa be listening too. I know that for a fact, man. Something that you know, this is just a quick little joke, but something that I did notice on our way home with Luca. You know, we take the same subway ride home, pretty much. Is a quote that Luca said on the show. Got put on an ad on our ride home by Toronto Sun. The Toronto Sun, which is a newspaper company, took a quote, I guess, maybe Luca took that quote, maybe, but that ad,
it's not my quote.
I know. The ad wasn't there until the day after the quote was said by Luca, and then we noticed the ad. I'm like, whoa, the Toronto Sun's watching Trader TV Live. They're stealing stuff from us. That's just because we're that funny and because we're that amazing at what we do. But look at this, the market's actually pushing down right now. So Luca's about to cash on his Apple short. I didn't get my fills on Apple. I didn't want to be short 140. I wanted to be near 144 or so, near the high days. That's going to give me an opportunity to miss out on that trade. But that's fine because we are in or short on NVIDIA. NVIDIA now, once again, right back to the downside. $1.60 in the money on NVIDIA, 70 cents on NIO. MULN hasn't really done anything for me, but that means it hasn't gone to the downside either. So I'm not worried about my MULN trade at all until I see that $1.10 level get tested by any means. So, just let this trade play out. Even if it pops up 5 cents with the amount of size I have, 5 cents is good enough for me. So I'm not worried about this trade. We're giving a couple of cents to the downside for a multiple cents to the upside. A 3-to-1 trade, maybe that could work out for us. And as Luca is managing his position, I'll just quickly talk about Apple, which is currently pushing to VWAP. Let's see if it can get to 139 and find buyers at 139, or as Ian puts it, the abyss comes into play and we just starts going straight to the downside, turn the Apple stock into negative on the day, and really put NASDAQ and S&P 500 into red territories, not allowing it to kangaroo anymore. But it is 12 o'clock, it is lunchtime, and since it is lunchtime, get ready for volume to decrease across the board and no buyers to actually show up. The buyers who already bought the market up from the morning are probably right now exiting to take their profits, take it to Hibachi Grills and go eat some amazing sushis, right? They're not thinking about buying more trades right now and give away their profits. They're thinking about cashing out, go hit their closest super chicken and buy their chicken sandwich.
Yeah, guys, definitely it's kind of weird, like Apple just like flashing down there. So, it feels extra weak. And if the market continues to push down, this is going to be a solid trade. And I definitely want to hold this. I feel like we could definitely break VWAP on this one. And I have a good average on this at 140. And I mean, the amount of selling that I saw in the book at 140, like I doubt that this comes back to 140. And it's something that I'm going to watch. And again, guys, I talk about this all the time. This moving average that I'm looking at, like it's clearly far away from it right now, right? And as it sells off, like depending the size that you have, you want to cover into the strength. But like we could sell off to here and then bounce, right? And this moving average, like if it holds trend, then easily like we're going lower, right? So unless it breaks trend, like the proper way to trade, unless it breaks trend, then you cover your trade, right? Because why take profits prematurely? But as a scalper at heart, it's very difficult for me. Like I'm laughing. I make myself laugh. It's very difficult for me to hold as it's working for me or as it's going against me. I'm definitely like, I like to take profits like as fast as possible and cut my losers very quickly. But, at this point, like there is still quite a bit of selling. And guys, market moving lower. And I'm going to quickly switch this back to 5 minute here because 1 minute doesn't really give like the full daily picture. So, we're getting towards that low. Maybe we get a final push here and then bounce off the 38.10. What was the low actually on this 30? Oh, it actually hit 38, just in front of 38. So maybe we actually get another 38 test. I mean, if that comes into play, then like the short is going to continue to work for me. So, at this point, trade management, like if we can get back down to here, like we've seen this multiple times, like sell into VWAP and then we get potentially people who are covering and, holding the stock up. And then by the time, I mean, if we're going lower and everybody finishes covering, then we, break, unless nobody covers. So, at this point, being responsible, definitely going to cover in front of there and, see if we can hold the majority of this position.
Yes, sir. Hopefully it does. I don't like to use the word hope, obviously. You never want to be hoping. You want to make sure you're in the right direction and you know your levels that you're playing off of, like knowing the level where you're wrong and knowing the level where you want to take profits. And obviously that's a very good point about, when the trend is showing you one direction completely, why take profits immaturely? I think I've only done this once in my 2 years of trading so far, which is wait for a stock to just stop trading in that trend, and that's just, so many ways for me to get better on, always ways to improve. So just wait for the trend to finish. Right now, the last 3 5-minute candles are just showing me red. If that redness stops, then you can think about just getting out of the trade, right? So, but you still want to make sure you have your stops out there to make sure you know where to get out in case it doesn't work out for you. But right now, man, market pushing down, S&P 500 down about 0.25% or more, sorry. NASDAQ down exactly 0.25%. And dumpy is what I'm expecting to hear from the back of the office very soon, as if people are short.
Depending if everyone's short,
yeah, depending if
we
people are short.
We gotta have like so like they got a bull and a bear, right? We need like I don't even know, maybe like a sign of something that just kind of flips back and forth, you know, like that'd be pretty cool.
Dump it.
That'd be pretty cool, yeah. But yeah, guys, so look, obviously, taking my fills in front of VWAP on Apple, and just to kind of remove them very quickly, like from a day trading perspective, like when you get that flush down and then pop and then it closes, like the reclaim, it's like that's where it's like, I mean, we've been seeing this multiple times, but this is like where it's like, it drops down on, the flush, and like liquidity vacuum, and people are covering, right? And so it's like the selling kind of exhausts itself. So again, to reiterate the point that I mentioned even yesterday, you don't want to be the last person like in the trade with big size. Now again, obviously we're not moving 200, 300, 400 million worth of stock, like that's insane. But think like a big trader, and eventually like it'll come to fruition. So but at this point, like maybe we finally get that VWAP break and push towards 39 area. It kind of feels like the selling is like picking up, and we are moving towards the 38 area. I think like, if ES gets towards that 38, like that's probably where people are taking profits, if not taking profits here. So, watch the book, see how the tape reacts to the names that you're in. And, if you have nice averages like 140, like, like look at this move down. Like this is an awesome move down, right? Like it would be like the whip back could be, right? Because the trend here, moving average is like right around the 50 area. So once the selling stops on this, then it could easily like whip back up. So you want to be cautious where you're covering, and just make sure you're taking your profits along the way.
Yeah, big moves coming in on the markets right now. Very happy seeing the UVXY take it the high of the day. Take it. What am I, Shakespeare? Taking out the high of the day right now. Stop laughing at everything, Sharif. You're going to make me crack up over here. UVXY taking out the high of the day right now. $14.79 coming into play. Let's see if we can get to 15 on UVXY. This is your volatility ETF. Where's the VIX today, actually? Didn't even take a look at that. I start my day by looking at where the VIX is. We're under 30 at the moment, but pretty close to 30. VIX trying to push back to those insane numbers. Once again, we'll see if they do come into play sometime this week or sometime next week, as the market once again right back into the bear territory zones, which is sadly, not the best thing to be in part of, because that brings in the R words into play. No one likes to use the R word. Ooh, stay away from the R word. But sadly, these type of markets will bring in those conversations into play. Boeing, can you have a look if you have time, please? Yeah, for sure. I have tons of time, man. My job is to take a look at stocks and talk about stocks for you. So as long as they have volume in it, if you guys mention some of these stocks that I haven't seen you guys do that for a couple of whiles now. That's good. But no low volume stocks that are doing absolutely anything, right? Boeing today, down 1.5%. Every time we mention this, the stock is too big. The company is too big to fail. The stocks are never too big to fail, but the company is too big to fail. That's why anytime it goes into those low price ranges of hundreds or so, you think about just scooping up some shares and adding it to your account. I personally have yet to do that for Boeing. I'm waiting for the Google split to come in. And talking about splits, man, I ruined my joke. I had a joke ready for Shopify, and then going into Google. I'm going to say it anyways. Man, Shopify is down 90% right now. What a bad market. What a horrible market. And you know what? I will predict that Google on June 18th will be down about 100% also. I'm shining my crystal ball last night, and it said Google's going to be down about 100% on June 18th. Watching me be right on that side. Anyways, June 18th happened already. Sorry, July 18th. Sorry, July. My crystal ball, wasn't shine enough. It had a smudge on it. The J, U, and the L and the Y was smudged, so the crystal ball wasn't shined enough. You're right. But July 18th, man, it's gonna be down. They're going to be down another 100% or so on Google. That's going to suck. Anyways, Shopify, $33 now. So for anyone who previously could not afford Shopify near those $1,000, $500 ranges, can now think about buying some shares and putting it onto their portfolio over here. 20-to-1 split, you guys said? A 20-to-1 split on Shopify, insane. Oh, 10. 10-to-1 split on Shopify, sorry. Okay, so 10-to-1 split on Shopify coming into play over here, pushing the stock down to, I guess not pushing it down, now trading currently near $33. Low a day near $32.80. I think we see some buying coming in around those areas. So because of that, I'm going to try and take a quick little scalp long around 32.80s or so. Let's see if we can push a little bit lower on, let's build into a position over here.
It's kind of funny. So like Ian was actually mentioning, he's like, when Shopify initially planned to do the split, I think the stock was like $1,300. So they're like, yeah, we'll do like a split. It'll be like a $130 price. Like, seems like a good idea. Little did they know that and this is what Ian said, little did they know that they were going to split and then split again, because now it's like at 35, right? So it's kind of funny there. Common theme. I'm actually surprised, and I'm pulling up Shop here. I'm actually surprised that like Shop, like, I mean, the trading on it today, like it didn't have as much volume. Maybe I didn't watch it enough, but like, like Amazon day one, there was like a lot of iceberg offers, like the day one split, right? So on Shop, I was kind of watching it off the open, but it didn't have that same kind of move that I thought it could have had. So I stayed away from this. I didn't even trade this name, but like, I mean, maybe it comes into play and trades a little bit more. I mean, 20 million shares traded today, but like it just feels light. But maybe that 30, I want to say like the most recent low will be 29.75. If it breaks 29.75, then it's like it's a new low for the year, I'm pretty sure. Factoring in the split. So maybe that 30 level will be interesting. The same kind of way that Amazon, that 100 level will be interesting. At this point, like it kind of feels like it wants to go lower and test that. So, definitely on the radar for the rest of the week. But again, guys, the overall market needs to go below 3,800 for me to want to consider to really like hit these shorts and potentially like low of day shorts. Like on Shop here, like I'm not taking a short. And speaking of that, actually, let's check back at Roblox if it got any pop there. I'm just curious. So didn't really get back up to that 34 level. But yeah, potential area there. I convinced myself I like these. I'm like, I don't like this trade. I was like, I like this trade a little more. And then I'm like, okay, I love this trade. And so maybe this one actually it'll grow on me. But we'll see how this kind of reacts today and maybe even closer towards the end of the week. And as I say that, let's also check Tesla here. Yeah, Tesla's still kind of hovering around here. Didn't actually get towards that 680 level. So like, extra week, obviously the market kind of sold off there. But, if we now get another leg down here, like my Apple trade's actually going to be pretty solid, consolidating here. And now the question is it going to rip through trend and continue? Or is it going to rip through trend and then get slammed down and then continue lower? So obviously it depends, what the market wants to do. And I would say like this is where like tape reading comes into play just a little bit. It's like you're in the trade from 140, right? It moved to VWAP. You took the profits. Now you're holding a portion of the position. It looks like it potentially wants to break trend. What is the tape telling you, right? And so this is the tape here. It's like, what is the tape telling you? So like, there's really no size that you can see on the bid or the offer. So there's nothing there. So you say to yourself, okay, what is the print doing? What is it printing, right? Is there a lot of people aggressively selling into the bids that are there? Or is there not really that much selling? And where's the line of least resistance in the short term? It's like, if there's a lot of selling into the bids, but it's not going down, and then a little bit of buying makes it pop, then maybe this could get really violent to the upside, especially if everyone's short and thinking they want to cover at the same time. So it's one of those things that, look, maybe it pops back up and then you reevaluate, and if it kind of goes back down again, you either it's a great area to add, or great area to cover if we go higher. So these are things that I ask myself, like on the way down, you cover some, but don't cover the majority of it. Like you definitely want to cover in the channel area where it shows you that it's stopped moving, because I mean this candle could have been replicated, right? Could have sold off, and then I'd be way in the money as opposed to just kind of this channel. So and then at the same time, it's like if I covered around 139.41, I have the opportunity to cover around that price again anyways, right? So it's like as we kind of get to VWAP, it acts as a magnet. More people are selling, looking at the market. It's like, okay, it's sold off. And so you tell yourself all these questions. And, I mean, for my trade's sake, hopefully this goes back down, but I'm going to try not to add to it and just keep that nice average. I doubt that we get back all the way to 140, especially with all that selling. So, yeah, I'll keep my eye on this, and we'll see if we can get a test of 139 and then a break and then a move towards, like, I think in 20-cent increments, that's where I'm kind of, like sometimes we break, like, that even dollar level, like 139, and maybe it breaks and it flushes to, like, 139, 138, like 80, like maybe 70, like maybe like this area over here. And then we get a potential like bounce back and then retest a VWAP. And so like I think my next kind of take profits area, like the way that I look at these things is, okay, let's see how it reacts around 139. And then if we break 139, like, do we get the flush that I get the fill? And then if it, I mean, at this point, if Apple like breaks 139 and flushes down 50 cents, it's like, okay, it's not going to do that 10. It's going to do that, less often. So like, I mean, I'll take my profits 10 times out of 10 if we break and like flush down 20 cents. Yeah, and I see people saying NVIDIA banger trade off 154. I have no idea if that was a long or short. I have no idea where. I don't know if NVIDIA broke 150. I don't think it broke. It did not break 151 low. Yeah, so 151 low on NVIDIA. And you know what? I actually had a short on this like the last time it came down. I thought the 155 break was going to be amazing, but it really wasn't. But now sort of channeling. But this kind of setup, I mean, for anybody who's like holding long term, like this doesn't look good. This doesn't look good. Like we could, if we break 150, like where is this going to bottom out at? And like even this reminds me of AMD as well. It's like I mentioned, like as like a long-term potential first add, like around that 75 to 72 area is like, if you look at a daily chart, that's somewhere where like maybe people are, loading up or covering their shorts just based on like the daily. And we're getting close to that, right? So it's like sometime this week, if we get a flush towards 75, 72 on AMD, like I'll be curious to see how the tape reacts around that price and if there's like extreme amounts of buyers. Like if there's nobody sitting on the bid at these even dollar levels, like all the way down on AMD, then like how low are we going? Are we going to 50, right? And I stand by the call, like Apple to 80. We're not there yet, but at this point, like everything's selling off, and we're getting that next push down on the market. So just to bring back Apple, and let me just pull this up for you. I don't know why these keep going away. Oh, so yeah, so got that, and be responsible, like cover around the even dollars. And then, we get all that selling through the even dollars, and then the selling kind of subsides, and then it's like people are like taking profits, right? So it's just easier to cover into the flush, from my experience on large caps, and then reevaluate and see where we go from there. We didn't flush, like this was a decent flush, right? It's like everybody's covering and taking their profits, and it's holding, and then we get that final next flush down. But like realistically, like you want to look at a chart and you want to say to yourself, like, what is a realistic move? And I think one of the first times that I met Sean, he actually said, like, look, when you're looking at the candles and you see, like, look at the size of these 1 minute candles. If we get a super candle down to like within the next minute, if this goes to 138.20, like look at the other candles of the day. Like the last time it did it was early in the day when we had way more volume. So, if we get that move, you best believe that the liquidity vacuum on that whip back will be dangerous. So if you don't cover on the move, then guess what? It's going right back up probably, like for the short term, and like then you're going to cover where you're going to be upset about it, right? So like, if you don't have your bids out and you see it in real time, like, just make sure that you're responsible. If you see these kind of big flushes down, take your profits, make it easier on yourself, and just hold a little piece. And like I said, like I took a decent trade on this. Like this is a solid trade, I think. And like maybe at this point, it kind of there's quite a bit of selling. Every time I glance over, it's just red. But people are probably taking profits, and like this could easily go back to like 139 and 139.20. So I'm gonna make it easy on myself and just like slowly scale out of this.
Yeah, this market is indeed pushing down right now. S&P 500 is almost down. Actually, no, they're both down 0.5%. So clearly market pushing down. Taking my boys Apple trade with it. AMD new low a day. Now I feel even worse about closing my trade on Apple, which was at 140.40. That was my average price on Apple. So closing that trade, I feel a little bad, but that's fine. We do have our NVIDIA short on the board still. $2.4 in the money. NIO, we reloaded on NIO a little bit. Here's the reload on NIO, slightly above VWAP near the near the 100 period EMA. Happened to be around $21.50, sir.
Coin at 50?
Coin at $50. Let's go check out what Coin is doing. Coin did break $50 just now. Maybe we could get into that trade also. It is on SSR, that's right. So we're not going to be able to just wipe out the level. And we don't have shares short either. You got to pay for Coinbase and forget it. It's already too late now. I'm not going to chase it at this point. It's going to start pushing down. It's going to take a minute or two to get in. So clearly we are pushing down. If you are short anything, hold on to your trades. Something that got called out not too long ago, also Coca-Cola. I see Coca-Cola I see a level on Coca-Cola around $63 or so coming into play yesterday, the day before that, and also on the 22nd of June. So 63.06 being the high of day today. Sorry, 63.12 being the high of day today. That barrier coming into play one more time, allowing Coca-Cola to not go any further. Barriers, pushing it back to the downside. And you guys saw me take a long on Shopify, giving it the break of the low a day. The low a day did break. We walked away from that for a tiny loss, not too big of a deal. And as Luca was talking, I tried to build into a future short. Future started pushing to the downside. I got into a future short, got stopped out on the first trade. We got back in on the second trade. And now we're 6 points in the money on the future short on MNQ, which is the micro futures for the NASDAQ market.
Yeah, so guys, just to kind of cover this before Ian steps on here, something I tell this isn't really necessarily like a solid, this is kind of my approach. It's like I see a lot of bids on Apple and I see them getting hit. But I sort of tell myself, like, look, if everybody was shorting the 140 and now there's all these bids popping up over here just below VWAP, are these the people that are shorting, covering their trades here? So I'm like, maybe it's a good idea to cover, and then hold a piece. And I want to cover this before I go. So the NEO trade, this one actually upset me. So I took the short here, and that whip up was super violent. So I added to it because, just VWAP. I figured, okay, it might be good. And it just kind of I really got offside here with the size that I took. So I had to cover. And then I kind of added because I was like, okay, now we're going back down. And then I stopped out again. So it's this was kind of unfortunate, but go figure. Neil just holding this level. And I'm surprised with the market sell-off. This definitely not going lower. Definitely, I guess, no correlation with the market like this. Alibaba, probably same thing. And so, I tried it. It didn't work. I'm letting this go. This one's go. This is the one that it definitely frustrated me. But is what it is. Whatever. I'm not even gonna touch this name for the rest of the day. And but yeah, definitely this Apple trade, a savior. This is solid. So it's one bad trade, one good trade. As long as the good trade makes you more money than the bad trade lost you, then you're a profitable trader in the end, and you go home happy. So. Yeah, we're going to, I think, pass it over to Brendan with the, I know this one, the Sector Watch. For the Sector Watch, and then Ian can come on and share some of his trades with you guys. So ciao for now.
Later.
Hey guys, yeah, quick look at how things are shaping up here. Halfway through the lunch hour, we are still in negative territory, unfortunately, for the S&P here, 0.5% right now to the downside. Very similar to the last time I showed you this, but we are seeing a little more positivity coming through in consumer stocks today, consumer staples specifically. General Mills mentioned early on this morning, GIS up 6% off of their earnings report. However, not helping to offset the weakness in travel today. So a lot of weakness coming through in the airlines up here, AAL, UAL, Dow 3 to 4.5%. We also have the cruise lines over here, CCL with the downgrade today, 14% to the downside, RCL, NCLH as well. All of the hotels are here as well, about 3 to 5% in the red. Pretty ugly for tech stocks on the day as well. There was a little bit of positivity down here in some of the software names. Microsoft, one of those, 1.25% higher on the day, whereas everything else very, very negative. It is the semiconductors here leading the way to the downside. Micron 3.7 aftermarket. Tomorrow we'll get Micron earnings. Wanted to show you the banks here as well. All of the individual banks in negative territory, but it's the diversified and the insurance companies that are actually leading as far as negativity in the group. So yeah, pretty ugly once again, 0.5% on top of what happened yesterday, guys. Here we go again. Back over to you.
I'm just trying to build into some longs over here as the market might be bouncing off of the 3,800 bottom on S&P 500. I'm currently long Apple and Meta, trying to see if, I don't have to give too much risk on these, as the market might just give us a tiny little pop up off these lows for a quick little scalp on the short side. So just waiting patiently, as also Ian is now on the table. He's logging in. We'll give him a couple minutes to log in. NVIDIA, $2.64 in the money. Finding some buyers also near 153. As I already mentioned, S&P 500 might just be able to bounce off of 3,800 a little bit, giving us a quick little scalp across the board. Hence these longs are now being built into my position board, as you guys can see on the bottom of my, under my face, basically. MULN has yet to do anything for me yet, so waiting to see if MULN can maybe pop up over here, because it is yet to take out the $1.10 size that we've been watching for the most part. Giving maybe time to change a little bit of my strategy on MULN. Maybe it's time to start providing some liquidity and start just collecting fees on it. Tons of fees can be collected on the stock, as it is churning some size on the, and you can see that MEMAX order on $1.11. That's basically what that MEMAX order is doing, is just collecting fees and just churning, providing liquidity while we're waiting to see if we can get this market to bounce off of 3,800 so the market doesn't go too far to the downside, proving that we're still in the kangaroo state, kangaroo mode for the rest of the day. Meta Platforms currently only 26 cents out of the money. Apple completely not doing anything for me. MULN not doing anything. NIO, we did reload on NIO. Let's go check out what NIO is doing at the moment. Okay, time to cover some NIO, because it did move to the downside of that range over there, and our average is now $21.81. So right here is our average into all the way up here.
What's going on, guys? Speaking of NIO, I traded it today. I immediately didn't like it, and to be honest, I'm quite proud of how I traded this, just because I got out when I did. Silly me, here I am trying to catch a top on NIO. Haven't learned my lesson, trying to get run over again. I actually added to the position here. That was actually a decent add, just because it did kind of pull back a little bit. And my thesis was that, I was playing off this high of like 2170, 2175 there. And then I saw like how much, like it would sell off a little bit, but then I saw how much buying there was, like in the 60s. So when I saw that, I'm like, okay, I don't like this anymore. I'm going to bid out just for break even, and I got the fill. And then good thing I did, because look at what happened. It ripped all the way up past 22, right? So again, like NIO is still on my no-fly zone. That's why I just left it alone after that. I'm not going to start over trading or anything like that. I'm happy I bid out that one and got out for break even on that one. AMD was my best name today. I've been trading that one quite a bit in the morning. So I am having a positive day in equities here. Funny thing, I was actually short in the morning on the 80 breakdown, and I played that GPI number at 8:30. I made sure to get here early and play that number. I took a short on the SPY and AMD, and they both worked out. But it was funny because like they just kind of stalled out, so that's why I covered there. Right? I didn't want to keep holding, and maybe it rips through 80 again as the market opens. But obviously it faded down. I did try to take like a little bounce long off 78. That didn't work. But then I started playing it more to the short side. Shorting here, 78 breakdown. That was nice. I took above like 50 cents on that one, and then short in front of 79. I was super patient with this one. I let 79 break out and went to like 79.02, and then immediately flushed back below. So I was like just slam short. That was a good scalp, and then added to it below 78 again. And then I actually had a nice long here above 77, just catching like there was size on the bid there, and just catching in front of that and going long and scalping out in front of VWAP, which seemed to be pretty good exits there. But you know what? The short bias has definitely paid off, and I started trying to play a bounce here, but just because same thing as before, I saw a size on the bid here, but it kept getting taken and I kept getting run over. So I think I'm just going to leave this one alone for now, since I don't have the short. I don't want to try like picking a bottom or something like that and giving away my whole day.
Yeah, especially when the stock is that weak. Nothing wrong with trying to pick a bottom on, wrong area. Nothing wrong with maybe trying to pick a bottom on Apple or Meta, and it's not even picking a bottom on Meta or Apple. We're not all the way back to the low days where the stock started trading at. We're looking for double tops, triple tops the same way we were looking for the short side, we're looking for the long side. And as the market, what did I tell you? 3,800 should have some buyers coming in. Buyers started piling in. Apple now 20 cents in the money. Meta also 20 cents in the money. Sadly, Nvidia is now returning back to the upside, taking away some of my profits. So I'm going to close my Nvidia trade here completely for a $2.3 in the profit. My number one stock of the day, Nvidia. Apple is now pushing up. Meta is pushing up. Let's start taking some profits on both of these just so we can cover. Almost covered my whole trade over there on Meta. That would have sucked. But yeah, there we go. 30 cents in the money, 20 cents in the money, and NIO also pushing back up. That's not the best thing for me. But I did mention that trade opportunity around 3,800 for anyone that was trying to take advantage of that. Hopefully you did. Shopify did burn me on my long near 32.80s or so. Did push down to 32.65. Not going to try this trade another time. I'm going to leave the stock completely alone for the rest of the day. We'll just see if any other opportunities come on, maybe to short the stock near $34, 33.80s or so near VWAP. Right now, just going to forget the stock. Clearly wants to break the bottoms. I have seen Shopify be weak not too long ago. I mean, we've seen it come from 2K to 500, and now the 500 level was also taken out, and we closed around, I believe, before split at 357. So not really excited about the longs on Shopify, at least yet.
Yeah, I think I'm going to leave Shopify alone for now as well. I was trying to long it here in the morning around 33. That didn't work. I got one good short here off 35, and that worked out nicely. But again, I had to short it first, get run over, and then short it again, and then finally get the move. And then I was playing a similar trade to Pratt here, trying to defend that 32.80 area, and it was weird because I saw size on the bid, I saw inverse gateways on the bid, and it was they just kept getting run over. And after I got run over the second time, I'm like, you know what, forget this. I don't want to overtrade Shopify. So Shopify is a losing name for me today. But that being said, my AMD profits are well enough to cover that. I've also traded BBBY. I know a few of you have been that's been kind of in the light today. It is SSR, and I was trying to play it for that's the wrong market. I was trying to play it for almost like an SSR bounce type of play. If size popped up or something like that on the bid, it held the 5 level very, very nicely in the morning. I think the low was exactly 5. So look at that. So I just kind of went long in front of that and scalped it out for a little bit. But that worked a couple times. So I wish I could have played that a little bit more. But I was just occupied with a few other things at the time.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about the same stocks, so I'm going to move away from the Apples and the Metas and the Nvidias for now, but obviously those trades are working. Let's see what stocks you guys are talking about in the chat. Tesla to $677. All right, let's go check out what Tesla is doing today. Tesla 677, so you're guessing it goes to the upside. Yeah, why not? Double bottom near $666. Okay, that's the second time I've seen that number come into play for Tesla. That's actually crazy. It's almost like some market maker or a buyer is just putting all of their orders on 666 as a joke, and they're getting the fills clearly because it keeps on bouncing from there. Yeah, Tesla holding up at that number one more time. I think a short off of 666 at this point, if it does come into play, is something that I'll be looking for. Down 3-4% on the day, whereas the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 have just been kangarooing around. Looks like that anti-kangaroo move we thought that might come in just to the downside is right back again into just being a full kangaroo move. Whipsawing right back to VWAP goes the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. They have yet to touch VWAP, but the buying is still there. I think we do see that move coming in. I do have an order now to get short the S&P 500 on the break of 3,800 to the downside instead of trying to go long on the break of 3,840 to the upside, because I don't think we see that number coming back into play one more time. For anyone who wanted to be short on the S&P 500 futures, your level was 3,840, and it gave you ample opportunities at that level to get short.
Yeah, that's interesting that you bring up those levels on the ES, because I was watching that like kind of religiously as well this morning, and what I noticed, actually Branko's kind of pointed it out to me, the ES was holding this trend line in the morning. Yes, it was rejecting 38.40. It gave like, what is this, like a quadruple top at 38.40, so quite crazy. But as soon as it broke this trend line, it just fell below VWAP and couldn't hold above it any longer. It's been a lot weaker on the day since then, right? So, clearly the shorts have been in play. That being said, it's been a little bit tough because it's kind of trading in the middle of the range now, right? So, we just made a little bit of a double bottom, if you will, at 3,800. I kind of like Prad's idea there, taking that short if it breaks down, or, finding weaker stocks and, taking those short as well. Some people mentioned CAN-F in the chat here. I want to talk about this as well. It gapped up above 1, and it was in the morning watch list as well today, and Neil talked about it a bit. It gapped up above 1, and I like that, and I kind of wanted to try to defend that above 1. And I gave it a couple shots here, and eventually it just broke down, and I left it. So this is like my second losing name on the day. Yeah, after it kind of faded below 1, look, it's just like consolidating, and volume has just like completely died off. There was a little bit of volume in the morning. Some decent prints coming in, but if you look now, like the time of sales is like kind of frozen. So yeah, probably just going to leave that one alone for now. The small caps have been kind of running quite a bit in recent trading days, but today it seems like a little bit more quiet, I think, on the small cap front. On that note, I want to welcome a new member, DT. Welcome to the Trader TV Live family. Yeah, thank you for joining, and thank you for your support. Check out the channel. I'm sure there's quite a few videos that you'd probably find interesting there.
Hell yeah, brother. Anyone using MACD indicator? No, I personally don't. I try to stay away from the MACDs and the RSIs, but if you can make a system for you that can work around those indicators, nothing wrong with that. Feel free to go for it. At Prad, yo, what's up, brother? I'm having a lot of fun with HTGM. Let's go see what this stock is doing today. HTGM on NASDAQ, I would believe. 74 million shares. Yeah, buddy, on the $1 stock. Holding pretty good in a range so far, trading above VWAP, not trying to go to the downside, and does not care about the market moves at all. Volume did decrease quite a bit. I mean, what else would you expect after 12 o'clock? It's currently 12:14 Eastern Standard Time, and we still got quite a bit of a time before the market sees some volume coming back into it because of the lunchtime, obviously. So just got to wait patiently to see if the stock can break out of the high of the day. Kind of looks like a head and shoulders. So if this is a head and shoulders pattern, then I think the next move is to the downside, if I remember correctly, or is it to the upside? I don't even know. I don't use those patterns to trade, so don't really memorize them on how they work and so on. But yeah, at the end of the day, we'll see where this one goes to in the next 30, 40 minutes, as long as it does make a move on Market Movers with Ian and myself. Currently, market still trying to go to the upside, which is a good thing, which means it's going to be a good move for my Apple long, which is trying to get back to that 50 cents in the money, and Meta Platforms also 40 cents in the money.
Yeah, I think patience is going to be key, especially for me, just because, like I said, I wasn't holding any shorts there, massaging those positions from the morning, and then I kind of missed the bounce on some of these stronger stocks like Apple and Meta for the day. So I think I just got to be patient, either wait for these levels on Apple or Meta to come back into play for the dip, or, like Prad said, maybe 34 comes back into play on Shopify, and we can short some resistance levels. I wanted to address one comment here in the chat. I have to scroll back a bit. I have strategies that I spend hours back testing and look so promising, but never seem to be able to actually execute live. Drives me crazy. When you mention this, are you not able to take the trades? You mean actually press the buttons and take the trades? What I would suggest is probably trying it with very small size, like minuscule size, like the min size you can take or whatever for your platform, and just test your strategies to as though you're back testing them in paper trading, right? So at least that way, the money won't really matter if you do take a loss or whatever, but at least you'll kind of get used to actually executing your strategy in live markets and seeing how live markets actually react to your trading strategy, right? And then you can kind of refine it that way. It's always different trading live versus paper trading trading, just because there's no emotions involved in paper trading, and it's not real money, right? So, you could take unlimited size in paper trading and never get hurt or never get your feelings hurt, so to speak. So, I would suggest is like, just taking, someone said they're rolling records, use 10 shares instead of 100. Yeah, exactly. Just do like 100 shares or whatever the min size is for your platform there, and just test your strategy like that. So, and then, slowly up your size and ramp up your size as you get more comfortable.
Yeah, I personally have a different belief on that, but it's the same idea at the end of the day. I think if you can set your mind to work for you in a way where paper trading, you can treat it the same way as a live account. It's not easy to do that, trust me, because of the variables that Ian mentioned, because it's fake money, because you don't get connected to it, your emotions don't flare up the way they do. But if you can find a way to trick your mind thinking that it is legitimate, you can get one step closer to getting your education from the market for free without having to pay tuition. It's like going to school by getting free education, but on this side, the education is actually the same amount of education that you would be getting in this school compared to the other school. You're just not paying anything to learn from it. That being said, with paper trading, executions are designed to be better on paper trading. That way, the new traders who are learning to trade on said platforms can actually get those fills and so on. You'll hear Luca complaining about not getting fills all the time. Even on the show over here, was talking about how he throws an order, not getting filled, removes the order, throws another order, not gets filled, and it's a complete repeat of that cycle for him anytime he tries to take a bunch of size on his trades. So with paper trading, yes, there are some certain variables over there that will be completely different from the live market. But at the end of the day, man, this is psychology. You are playing a game of psychology. You're playing a game of people's minds clashing with each other. So you could easily just trick your own mind into thinking that paper account is a real account and work your way through it. But at the end of the day, when you do go live, everything changes. Your mind just completely poops on itself, and you start, thinking about ways to. I'll just stop right there.
That being said, it's interesting because like when you're live trading as well with real money, realistically, you shouldn't be emotionally connected to it either way, right? So, maybe if paper trading helps you that way, but again, it's like it's about getting comfortable with using more size and slowly upping your leveling up, if you will, and then getting more comfortable that way with your strategy and whatnot during live trading, right? But eventually, if you want to be a trader, you got to start pressing buttons and taking some trades, but always obviously respect your strategy and respect your risk management. Someone said scalping all day. You know what? Today is kind of like a scalper's market, right? Especially since we are bouncing around here, back and forth in the overall market. Someone said short AMD 77. I kind of do I don't mind that since it is super super weak. That being said, 76.50 is the low, so the R&R on that trade isn't as great as you would want. So again, I think I'm going to be more patient, wait for things to kind of come towards certain resistance levels, and then short off those tops for now, just because I don't want to get chopped around as the market kind of is a little bit indecisive, or if the 3,800 breaks down, then then we could start talking about taking out some lows for the day. But for now, I'm in no positions. I'm just being patient. I'm trying to pick my spots here.
Yeah, it looks like I should have asked Sean to cover those shares for Coinbase, because Coinbase short still pushing to the downside, not really allowing itself to get back to the upside over here, as the market kind of struggling to really go back to VWAP for the S&P 500. So I'm trying to see if it did. There we go. I was trying to see if Bitcoin actually got under 20K one more time, and it did. We are pushing under 20K for Bitcoin, which means obviously Coinbase will be looking to extend its losses on the day. And some of the other stocks that you can look for every time Bitcoin moves around are Mara's, Riot's, SOS's, your cryptocurrency basket stocks. So here's Mara trading at 10% to the downside, so that means it's going to be on SSR. I want to expect Riot to be at the same territories, being at 10% or so to the downside today. Let's go check out if Riot is. Let me quickly close this one over here. Nope, yeah, Riot's down almost 10%, and yeah, it says it's on SSR, so it looks like it did bounce a little bit off that 10% marker, but it is trying to find buyers at these prices while cryptocurrencies are absolutely struggling. Market looks to be finding some rejection right now for the S&P 500 around 31. Oop, that's not the S&P 500. There we go. Around 38.15. So if 38.15 gets broken on the upside over here for the futures, I think we could see a move towards VWAP and then maybe a retest of high day, because I don't know if buyers will come in. Obviously, maybe a retest of high day around 38.40, but I'm expecting a possible move to VWAP and then rejection right back to the low of the day and then back to kangarooing around. This is why I said this is not the type of day maybe to hold for big moves. This is the type of day to just get in and out multiple times, as long as obviously your platform allows you to do so. I know some platforms cost tons of fees to get in and out. That sucks. Thankfully, we are with Day Trade the World. We don't have to worry about fees at all. We only have to worry about our executions.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about, trying to get that perfect execution and whatnot. I wanted to talk about CCL just because CCL is like so weak today. Like, it's interesting because it was on my watch this morning, just because they got the downgrade, and basically they said that
$0.
Yeah, $0, and CCL and other cruise lines can run into trouble if there is some sort of lack of demand in the near future there. So big downgrade today, big down day for CCL. 970 was like this level that I had charted out just as like a resistance level, and never really got there. I was hesitant to punch the lows on CCL just because that really hasn't worked for me recently, so I left it. But 940 was like this sort of like support from the market, or from the pre-market there, and that just like, as soon as that broke down, it never even contested again. It's just like it's flushed the whole day, eventually just went SSR, and now it's just kind of consolidating above 870. I believe that the 52-week low was around like 875. So it looks like we breached that today and made a new low. But now it's just like kind of hovering around there. So a huge short day for CCL. I wish I didn't miss that one. I wish I would have just took that pre-market low. But again, I had my reasons for not doing that. Puts on CCL. Yeah, nice. RCL catch down trade to CCL. RCL, that's the other cruise line, right? So I'm assuming it had a similar
Royal Cruise Line.
Or is that RCLH? I think that's RCLH.
That's RCLH.
Yeah.
NCLH.
Oh, NCL.
RCL.
Okay, so
Yeah,
we
there
mixed
go.
it up a
we
bit
go.
there. Yeah, NCLH and RCL kind of in the same boat, if you will. You guys see what I did there. Prad long on Mullen. Let's take a quick look at Mullen. I haven't looked at that one today, but let's take a quick look at that.
He's only saying that because I talk smack about Mullen.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Mullen's down 10% today. It is SSR, so obviously having a very, very bad day. Creeping back towards this one level. Look at this one level on Mullen. And, we talked about other, lower price stocks catching a bid around this one level. It crept down there below, got a huge bid, held a support again back in, last week of June, or last couple weeks of June there. And then now it's kind of creeping back towards there again. So is it going to bounce as we creep closer to that one mark? I don't know, but volume is kind of dying off today. Lower volume today. So as we get closer, maybe the sellers are kind of getting exhausted towards that one level.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to see what the market wants to do here. We're still, I guess low volume period, so market doesn't really know what it wants to do itself, and I'm here trying to rub my crystal ball to see if it knows the answers, and it's just telling me, Pratt, just calm down, just chill out. Market's not doing anything. Let the market whipsaw. Don't get whipped by it. Short VSCO below 52-week low. Let's go check out what VSCO is doing and where the 52-week low is on the stock. Not on NASDAQ. It's on New York. Less than 1 million shares traded today on VSCO. Probably on the relative volume end, a little bit low. But 52-week low on this one would be what? VSCO 52-week low, 29, 26 or so, I guess $30 or 30.40 was the 52-week low previous, well under it. So if you did go short, obviously you are in the money, you're rolling in the money, you're laughing to the bank right now. So yeah, congratulations on that successful trade for you. I'm not sure who called it out too. Amazon's more volatile. Let's go check out some stocks that are actually volatile and moving around. That would be fun to go look at, wouldn't it? So here's Amazon. That's not Amazon. Here's Amazon. Ooh, okay, a little. It's still in the range. It's in the $2 range over here. But we are glad that Amazon is on the positive side of the territories today, especially when both the markets are, been negative and now looking to extend those negative moves on the S&P 500 and on NASDAQ. So not the best moves coming in for those of you who are looking for longs right now on the board. But I guess if you are short anything, still continue to be holding your shorts as the market is still weak today.
Yeah, I just went long on Meta, as well. Here, let me as low as I'll kind of explain my thesis for this, as the data is kind of messed up. So, Brad, do you want to take over quickly while I just reset this chart?
Sorry, I have to yawn because I slept yet late. I was too busy losing rank on Valorant last night. That was amazing, Not the best trading day yesterday, go home, and even worse gaming day. So that was just a wonderful bow to wrap up my night. But here's Meta. I'm pretty surprised that you're going long over here on Meta instead of waiting for it to come to 162 a little bit. But I'm not sure where your stop is, not sure what you're trying to do with this trade. Maybe a 163 break is what you're trying to do. I'm just trying to think about theories of what you're trying to do over here. We do have the 50-period EMA, 100-period EMA, VWAP all at right here. Meta clearly rejected off the 166 highs, 166 to 83 being the high a day. Looks like a fail break of 166 over there for Meta platforms coming into play and getting pushed back down ever since we've had lower lows and lower highs on this stock. So I'm not really sure if we get to break out of 164 today. That would mean the market is about to go back to the higher days, in my opinion, and really take out the higher days. This is why I closed my long that I had around the 162s. But that's just my theory. That's the beauty about this job. It's everyone has their own theories, and everyone's theories could be right. It just depends on time and depends on the market. So we'll just wait to see what Ian's trying to do on Meta. When we go to him, we'll find out his plan. I'm going to talk about some of the stocks that you guys are looking at in the chat. EVFM short squeezes to $2. I'll send super chat. Well, we might have to wait for that for a little while. Sadly, EVFM did dip back under $1 here. We're trying to get back up of $1 on EVFM. I do remember seeing a message from Neil in our YouTube chat that he's not excited about this dollar level on EVFM. I forget what the reasoning was on that. Oh, because it was a low volume day. That's right, low volume day for EVFM compared to what we were used to seeing on this stock. But that being said, man, 63 million shares now. EVFM picking up a little bit on the volume end after 12 o'clock, obviously. So that means lunchtime's coming to an end, volume coming in. Market trying to push back up here. Not sure if the market does have the strength too, but if it does, that means Ian's Meta long will be good.
Yeah, I'll get to that trade in a second there. I want to talk about AGRX because it's in the same sector industry as that EVFM, and it had a huge gap down today. It was down 14% in the morning, and now obviously a lot more pain, down 28% on the day. It's faded this entire move. The other day it did gap up, it couldn't hold above 2. And then fell all the way back to this 150 area where it's kind of gracefully going towards today. But yesterday it did gap up above 2, showed some decent strength, but then rejected like the 270 area. And then now look at the move today, right? So this 2-day run with AGRX, EVFM, it was fun while it lasted, but now it looks like it seems to be over a bit. Yeah, let's get to my Meta trade. I'll quickly show you guys that. And my kind of thesis behind that. So I am liking this area just around like the 162.50 area. I was trying to find stocks that are still holding up, a decent support range as the market bounces around, right? So I am running a tighter stop on this, and it is a smaller midday position. So if I get stopped out, it's not going to be too painful. But that being said, if the market starts to bounce higher, push towards the 50-period intraday and VWAP, then my Meta trade will be looking pretty nice. So I like that trade for now. But again, I'm not going to be like too attached to it. If it goes against me, I'm going to pull out, and that's going to be it. As it goes in the money, more so for me. Now I'm about 40 cents in the money. So you know what? Let's take some profits here. I don't want to, I want to take it when they're offered to me. So let me get a little piece there as it kind of pushes towards this 163 area and can't really push above it yet, right? So, still holding a decent, 2/3 points in my position there. So if it continues higher, we'll look to scalp up more profits on that one.
Yeah, thank you for your explanation on that one. I think hopefully that helps our viewers who are trying to follow you on that trade over there. We're going to go over to find out what's happening with the volume leaders with Brendan at the big screen.
Hey guys, yeah, a bit of a breakdown for you on what is moving around in U.S. markets. 10,729 listings on this board so far today. You can kind of get a feel for what kind of a day it is. 6,947 to the downside, 2,700 change here. Higher on the session, 1,165 new lows on the day, 50. New highs on the day. So it's one of those days once again. I was just noting there are a ton of little penny stocks on this board, probably 5 or 6. ALNA, BBI, this Zila back on here as well, but all top of the board as far as volume is concerned, 80 up to, what is it? 428 million shares traded so far today on this ALNA. Pretty impressive. BBI, 136. As I said, I highlighted CCL here because 83 million shares at this time of day is 3.5 times what it normally trades on a given day. So CCL doing all kinds of volume today. SQQQ, TQQQ, all of the Qs on here today. As far as the performance goes, bottom end, tough to see down here, but DBTX, AKUS, and TWOU. So negative session overall, but so much volume to deal with today, guys. Back to you.
Volume, yeah, we like volume, man. Volume is a day trader's best friend because that allows us to push in size and have an out, because not having an out where you can punch out is the worst thing that you can deal with. I've yet to have a big trade fall out on me where I couldn't punch out the bottom because there was no liquidity on it. Thank God that I got trained properly to look for stocks that have volume in it, because imagine trading these stocks that have no volume, like 20, 30, 40K, and we're trying to take thousands of shares and getting locked up into that position. That would suck, absolutely suck. Right now, I am watching the S&P 500 flirt with this 38.15 level. I'm going to disclose my short. I do have a short position on the futures right here at 38. That was my average, 38.11.625. So pretty bad average overall. Basically leaning on this 38.15 level to see if we can build into a short going into that 3800 level. I might need to cancel one of these orders. Not sure which order is the 3800 level and which one's not. Okay, there we go. That makes a lot more sense. Might need to cancel my 3800 level because I don't think I even have the buying power to take more orders on the downside. No, I don't know. Anyways, we'll find out later. But yeah, trying to build into that short over here, and also new position alert. Microsoft short in front of 260 is what I'm trying to also build into. Currently only 3 pennies in the money on that trade. I do have another order to take more size. If it does allow me to take more size, I'll gladly take that. Looks like we're going to see some rejection coming in. Apple 139 around VWAP. We're not able to get above VWAP on Apple, which is probably a good note for my trades that I'm short on, and a bad note for the trades that I'm long on. And NIO real quick, not giving me more shares, so which means I'm most likely just going to take out the liquidity over there and just take the size off that board just so I could have more size. Now my average price is $21.76 on NIO. Let's see if we can work with this trade for us also, as the markets once again pushing towards that 38.10 price. You know, there is a 5-point range on the market right now between 38.15 and 38.10. If 38.10 gives, market goes down. If 38.15 gives, I think market goes to VWAP and then at least to 38, at least to 38.27s, 38.28s, let's just say 38.30s. If market breaks 38.15, I think we see 38.25 to 38.30s. If market breaks 38.10, I think we see the lower day coming into test, which is 3800.
Yeah, here's my thoughts process on a few of these names here that I see being called on the chat. And I want to just mention Meta one more time, just because I took profits around the 163.20 area, just because, you know, the market, it is just bouncing, like Pratt said, between this like 5-point range, so tight range on the market. That being said, you know, as it was pushing up towards the top of that range, Meta made a little bit more of a bigger move to the upside, right? right? So I still like this long position. I'm still holding a piece there, and I have trailed my stop up, so I'm not going to let it turn to a loser or anything like that. But if the market does go, I can see Meta kind of going with it in an accelerated fashion, so that would be nice. Someone also mentioned AMD, go. So you know what? I think my timing here on these little longs was a little off, just because I was trying to like almost catch a falling knife with this, and going off of this 76.80, almost I almost had to just let it break or be more patient with it, wait for it to actually make a low, and for real buyers to step up. So you can see on this candle, and this is a 3-minute chart, guys. You can see on this candle there is a little bit of a volume spike to the upside, right? And we do put in a higher low here. So you know what? Maybe it's just being a little bit more patient. If you caught that long, and I don't remember who called it out there in the chat, if you caught that long, well done, and congratulations as it kind of pushes back towards that 77.50 area. That being said, it is weaker on the day, like Brad mentioned, and it probably is going to turn around VWAP. So you know what? I am going to look for more of a short position if the market starts to reject VWAP or something like that, and AMD starts to reject VWAP as well. We'll look to take that one short, and then one other ticker here was Apple. Apple not bouncing. Let's take a quick look at that. The market itself isn't necessarily bouncing. It's just kind of trading that range, right? So, you wouldn't really expect Apple to bounce as well. But it is kind of fading below VWAP. It looks like it couldn't really hold it, and, showing more weakness to the downside. So, what? The market still is holding above that 3,800, but it looks like, momentum could start to die out and fade out to the upside, and we could track lower. That being said, it looks like Meta is tracking back to my price there, and it could stop me out for break even on the last little piece.
It probably won't either, because the market won't break that 5-point range we're stuck in. We need to break out of that 5-point range. I'm just watching my futures position go in the money, go out of the money, go in the money, go out of the money. So it's been pretty boring for a while now. I see some of you guys talking about JetBlue, but real quick, let me answer one of the viewers' question. Radu is asking, hello, what trading programs are they using? So we are actually using P-Pro 8 by Daytrade the World. If you want to learn more about it, you can head over to DTTW.com or daytradetheworld.com. Looks like the market's actually giving you longs, buddy. So volume coming into the upside over here for the S&P 500, pushing right back to that 5-cent range high. Let's see if we can actually break that 5-cent range high, and then burning me on my future short position. But hopefully it doesn't burn me on my Microsoft short, which is still under 260, and 260 happens to be VWAP. So just trying to use that level to trade separately besides of what the market's doing. But if the market does get back to VWAP, Microsoft trade probably not a good trade to be a part of. I know someone else was a part of, someone said, I'm going to join you on that Microsoft trade. That's why I was just explaining it real quick. Same thing with NIO over here. NIO might just easily take out the 2180 barrier and start pushing above 2180. So you want to be careful about that. If that does happen, I'll be ready to go short near 2120 instead, and then take that loss. Right now, NASDAQ is exactly near VWAP 50 period EMA and the 100 period EMA. Here's the NASDAQ chart, NQ/U22CM. Pretty much around this all three same levels. So that could help NASDAQ to let me just clean out this stop. I have too many stops layered out. But NASDAQ could just reject off of VWAP over there and then get pushed back to the downside. So you want to make sure that your stops are placed appropriately if you are short, or what am I trying to say? Make sure your stops are placed appropriately for stop. Oh, wow, the market just ripped. Market just ripped. Like I said, if 38.15 goes, we're going over here. Microsoft getting pushed back up, and looks like that Meta Platforms long is now looking a lot better.
Yeah, it seems like it is looking a lot better. I'm just gonna let that one chill. I did trail my stop again. Moved it a little bit higher. So if this market is truly gonna bounce, then you know what, that long is gonna look nice. I am also watching AMD on my side screen as well. Someone said, can you guys take a look at Coinbase? So I brought that that up. It is down 3%, but look at this consolidation. It's like consolidating between like 51, 51.40 area down to like this 49 area. So about a $2 range on coin. Again, just trading the range around this $50 level, right? So, looking at the daily, this $50 level is, obviously the key level of interest. That being said, it's easy to kind of get chopped up around it. You can kind of play an over-under game, so like short below, long above thing. But then, you got to keep your risk management tight and make sure you're not, breaking your rules on this one because it's easy to get chopped up. But yeah, that's my thesis on Coinbase for now. As Meta continues to work for me, so liking that one. Someone said here, who leads the way? Hood? Oh, no, I remember what I wanted to address here. Someone said, was Powell speaking today? So, yeah, a bunch of the Fed people were speaking at the ECB in Europe there. I don't know if it was necessarily bullish or bearish, but it must have been, kind of back and forth just because of these crazy intraday moves that we had on the market, kind of sending it back between like support and resistance and just bouncing back and forth. But I guess the overall sentiment was bearish since we are kind of showing a little bit more weakness on the day. That being said, now we are pushing closer to that green on the ES, and maybe it's just going to be a kangaroo market for the rest of the day. Who knows? But for now, we'll try to trade the range and respect our.
It's a lot of a give respect, take respect deal in this market for sure. You mentioned AMD, so yeah, new position alert. I am short AMD, and I'll scale in all the way up to that VWAP levels, which I was trying to short earlier. Only 50-cent range for me to scale into. So I can easily do that with my risk management over here. Microsoft sadly out of the money, only by 20 cents. I have another order to get short. Not sure if that order is going to fill. So just going to leave that trade alone a little bit. Hopefully it does end up coming back to the downside and in the money, which it's already looks like it wants to do so. Sadly, we won't have the amount of size we want to on that trade. NIO, let's go see what NIO is doing real quick. I guess I can see it already. Nope, that's AMD. What am I doing? NIO, let's go over to NIO. Didn't really do anything with that market pop, and look how the market's right back into that range. So I took that stop. Thankfully, I took that stop where I had my stop off on the break of 38.16 or so, and I got right back in at 38.20. So right back in on my trade. Once again, in profit. Not really worried about the loss I did take earlier, and now I still have my order to go more short on the break of 3800. This market's still weak, man, and it's not. This market's still strong, and it's still weak at the same time because that's how those kangaroo moves are coming in. It's like you could be long and right, you could be short and right, you could be wrong on doing both of them. So no matter what you do, looks like the only real winners today are the market makers, just washing people out, washing people.
Yeah, I just got stopped out of Meta there as it came back to my price. Man, like look at this move on the market. It pushes up, tests all the way to VWAP. Like look at that momentum. It was like, okay, are we gonna start going here? Like has the market magically caught a random bid, during the midday trading hours? And it looks like it has not, because that move just got rejected, and now we're right back in that range, right? So, I saw Meta push up. Here, I'll bring it up on the screen here. I saw Meta push up my position with it, reject the same price levels, and then come right back to my price. So you know what? That being said, I gotta stop out there. I gotta respect my stop. And bull. Now it's like looking, going back towards down to the downside, right? So look at this now. It's just picking up momentum to the downside. AMD continues to fade lower as well. Someone's going kind of crazy there in the background, but yeah, it looks like that was a little bit of a bull trap. If you bought that top, then you would have been stopped out very, very quickly, which is why I stopped out of my long, very, very quickly as it faded back.
What a bull trap, man! I just can't say the other word, so I'm just gonna call it bull trap. And it did look like a bull trap. Someone mentioned it in chat. Jacob Snake Up. That's a sick name, Jacob Snake Up. All right. It goes, no, this is a bear. Yeah, we are in the bear market. You're right. Right back to that 5-point range we were stuck in, and now we're about to break that 5-point range. MSFT, which was out of the money, baby, right back in the money for me. How much is it? 30 cents in the money for Microsoft, 30 cents in the money for AMD, 20 cents in the money for NIO. MEMULN putting me to sleep, not doing anything fun. 10 points in the money on futures. Futures pushing down right over here. Do I have an order to take more shares? I do not have an order to take more shares. So I'm going to quickly go do that real quick. MES/U22CM on the break of 3,800, which is 37.99.75, 37.98.75. I want two more on that break of 3,800. Let's get this ball rolling, baby. Yeehaw!
No, I was just speaking to Sean there on the side. That little bull run there was very, very short-lived. But he was good enough to take some out there at 20s. But I was just holding a little bit of my piece, my position there, and I eventually stopped out. It is what it is. But you know what? If we creep back towards these lows, I was like trying to like scan through some of my stocks here on my side screen and bring up some things that are like maybe weaker on the day, like Shopify. You know what? Like if the low is gonna break, can I take like a breakdown of the low? So on Shopify, that would be like what, 35.30. So you know, I'm not going to take that's kind of like a random price. So maybe if it creeps back towards 32, you know, and the market is breaking down at the same time, that could be a decent short idea. But for now, if I didn't catch that pop, excuse me, I know like Prad caught that AMD pop, so it seems to me that worked out nicely. Again, I'm just gonna have to keep being more patient with this, and you know, wait to pick my spots. Stairs up, elevator.
I think a part of the reason why you didn't take that trade, honestly, Ian, is because you're still in your mind a trainee. Right, you're waiting for the stock to be exactly at that level where you can scale it, not give it too much risk. For me, with my 2 years of experience, I know that I could start scaling in slowly with small size all the way up to 78.
And it's like here's my thinking too. Like you started a small size, right? So
small
like a starter
size,
position
and I can take a
with the
bigger
plan
size
to
up
like
there.
kind of scale into it, right? For me, it was like I was thinking like, man, like do I really want to start this with small size? Because now you're in the money. It's like, do you want to start scaling out? It's tougher to scale it out,
I hate
right?
scaling it out. Like I'm already taking some out, and I'm like, I'm not gonna have anything.
That being said, and I'll bring up AMD here on the chart so we can kind of look at what we're kind of talking through here. That being said, it's like you got to trade the trade for what it is, right? You short this pop, small size, full size, whatever it is. Like, let's say, like, what's your
percentages?
It's always about percentages, right? And like, you know, relative, you know, R&R and whatnot, right? So if you're risking up here, now you're in the money, like 50 cents, 40 cents. How much were you risking off this initial entry, right? So you know, you got to scale it out. You got to trade the trade for what it is, no matter what your size is, right? Because let's say one day you do take full size on this, and you know, you're not going to scale it out down here. You're not gonna take it out. You obviously are, right? So you know what? Always trade the trade. Always trade your plan accordingly, and you know, follow your plan, right? If your plan was to kind of you know, take profits around here, if you're not taking profits, then what are you doing?
I was just gonna complain to you that your EMA color is too light, but then I have the exact same color on my chart.
I was gonna say, I was like,
I shut up completely.
I noticed a lot of people have this like kind of teal or like cyan color, like
it's Tiffany blue.
Whatever it is, but I know a lot of people kind of had it on their chart, and it's like, now you're gonna complain about it? I'm like, dude, you have the same colors.
I can't even see it. Then I look over, I'm like, these are the exact same colors. Maybe I'll shut up so it doesn't sound like a hypocrite over there a little bit. No, you know, as long as the viewers can see it, that's all we care about.
Here. Brad, get over calling him a trainee. Brad said they're in your lane, but you know, all right, Brad,
that's not what I meant.
No.
Yeah,
let's get this straight.
Like,
and that's what I love. Like, still is like, even though I'm a graduate, like the guys are still trying to help me. You know, like if I do something or you know don't do something, like in this case, I didn't take that trade. You know, Prad's gonna call me out for it, and that's what it's all about. That's what's you know, so good about being on the trading floor, is that we do hold each other accountable, and you know, we do you know, try to help each other the best we can. That being said, thank you for the support, BICS, for that super chat. I think this one was directed at you, so maybe you want to handle it, Prad. Tesla calls or puts for tomorrow.
Ooh, okay. So first off, you know, to start off with, we don't really talk about options. We don't trade options over right here. There's a lot that goes into options, and you're talking about for tomorrow. So daily options trading, even more complications come into play over there. If you believe Tesla is going down tomorrow, then yeah, obviously the puts do look juicy. I personally don't know where the market's going tomorrow. Forget about tomorrow. I don't know where the market's going in the next 5 minutes, right? I'll like Ian always says, don't anticipate, only participate. So you know, because of that variable right there, no crystal ball over here. I can't tell the future. I can't predict what's going to happen in the market tomorrow. Sadly, if you believe that the market is going down, another leg down tomorrow, like it's down right now, it could go back up, but it's down right now. We maybe get a 3,800 break today. If 3,800 breaks today, maybe the market tomorrow is going to be weak, and then it's going to be weak going into the end of the year. If you guys remember the statistic that I showed you, Sean was actually tagged to the statistic. The market has its pop in the last week of the month or something ever since 2022. So if that's the case, then this is the last week. The pop already came in, and we're about to flush from that pop to the downside. That means that statistic is standing true one more time, and in that case, the market's heading back to the lows a little bit longer.
Yeah, it's funny how some of those very simple things just work out and play out perfectly, right? Like
history.
Yeah, exactly. It's like history, like maybe repeats itself all the time. You know, who knows? One person said here, Neo puts question mark. You know, as Brad already explained, we don't trade options or anything like that, but I'm assuming you're kind of talking about a swing trade. And just to clarify, guys, we don't swing trade here at the firm. You know, we have to always close our positions out at 4 o'clock when the market closes. That being said, here's kind of like my thesis about NIO here. And, you know, why I was short bias going into the day, you know, despite it having this huge run up. Look at where it turned around, though. It turned around right at this 22 area. 22, 20, 28 was the high of day, but eventually, you know, it broke down below this 22 area and couldn't hold above it. And now it's just kind of consolidating below, fading below, right? The reason why this is a significant level that I feel is because look at this gap between 21 to, let's say, like 22 or 21.70 area. You know, that was my thesis for going short there when I did. But look at that gap, right? So it kind of, it obviously gapped down today, you know, off that that news where, you know, they were accused of kind of stuffing their accounting books and whatnot. But if it gapped down, ran up towards this price of 22, and now it's fading below, right? So is it going to continue to respect this 22 level, you know, potentially, and continue to fade down towards, you know, back to where it was consolidating below $20 there, right? Even if you look at the consolidation or the price action above, it did push up to 25, but as soon as that happened, a lot of selling momentum towards the downside, back towards that 22, right? So if it can't reclaim that level, maybe it is, you know, going to have some continued bearishness towards the downside for NIO. That's my thesis on NIO. I'm probably going to stay away from it for now, just because, you know, it is on my no-fly list, if you will.
Why are you revving your engine, bro?
What do you mean?
You just like sped up your sentence from like normal.
Because
to,
I
like,
want to stop talking about NIO. I want to stop talking about NIO, but here I keep going about it. One thing, thank you, Pamela, again for the super chat. I think she's just laughing there, maybe at our jokes. NIO is kryptonite for me. Yeah, me and you both, buddy. So yeah, I think we're in the same boat on that one.
Thank you for the super chat, Pamela. Two of you said the same message right after each other. That's pretty cool. Wanted to see whose quote this is. History doesn't repeat, it rhymes. A Mark Twain quote. So yeah, pretty odd that you see people post the exact same quote back to back next to each other. That's like a little coinkydink, right? Let's head over to your favorite section of the show, which is the YouTube spiel. Whoa, 3K! Let's go, baby! Today seems to be a special day. Not sure why. The markets are doing nothing special, but we have 3K likes. 3K when you gave it to us? What? Yo, did you guys not hit the like at all? What?
Okay, there we go. We're getting a little bit of a boost here. You know, 3.1K now, but guys, we gotta smash the like button. We gotta keep the likes, keep it going. I know there's 3,400 people watching. Man, imagine 100% like rate. That would be something to see. But yeah, let's keep it going. As Neil comes over here to correct Brad,
hit him with Tumble finger wag.
Yeah, exactly. Hit him with the finger wag. But guys, again, thank you for your support always. You know, if you haven't already. Yeah. Hit the like button, subscribe. join as a membership. I know, we were getting a lot of memberships this morning, but yeah, we always thank you for the support. And as we were talking about this, we got a few more likes, so thanks again, guys.
Yeah, awesome. 200 likes coming in. If anyone who hasn't hit the like button yet, please smash that like button. You know how that algorithm works. More people who hit that like, more people who hit that subscribe button, our videos, our live streams get pushed out to more and more people. Helps us grow this amazing community that we're trying to grow with all of you guys on a day-to-day basis. As you guys know, we're live from 8:30 to 4 o'clock every single day as long as the market's open. Even on Canada Day this Friday when, our family's going to be taking a vacation, we're going to be at work, and on July 4th when our family's going to be at work, we're going to be taking our vacation, so that's going to be good. For any of you, I know we have a question from Discord. The question came in, I forget the user's name, Empowered, I believe, or so, asked me, how do I become a member? So for those of you who are wondering about how else you can support us besides the like and the subscribe button, you can hit the membership. You can join the membership, sorry. This is the YouTube membership. It gives you cool little emojis to use in chat. Your name goes green in chat, like for example, Tyler Silviera. Hopefully I said that right. If I butchered it, I apologize. In and Out, that's our guy from Yummies, a long-time member. See how his badge is not a chicken but something else, whereas your badge is a chicken? That's because you're a first-time member, and we love seeing new members. Welcome to the green side, as Miss V always says it. I'm not sure how many months that one is, but as your loyalty keeps on increasing with us, the badge keeps on morphing. So I think that's 6 months maybe for In and Out, or maybe even a year for In and Out. You get custom emojis. You can also send us super chats. I think one of our viewers sent us donations through members, so he sponsored a bunch of members to the member family. Thank you for that one. And last but not least, you can buy some merchandise. Ian and I, and they're still waiting for our boss man over there to buy us some hoodies. Yet to come in. And boss man's on the phone, he's not even paying attention. But yeah, we're waiting for our hoodies to come in.
Ian said no, there's nothing on order. May I repeat, there's nothing on order.
He says there's nothing on order, Ian said
I was trying
no.
to be nice that day, but whatever. I just went long back meta here. As it crept closer to this 162 area, now I have started this with a smaller size, just because, if the market is going to fade out and continue to fade out, I don't want to be overrun here with a long, trying to catch a bounce again. But you know what? It has held this 162. So for now, I'm going to like that position and, continue to try to play this bounce. Like I said, earlier when it did bounce, the market that is, Meta bounced pretty nicely with it. So, that's the kind of thesis I'm going off of.
I like that.
Yeah, exactly. And now we are, having more and more like a better R&R to this trade as well, right? So, you know what? For now, and I have the mentality to kind of average into this if it kind of creeps back closer to 162 and shows a little bit of bounce there on the tape. But for now, I'm going to leave that one alone. I want to call out a couple people here just because it's called out here that they've been members for a few months now. So
9 months,
failed breakout trading. Member for 9 months. You said 7 months. You're actually a member for 9 months. So thank you for your continued support. And I'm sure you watch the show quite often. I used to watch the show every day religiously and watch these guys trade live every day. And it's how I learned how to trade a lot as well. But always blessed to kind of be here. And we thank you guys for your support.
How do you find out how long? So it just shows up over here when you become a member for us, member for 9 months, baby. And yeah, it just shows up over there. For yourself, if you want to find out how that works in your platform, I think you could maybe go into YouTube subscriptions or something to find that out. YouTube members in your own profile section to see how long you've been a member with how many channels and so on. I personally don't think I can do that unless you become a member for us on our show. Maybe we can do it through the YouTube APIs or something. I can maybe try to get that later on at some point, maybe tomorrow. I got the free member today. Let's go, Logan, with the free membership. Welcome to the green side. Now you get all the membership perks. Brad, we'll check the Ross clearance rack for any hoodies just for you. Thank you, Jim. I love my boy Jim. But Jim, I want more from you. Oh, we're going over to actually the big screen. I don't have my headphones in today, so I don't really know when we're doing this thing. These damn things don't work. Let's go over to the big screen with Brandon.
Hey guys, yeah, quick check of currency markets for you. Pulled out this comment because we were talking about this ECB forum thing from this morning that included Fed Chair Powell, and they kind of highlighted this one comment here that came out of this. He actually said this, that the clock is running for the Fed on lowering inflation. So they are under the understanding that, the pressure is on when it comes to getting this back under control. That being said, US dollar showing all kinds of strength 2 days in a row, in fact, back to the upside here, zoomed out so you can see where we've come from, but about halfway back towards that high from a week and a half ago or so. 0.5% to the upside today. The euro 0.6 to the downside. British pound about 0.5% at one point. It is trying to rally a little bit right now, but everything else pretty negative outside of the Turkish lira, and also Russia I saw was back in positive territory. Bitcoin pretty flat, but interesting note there as far as what the Fed is thinking, guys. They know it's about time they do stuff.
Yeah, everything is popping right now to the upside a little bit. So I'm getting ready to throw out more orders on AMD shorts, NVIDIA shorts, Microsoft shorts. But we'll see if those orders come into fill. So Microsoft, actually, not too long ago, 13 minutes ago, I did have the stock pulled up and I just got distracted by other things. It was DWAC. DWAC, Brendan called out in our work chat, 600,000 shares traded, 700,000 shares traded today. Did drop down a little bit. And I do remember the catalyst that a bunch of DWAC members got subpoenaed by the SEC. So we have to wait and see how that one plays out over here for the stock. Down only 6% right now. I guess we were down 10% at one point because it does say the SSR is on. So I'm gonna believe that one for now. DWAC to 0. Yeah, well, I don't want to say things like that because we do have some people who do like DWAC, and honestly, I don't know if DWAC is going to 0. But if companies like CCL that actually work and make money are being said that analysts are calling that they're going to go to 0, then I guess companies that don't have any products and don't really make any money should technically go to 0. But, I don't have a crystal ball. I can't say it, but Tyrone Biggums is in the chat to always say that.
Say what about the crystal ball?
Anything bad about a stock that I can't mention.
Oh, okay,
He's there to cover my back, apparently.
Welcome to Trader TV Live family. Richard Roberts. So you've been listening to what we've been saying. Thank you for joining, and thank you for your continued support. Here is where I'm conflicted a bit, right? So I'm in the long on Meta. I was about 30 cents in the money. I didn't take it, but I should have because I was watching and I was like, I think I bid out, or I offered out, sorry, and then it ran away from my offer, and I was like, okay, that's kind of funny, and then now it's right back to my price again, right? But that being said, I was like seeing AMD pop as well, and I was like, remember last time it came to these levels, and I was talking about taking that short, and I wanted to take the short, right? But then I would be like hedging against my Meta long, right? If I have a long thesis on Meta, and then I go short on AMD, it's like I'm kind of conflicted, right? So that's what I'm kind of battling right now. I think I'm just going to continue to manage the position that I'm currently in, just because the market did catch a little bit of a bid down closer to that 38.05 range, and right now we're right back in that range of 38.10, 38.15. So as long as we're going to trade in this range, I think the best decision is to not make decisions.
So I guess this question is for you. What is Boba doing? So I guess they're talking about Baba.
Oh, Baba? Yeah, we can take a look at Baba. I'm not gonna say it wrong anymore, guys. Like I've been meditating on it. I've been meditating on it. I've been practicing it a little bit in the mirror, before I come to work. Baba, 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 just like that. Trying to get used to saying it that way. So I'm not gonna make that mistake for you guys again. You're not gonna catch me slipping on that one again. That being said,
you're just on the subway looking like a weirdo. Baba, 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 Baba.
When I listen to music, I don't listen to music. I just listen to myself just saying Baba, just screaming Baba. Anyways, that's enough about Baba. But let's talk about it. The stock here, the market movement, the price action. Having an inside day, it is down 1.5%, but not really doing too much. It did give a little bit of a move to the downside. And then if you caught this dip towards 114, is that a level on the daily? Kind of like maybe playing around this 115 area. It reclaimed that level nicely. So you could have been like an over/under kind of play on 115. And actually, look at this. The more I stare at this chart, chart here, look at how it's respected this 115 as support as the day has kind of gone on. You know, it reclaimed that level in the morning, gave a nice push up. So if you caught that long, you know, it worked out nicely. But as it faded back towards, you know, VWAP and, you know, faded with the market and showed some weakness with the market, it's held this 115 area very, very nicely. So, you know what, maybe it is an over-under on this 115 on BABA.
Brad, thanks for the BABA pronunciation, coach. No problem. Listen, probably the worst person to be a coach for pronunciation, but, you know, we'll take it. We'll take it. All right, market clearly moving around a little bit. I guess not really moving around, but trying to move around. You know, we're right back into that 5-point range, which is now a 10-point range. Instead of 38.15 and 38.10, we're now deciding to move around between 38.15 and 38.05. Shopify, I just decided to randomly pull up Shopify just to see what it's doing. Looks like it did push down a little bit from the previous low of day. We're now at 38.47, 38.50 as the low of day. Some buying coming in around these levels to help to help Shopify get pushed up to the upside. We'll see if Shopify can actually get all the way
Watch
to VWAP.
you start saying it the wrong way now.
No, well, Shopify hopefully can find a way to get back to the upside so we can look to short near 34s or so. I don't think Shopify has any strength in it today, obviously, so not looking forward to go long at all. I mean, look at the trend line if you were to draw a trend line on it, respecting that trend line for pretty much all day so far, and I would like to see if this continues going into the closing show with Neil, Sean, and Brendan, which should be in the next 15-30 minutes or so. So don't stay tuned, don't go anywhere. Make sure you're smashing the like button on all the shows, the morning show and on the night show, evening show, sorry.
I just took out my meta position. I think this is what I'm going to do. I think, you know, as the market is trading this range, I think if it goes back to the bottom end of this range, I'll look to go long at support levels, right? So like the 162 area on meta. If it trades up to the top of the range, I'll look to go short on resistance levels like the 77.50 area on AMD, right? So, you know, as I saw meta pushing up towards this 60-cent range, you know, towards the 70-cent range, it was kind of running out of steam when it got up there. So you know what, I'm not gonna, you know, I'm gonna take the profits when they're presented to me. So that's exactly what I did. But again, you know, I'm gonna continue to add to this position if it creeps back down towards where I initially got it and played that R&R. That was more of like a one-to-one trade, just as I kind of scalped the range on this like rangy kind of market. But you know what, that was my trade thesis to that, and I'll stick to it. That being said, AMD now is pushing up a little bit higher, pushing towards that VWAP area, right? So it has broken out that high. I'm going to zoom in a bit so we can see it a little bit closer. The previous high was like what? It was like 77.52. So now it's just kind of trading around that area again. You know what? Maybe I do take a little bit of a short position, just a starter position, just like Prav was kind of saying, just so I can, you know, kind of catch this up if this up move, if you know, we do fade below, because remember, look what happened last time the market rallied to this area. It rallied to this area and then rejected super hard when it got to VWAP and, you know, couldn't hold above this 50 period area, right? So if we look at AMD, I meant to zoom out there. If we look at AMD, it is creeping towards that VWAP area and running into this like sort of like triple top, if you will, now at like 77.60, 77.50. If you count this top here made at 11.30. So you know what? I do kind of like this trade here, and I'll start it here with a starter size with the intention to, you know, add to it as it creeps closer towards VWAP if it does, right? As Prad delivers me, you know, a nice juice box there, you know, so I can quench my thirst a bit.
Let me unmute my mic. Yeah, the only reason I bought you a juice box is because you keep stealing my juice boxes all the time.
Okay, I stole once.
Three.
No. I stole one juice box.
Three.
One.
Three.
Maybe it was someone else. Not the Hamburglar this time. That's like an inside joke here at the floor. But not the Hamburglar, but you know, maybe someone else.
Someone's be stealing my juice boxes. Stay away from my juice boxes, Flores. No, those are just the ones that I throw in the fridge to keep them cold, and then next thing I know, I find them missing. Sorry?
What other reason would you put it in the fridge?
I don't know, to warm it up. I don't know.
This is why I put things in the fridge, guys.
Yeah,
I like to keep them cool. You know, I like to keep them refrigerated.
It's too much trolling, man. I can't handle it. I'm already taking losses on trading. Now I'm getting trolled. I can't help it. But thankfully, the market is not doing anything too violent to the upside right now. S&P 500 did push up a little bit, right back to that 38.16, 38.15. So pretty much flat on my trade right now. My average price is 38.17 on the S&P 500 short futures, that is. So let's just see if this market can push up. Obviously, Microsoft getting back to my prices where I want to be short in. So I'm going to load into a Microsoft short. AMD gave me some size also. So awesome. AMD giving me some size to play with. New positions now on board. AMD and Microsoft. Let's go quickly over to NIO. I'm not on over here. Let's go to NIO on New York to see what this one's doing. It is trying to prop up a little bit, you know, higher lows coming in. It is finding buyers around the 50-period EMA. It did get back above the 100-period EMA and VWAP, but yet to break out that 2180 level. So if 2180 goes, I'll take my 4-cent loss because my average is 2176. So I'll take my 4 cents loss and I'll move on from it. But until that happens, I don't have to worry about this trade too much. But the market, NASDAQ did move right back to VWAP over here. NASDAQ moved back to VWAP near. This is actually a good level on NASDAQ to short, because this is where NASDAQ closed at yesterday, 1166.6. So let me show you right here. NASDAQ 11,666 is exactly around where it closed, I believe. Let me just throw the line in there. 11,661 is where we closed, and NASDAQ is trading at 11,661 right now.
Yeah, you know, that's another kind of trade idea as well. You know, playing those open close prices. If it closes below yesterday's, you know, price, then, you know, you can take the short off that, and it could be a little bit more bearish than yesterday, obviously, right? Someone said, isn't Meta breaking out? Meta does seem like it is breaking out, so maybe I closed this long a little prematurely. But that being said, I explained my thesis around, you know, the general market movement, right? So, you know, last time the market broke out of this range, it failed it, right? So you guys mentioned a lot in the chat, like failed breakout, you know, bull trap, if you will. So that's why, you know, I'm not too concerned that I let that one go a little bit early. You know, Meta is a winner for me. I had the 2 trades on it. It is a winning name for me on the day. So you know what? I'll take those profits. I'll take those right to the bank, right? And now I'm playing a different thesis, the short thesis. If this market is going to reject, you know, I added to that, or I started the AMD position short there, and I will kind of add to it if I see continued rejection around this area, and you know, hopefully we can kind of scalp those out as it creeps back towards that 77 area, like it did last time, right? So you know what, I said it earlier today, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know, and I was talking about shorting off this 38.40 area. I took a couple of shorts on the SPY there, and it kept working. It was funny because the third time it went there, I was like, breakout now? But no, it just rejected, and you know, right back down. So you know what, I'm going to continue with that. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But if you do break it, you know what you do? That's right.
Yeah, there you go.
That's right. If you do break it, you gotta buy that thing, buddy. But no, right now market is not broke. I mean, yeah, obviously the trade's not broken. Don't try to work with it too much. Just keep on rinsing and repeating that style until it stops working for you. As the market is pushing up right now, NASDAQ, remember how I said it would be a good area to short in? Maybe not, because it did push up from the yesterday's close area, almost 10 points up from yesterday's close. But I'm not too worried about it, because S&P 500 is what I'm watching. S&P 500 yet to touch VWAP. If S&P 500 does break out of VWAP, then we take our loss on the last few contracts that we have left. Thankfully, we did scalp some of that size out for profits already. So even if we do have to take a loss on this one, I'm not too worried about it. I'll take a loss somewhere above VWAP if that does come into play for the MES futures at the moment. Barely even out of the money. Slightly out of the money actually though on Microsoft. 30 cents out of the money on Microsoft. We'll wait to see if this one can come back into the positive territories for us, and by that I mean to the downside. Come back to my P&L positive territories. Looks like 260.50 on Microsoft could be something to think about as a level to have a stop around. As we are pushing towards that, I will be thinking about taking some more size in front of 260.50 and then taking the stop around there. So just let me throw the order around these prices. There we go. Order has been thrown.
I added to the AMD position just as it creeps towards this. This is what I'm watching, guys. I'm watching the ES push towards VWAP, and I'm watching AMD go nowhere, right? So that being said,
That's right.
you know, I'm watching buyers, like no buyers step up, rather. No buyers step up around this area. So that's why, you know, I'm adding to position with the intention to add once more if it makes one little last push to VWAP. And, you know, I'm risking off, you know, the area above VWAP there. But for now, I like this trade. But like Prad said, if, you know, the market does continue to break out and show real strength above VWAP now and, you know, really break out, then obviously we're not going to like this trade. I'm going to stop out very, very quickly. But now, as I added second piece there, it goes in the money for me about 10 cents, right? So, you know what? I think I'm just going to ride this one. If the market does fall down, I'm liking this position that I have here. At Prad, flip the straw. Man, you're crushing the juice box. I just noticed, like, you have 2 of them over there, okay?
Buddy.
So maybe you're just losing track of how many juice boxes you put in the fridge.
Buddy,
man.
take it easy on that one. Listen, I track how many juice boxes are in there and how many are out there.
I
at the
stole
end
the
of
juice
the
box
day.
one time, and then
No,
Prad's
that's
holding
cap.
against
That's
me.
cap. Once is cap. Once is cap. Once is cap. this guy's wearing lids over here, all type of lids, man. Take it easy, Mr. Owner, CEO of lids. Listen, you're gonna ruin that nice hair, Mr. CEO of lids over here.
Oh,
Take it easy
that,
on
that brings
one.
up another thing. A couple people said, nice haircut. Thank you. I did get a fresh fade the other day. Thank you for noticing. It's not a wig. You know, I'm not going to pull on it because I did it pretty nicely today. But who's the juice thief? Yeah, that's me, apparently.
It used to be the Hamburglar because he stole a burger from the back office.
Need the fridge cam. Oh, man. Imagine we had a Trader TV camera at the fridge.
The fridge cam is now for sure something that needs to be put into implementation. All right, anyways, the market's moving up. As NASDAQ is now back in the positive by 0.5. S&P 500 still negative, not really in the positive territory for S&P 500. So don't have to worry about that one too much. Let me just remove that order so I can revamp my stop real quick. 38.20. 38.25. What am I doing? 38.23. I can't press my keys right now. 38.25, and then that's how many contracts I have. All right, my stops are L. Microsoft coming back to the downside for me, so that means profit zones maybe. Average price on Microsoft 260.15. Average price on AMD 77.54. I'm adding more to that trade. What am I doing? Yeah, let's take more to that trade real quick. The partial filled me. That means I'm on the right direction.
What was that?
On AMD.
Oh, on AMD. I better slam short more. You know when you offer out, or, you know, you're trying to wait passively and it gives you a partial fill, you know, that must be a money fill there, because they don't want to fill your full size. They saw you post your size and you're like, nope, not today, son. You're only getting a little bit.
I didn't even post. I actually crossed down.
Oh, you crossed?
And they're
okay.
like, nope, no full size for you.
Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. So then that must have been a pretty good fill. But you know what? Now the market is rejecting and AMD is pushing lower, right? So, you know, we're talking about this trade and we're presenting it to you live here on the show. Long meta. Oh, that's Sean's position. Okay, Sean's just listing out his current positions. My short is getting roasted. I'm not sure what short you are in, but again, you know, this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to short resistance areas, right? So, you know, I was trying to long AMD earlier today, but that was kind of a mistake because it's more weaker on the day, right? So I had that nice long earlier off 77, but as soon as that level broke down, it's just been kind of consolidating around that area, fading, more so bearish because it hasn't been able to reclaim VWAP, right? So, you know what? It was probably premature for me to try that long there, but we're trying to go, try to go short on weaker names. XOM moving today. Let's take a look at that.
Real quick position alert. Someone said Tesla short over here, and yeah, I like that idea. As soon as you mentioned it, I pulled it up. Tesla's at VWAP 678, did break by 10 cents. I tried to get short 678, didn't get filled, so I crossed down a little bit more aggressively. My average price on Tesla now is 677.63, already about $1 per share in the money on Tesla, but never mind, that whip right back. But we'll see if this one works for us. If 678 does break on Tesla, we'll walk away from that for a tiny loss. But right now, with the market coming back down, hopefully we get to be in profit for all of our shorts: Microsoft, Tesla, AMD, NIO. There we go, and even our future short. All of them now in the money. money. Now we're just waiting for the market to get right back to the downside. NASDAQ once again negative, but still above VWAP. So if NASDAQ finds some buyers above VWAP, above the 50-period EMA, that's not going to be good for the tech sector short that I am in part of at the moment. So little care on little careful on that side. Just gotta manage my positions overall. So real quick, gonna throw it over to Ian once again.
Yeah, for sure. Go ahead and manage your positions. I want to call out a few things here because you guys are calling it out in the chat, and I really appreciate it. Well, we all do really appreciate it. Let's smash the like button one more time, guys. Let's smash the like button one more time if you haven't already. Before the closing show starts, we're at 3.3K likes. Man, this is like 100% like rate almost. Where I can't see the actual number here, but 3,334 viewers right now, and we're at 3.3K likes. That's not bad. But you know what? Let's smash it more if you guys can. Log into your other accounts or your other burner YouTube accounts, and smash that like button one more time. If you haven't already, subscribe, hit that notification bell, and continue supporting our channel. That being said, thank you guys so much for all the support today, and continued support as we go on this market adventure with you guys. I'll quickly talk about XOM, just as someone else called it out there in the chat. It is having more of a down day today, a steady downtrend early in the morning session before 11:30, and then just pure algo consolidation between 88.50 and 89.50, that tight range, right? You know what? I'm more so interested in oil if it continues to push to the highs here, right? It seems like those breakouts to the upside were really well done, and were good trades. And then as it was fading, it became a harder trade, right? Because I think overall, if we kind of just zoom out on this XOM chart, and if you look at like a crude oil chart, it's going to look very similar. But overall, the trend is obviously bullish, right? And we're always talking about these gas prices going up, and hurting our wallets, right? So overall, I want to be bullish on oil and the likes of XOM, Oxy, CVX. I'm going to be more bullish as we continue to break out to the upside. But for now, I think I'm just going to leave it as it kind of consolidates near this $90 range.
Yeah, I'm just trying to scalp some profits out over here on Tesla too, just to see if we can take some profits before the market pops like it is right now. And there goes S&P 500 trying to break above VWAP. We're at 38.21. Do I even have my stop out on this one? Just got to make sure. Yeah, I do have my stop out. Awesome. Just making sure that, in case the market does rip, I'm not sitting here holding my future short a little bit longer than I should be. I trust like 4 people. All right, moving on from that comment. Are you guys looking at any stocks that you want us to talk about, as we only have 9 minutes left on Market Movers over here with Ian and myself. So please put in any stocks that you want us to bring up. Quickly going to jump over to the positions I'm in because I don't see any. HTGM, finally, HTGM. Let's go see what HTGM is doing. Probably still hanging around, still hanging around VWAP for this one. Waiting for HTGM really to have a volume spike to see if we can get back to the high a day, retest the break of high a day, or either push down below VWAP and then test some of these $1 areas on said stock. But looks like none of that is going to come into play just yet. Just got to be patient to see if any of those levels come into play maybe later on in the day for us with the volume spike. As I did say, after lunchtime coming to an end, and if I do start rambling here, it's because I'm trying to do multiple things at the same time. Or here we go. Now I can come back to it. After lunchtime coming to an end, volume does depreciate out of the market. But now that the lunchtime has come to an end, we should see volume coming back into the market. But we're not seeing that on HTGM yet. We saw a little bit of a volume rise on the S&P 500, but not significant enough to help it burst through the VWAP areas. We're still getting rejected by that. So maybe from 2:30 to 4 o'clock, the sour hour, power hour brings on some volume for Neil, Sean, and Brendan to have some fun with you guys on the closing show.
I don't like sour hour. I like power hour better.
Sour hour, baby, because I'm short.
That's one thing that I wanted to bring up here, because someone addressed oh man, there's too many shorts. You guys are only shorting. Man, you know what? We do what the market tells us to do, right? If the trend is going to be down, we're going to short. If the trend's going to be up, we're going to go long, right? That's the beauty of day trading, is that you can make money in either direction, right? When the stock stocks are going down, you could short and make money to the downside, and vice versa to the long side, right? I want to talk about BBBY again once more here, just because it's kind of creeping back towards this 5 level, and can it hold above? I'm not too sure. There is size on the offer here, and it looks like some inverse gateways as well. So it looks like some people trying to get short here and push this stock a little bit further down below this 5 area. I liked it a lot better in the morning just because it accelerated towards it, and maybe it was overextended to the downside at that point. So it's like it kind of had to bounce almost. And what better area to do it around than a whole dollar level like $5, and it gave a nice bounce level. And this is the thing, guys. Like, you can play it once, you can play it twice. The third time is looking a little bit iffy. The fourth time on the day, I'm probably going to leave that one alone. Maybe just let it break out towards that 5. Maybe it's like a fake out to the downside and then pushes back up and then go long. But yeah, just going to be patient with this one. Obviously having a very, very bad day. It's down 22% on the day.
Sorry, I just zoned out for a second.
Yeah, no worries.
No, I just zoned out, but I can get back here. Okay, looks like Tesla did pop up and stop me out on my trade just now. Look, market didn't even pop up, but Tesla popped up. So we're going to dive right back into that trade. Give me my fill. No, please give me fills. Okay, there we go. We got fill 677.50 this time, so 20 cents away from our stop, sadly, but that's fine. It barely even broke the VWAP area, so I guess I had my stop a little inappropriate, but we're not worried about that one too much. Tesla once again right back into the money territories, flat territory, so we'll just have to work with this one. I already said the 680 level is kind of strong. We're seeing barriers coming in around the 680s, so if 680. Oh, wait a second. I'm at 677 right now. My previous fill was way better. I don't like this anymore. Yikes. Yeah, I don't like this anymore. My previous fill was around 680. I'm at 677. They just really crossed me down that hard on this stock. That's garbage. Right.
The market looks like it is catching a bounce, more of a bounce here throughout, pushing above VWAP. Is it going to hold? Only time will tell. That being said, I did take some profits out of the AMD trade. As I saw, I was 20 cents in the money, so I took some off that first ad. I don't want to get too cheeky with it. I want to take the profits if they are there, just because if the market does bounce up, I don't want to be caught on the offside of this this move, right? That being said, if it goes up back to my price, the 77.60 area, can't really reclaim VWAP as the market is pushing up, and eventually the market will reject potentially. I'll add to the position again, and we'll get more short AMD, but for now I am going to scalp out a little bit of profits on it, and keep managing this position as it just kind of fluctuates and diddles around near my price. Like I'm about 10 cents in the money here. I did take out closer to the 30 range there, but again, the market is struggling around with the VWAP area, and time will tell whether or not it breaks out to the upside or flushes back down. Last time it was here, we saw that flush in that little bull trap, and this time it seems a little bit different. It seems like there is a little bit more buying.
Is today Tuesday? No.
Today is Wednesday.
Oh yeah, it is Wednesday. It's garbage. I forgot I even did garbage. But yeah, this market is taking off right now. So we got stopped out on our future short. Thankfully, not too much of damage on that one. Apple's moving back above 139.50 at the moment. AMD getting back to our average price, only 2 cents in the money. Microsoft 25 cents out of the money. NIO 5 cents in the money. MULN. So notice how I said I'm going to change my strategy on MULN a little bit. So that's exactly what I did. Started providing liquidity instead. So started trading it a little bit of different ways than I originally planned on, which was just going long in front of size and just letting the stock pop for me. I still have half of my size on this trade. We'll see where this one goes for us. Like Lucas says, and we'll see where this one goes. You just gotta wait patiently for this trade to work for me. And if it doesn't, I know that bottom's not breaking today, at least not for a good time. And we're here for a long time, right? We're not doing the Drizzy route over here. Market sadly is going up. So if you are short, be very careful. For example, Microsoft shorts. Microsoft's a lot stronger today than AMD. Microsoft has a lot more potential to pop than AMD. So if you are short AMD, you are loving that short right now because it's doing absolutely zilch as the market is pushing towards the north side. S&P 500 now only down 0.05%, NASDAQ up 0.1%, and everything's trying to get elevated with them.
Yeah, and that's exactly why I added here, on this little AMD pump, just because, like Brad was saying, the market is pushing up. The market, is clearly, there's some more buyers popping up here, but AMD is like doing nothing, right? So AMD is weaker on the day, and it hasn't really pushed up and tested VWAP yet. So for now, the short is still looking decent, right? So that's why I added to the position again, around the same price there, and we'll continue to manage this one for now.
I just remember that I said, watch this market get up to 38.25 if 38.15 breaks. Look where it's at right now, 38.25. So now the question is, do we actually break out of 38.25? And I did say it has a room to go up to 38.30 and 38.25 if we get out of 38.15. It is doing that exactly to the key right now. So look at this market get pushed up. Now the next level is if 38.25 gives out on the upside or 38.30 gives out, then we have the obvious test of 38.40 at where we have been rejecting all day. Pre-market rejection, off the opening drive rejection at 9 o'clock. It says 9, so that means 10 Eastern Standard Time. We also got another retest at 10:45, 10:50 Eastern Standard Time on S&P 500 futures, and all of those just reject. So I don't think we have the oomph to even go up there and break out of that, but I could be easily wrong because Apple could start piling in with buyers. AMD could be randomly go find buyers and start popping off. Instead of being weak on the day, AMD could pop off, right? Because some catalyst could come in. We did see a catalyst come in on AMD yesterday, which was about the size of a Call of Duty game data breach. Big deal, not that big of a deal, honestly, but did get smacked down off of that catalyst. S&P 500 now positive on the day by 0.01%.
Yeah, it seems like we are pushing, green on the day, or at least flirting with green on the day. Time will tell whether or not we finish green or close red on the day. But for now,
MULN, baby. Sorry.
For now, we are going to wrap up the midday show here, and we are going to send it over MULN. What's going on?
I called out this MULN trade.
Okay, there you go. As Brad gets excited, let's wrap up the midday show, guys. And we're going to send it over to the main guys here, Neil, Sean, and Brendan, to finish the day off strong. But again, guys, thank you always, and ciao.
Ciao.
Hey guys, 2 o'clock, welcome in. A couple hours left in, what's turning into a choppy, kind of flat session overall. We get these comments from the ECB Federal Bank Forum this morning with all the leaders of all the central banks saying basically everything they should have and nothing that we haven't heard before, maybe a little more hawkish than anything else. But the language itself not really causing that much of a market move today, which a lot of people were concerned about. There was the Q1 GDP number that came out this morning as well.